Chapter 191, The Fall of the Church of All Beings, The Appearance of the Holy Land's Shadow. Longevity Immortal City. Green Mountain Sect. At this moment, Suwu's prestige within the Green Mountain Sect had reached its peak. In just over 2 months under his leadership, the Green Mountain Sect had risen like a bamboo, and had almost wiped out other forces within the Immortal City with nearly no resistance. Even within the Green Mountain Sect, no one knew that there was still a nascent soul ancestor behind the scenes. Let alone the true origins of the Green Mountain Sect and its relationship with the Zhou family, the truth had been hidden in history. At this time, the disciples of the Green Mountain Sect only knew that their sect leader Suwu was wise, and they had won every battle. Prestige is not spoken, it is cultivated after successive victories. At this point, even if Suwu asked his disciples to go through hell and high water, there would probably be no one to stand up and oppose him. At this time, Suwu had not launched the final strike on the few remaining forces in the Immortal City, and he had his own reasons for doing so. In fact, the reason was quite simple: he was afraid that the lurking rebels of the Church of All Beings would become desperate and turn the tables. In his cautious actions all these years, he summed up all the intelligence to draw a conclusion that, after so many years of the revival of spiritual energy in the Immortal City, there were so many forces, and it still needed the Church of All Beings to take the blame. They were too presumptuous to think that all these forces were blooming together, entangled and intertwined, and all involved. However, this was just a waste of time, and instead increased the internal consumption of longevity Immortal City. They were too naive to think so. Thinking that everyone would be like them and have a sense of selflessness and great public spirit? What a joke! They were thorough warm-blooded idealists who didn't understand human nature and had no practical experience in actual management. Moreover, the lower the rank of the Church of All Beings, the more so, making decisions based on their passionate hearts to do what they thought was best. This guess was not made up by Suwu, but had a solid basis, and the whole context of the incidents before and after the disaster in Longevity Immortal City could also confirm his thoughts. Not to mention Su Jintian's era of strategizing. During the time of Immortal City's ban, the Church of All Beings was initially moderate in its progress and retreat. However, as the upper echelons of the Church of All Beings died out, and power was handed over to the lower ranks, the actions of the Church became completely lawless. With their original strength, combined with the revival of the spiritual energy in the Immortal City and the absence of masters, it would have been very easy for them to remodel the Immortal City. Of course, the results of the remodeling are another matter, but at the very least, the Immortal City would not have been out of their control, and it would not have been as chaotic as it is now. So, in Suwu's view, the rebels of the Church of All Beings were nothing more than clowns with strength but no ambition. That was Suwu's final conclusion, and if it hadn't been for his fear of driving the Church of All Beings rebels to desperation, he would have eradicated all other forces in the Immortal City by now. However, at this point, Suwu finally had no concerns, and now was the time for him to make a big move. Kaiwan Child had returned to the Immortal City from outer space, and without touching the ban, a secret treasure of Qinyangzi had been sent over through secret techniques, which gave Suwu endless confidence. Did the Church of All Beings have several nascent soul masters? They were nothing but dogs and chickens in front of Suwu. Now that he no longer had any concerns, Suwu didn't waste any more time and immediately called for a meeting with the Green Mountain Sect's upper echelons. Upon receiving the order to gather, everyone looked at Suwu with great enthusiasm, knowing that the essence of the meeting at this time was to decide the final battle. As expected, Suwu did not disappoint them, and without any ambiguity, he directly issued the order to attack. Amidst the excited and obedient voices of the Green Mountain Sect disciples, the various factions completed all the arrangements for the final annihilation of the Immortal City according to Suwu's plan. The great battle was about to start. That night. The rustling west wind. As Green Mountain Sect sharpened their knives with killing intent, Liang Sheng lounged leisurely in his chair, eating snacks prepared by Huang Yufan, and watching the drama unfold with great pleasure. At this moment, nearly the entire Immortal City was within Liang Sheng's divine sense, and if it weren't for his reluctance to control the Immortal City and get involved in the cause and effect, there wouldn't be so many issues in the city. He was like someone sitting on a fishing platform, watching the drama unfold with great contentment, and Suwu's actions this time were quick and decisive, leaving no time for the other forces to react. Green Mountain Sect disciples were already strong and well-disciplined, and with the backing of a nascent soul ancestor puppet, how could there be any surprises in this battle? Suwu's plan was actually very simple. Different forces would fight separately, without affecting each other, while the nascent soul ancestor would be responsible for the beheading policy. As a result, the leaders of the other forces in Immortal City had no time to react and were silently eliminated. In this way, the other forces were left leaderless, and after one night of fierce fighting, Green Mountain Sect won on all fronts. By the time dawn broke, the cultivators of the Immortal City came out trembling, only to find that the flags of the Green Mountain Sect had been hung in all four corners of the city. Afterwards, was the Immortal City finally unified under a leader? At this point, the Immortal City after the revival of spiritual energy had already gone through several generations of cultivators compared to the era of City Master Zhen Yuan. So, the era of the Immortal City under the rule of Zhen Yuan City Master, which was unified in one city, only existed in the legends among them. At this moment, as more and more ordinary cultivators came out, some people in their hearts couldn't help but feel uneasy, because they didn't know how Green Mountain Sect would rule the longevity Immortal City after they had unified it. However, there were still some people feeling regretful in their hearts. If they had known this outcome, they would not have feared death earlier. If they had joined the Green Mountain Sect sooner, they would have had a share of the credit from the dragon. Unfortunately, there is no regret remedy in this world. As they watched the various forces perish, replaced by Green Mountain Sect disciples and Immortal City cultivators, their eyes were filled with envy, as these people were guaranteed to be the future nobles of longevity Immortal City. Of course, some of the older cultivators in the Immortal City remained calm and did not immediately draw a final conclusion, as the longer they lived, the more secrets they knew. It was still too early for the Green Mountain Sect to truly take control of the longevity Immortal City because the Church of All Beings still existed. Although so many years had passed, and the Church of All Beings had never shown itself, these elders firmly believed that the Church had not perished. That's because, after the spiritual energy resurgence, the East Victory Immortal Dynasty strangely never sent anyone to take charge of longevity Immortal City, and this situation was definitely not right. They had experienced several riots in the Immortal City, and each time the Church of All Beings stepped in to clean up the mess. As long as the East Victory Immortal Dynasty didn't openly take charge of the Immortal City, it meant that the Church of All Beings must still exist. Moreover, they even guessed that after the Church of All Beings went into hibernation, they must have done something to make the East Victory Immortal Dynasty hesitate, causing chaos in the Immortal City to continue till now. So, when these elders saw a group of emerging cultivation families immediately fawning over the Green Mountain Sect after the chaos, they couldn't help but look down on them with disdain. These were upstarts without any foundation. Perhaps when the Church of All Beings appeared, they would know who the true ruler of Immortal City was. This Green Mountain Sect wouldn't last long. These old men sneered secretly in their hearts but openly did nothing, quietly waiting for the right moment. Once the Church of All Beings appeared and suppressed the Green Mountain Sect, they would seize the opportunity to swallow these brainless cultivation families, integrate their resources, and take their own family a step further. Just wait and see. While those with ulterior motives were enduring, Suwu was already capturing the territories of the Immortal City, determined to unify it in one fell swoop. In doing so, his scattered forces left fewer guards around him, but Suwu wasn't concerned about this and remained calm and collected in his heart. Because this was his plan, as the Church of All Beings was always known for their impatience and quick success, he would give them this opportunity. He was sure that they would choose a beheading operation, with the nascent soul ancestor hidden nearby acting as the first line of defense. The real trump card, of course, was the secret treasure given by Kaiwan Child. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but secretly touch the jade box in his sleeve. He kept the secret treasure at hand so that it could be used at the first moment, and time slowly passed within Suwu's plan. At this moment, Suwu heard the nascent soul ancestor's warning and couldn't help but smile. The Church of All Beings had finally come. But the Church of All Beings underestimated him. These sewer rats would never make it to the stage. They were still narrow-minded, only sending an early nascent soul stage true monarch. Wasn't this courting death? The next moment, a cold and fierce sword light appeared in front of Suwu, who was only at the Golden Core True Person realm and couldn't avoid it at all. However, Suwu was still calm and composed, with a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. "Stop hurting my master!" With a loud shout, a figure blocked in front of Suwu. The nascent soul assassin's face changed when he saw this. Damn, he had fallen into an ambush. He immediately retreated, but the nascent soul puppet made by Liang Sheng wouldn't give him the chance. With one intentional and one unintentional move, they caught the Church of All Beings' nascent soul master off guard. In a high-stakes battle between masters, life and death could be decided in an instant. What's more, the nascent soul puppet was personally made by Liang Sheng. In the next moment, the Church of All Beings' assassin died. Seeing this, Suwu immediately shouted, "Ancestor is mighty!" Liang Sheng, who had been hiding nearby watching the show, nodded when he saw this. Suwu was really good at calculations, making the most out of the nascent soul ancestor. Although this might damage his own reputation, it was all in Suwu's calculations. After all, people's hearts were unpredictable, and maybe the existence of the nascent soul ancestor would make some people in the Green Mountain sect dissatisfied. Wasn't the reason why the sect leader had been invincible in the past simply because he had a nascent soul ancestor backing him? Wasn't it true that anyone could do this? But this was Suwu's calculation. The Church of All Beings had more than one nascent soul true monarch. When the time came for all the nascent soul masters to join forces, the nascent soul ancestor would be isolated and helpless. With the secret treasure, he would settle everything at once. Who else would be more qualified to be the Green Mountain sect leader? This is the so-called contrast. If used well, it can bring one's prestige to its peak, and the purpose of this plan is precisely that. On the other side, Liang Sheng was also waiting. Suwu's unification of the Immortal City was just the first step in his plan, and what he wanted to obtain was far more than that. Over the years, Liang Sheng had some new insights. Not being affected by cause and effect did not mean going with the flow, but that he himself could create the ripples and reap the rewards without anyone knowing. He could not rush, as haste does not bring success. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng's eyes were deep. On the other side, the hidden undercurrent of the Church of All Beings was also somewhat incredulous at this time, as they did not expect that the Green Mountain sect still had a nascent soul true monarch. No wonder the Green Mountain sect was able to sweep away all the strength of the Immortal City so smoothly before. It seemed that their previous low profile was nothing but disguise. At this time, they were still hesitating. After all, they were the last spark of the Church of All Beings and had to act cautiously. If it weren't for this, why would they hide in the dark? However, if the power of a great unification re-emerges in the Immortal City after the revival of spiritual energy, judging by the actions of the Green Mountain sect, they would undoubtedly be the next city master Zhen Yuan's mansion. So they must not let this happen. At this moment, the hidden undercurrent of the Church of All Beings couldn't help but feel some regret. They had ultimately failed the sacrifices of their seniors in the church before. Just then, a loud shout came from the direction of the Green Mountain sect. Today the Immortal City must be unified, and those who harbor ill will shall be beheaded. Immediately afterwards, the nascent soul ancestor of the Green Mountain sect appeared in mid-air, holding in his hand the assassins of the Church of All Beings who had been unconscious before. What he did, however, was to extract their divine souls. In an instant, a piercing scream echoed between heaven and earth, causing people to change color and feel chills in their hearts. The people of the Green Mountain sect were extremely vicious. The Church of All Beings glared at each other in anger, as though their closest comrades were being persecuted. Seeing this, they finally made up their minds. They could no longer hide this time and must fight with all their strength. Otherwise, if such a ruthless Green Mountain sect controlled the Immortal City, the efforts of the Church of All Beings over the years would completely vanish. Immediately afterward, 4 figures appeared in the air, and upon seeing this, the color of the nascent soul ancestor of the Green Mountain sect changed involuntarily. The Green Mountain sect's helpers below also stared in amazement. How could there be so many nascent soul true monarchs? Is it the end of their Green Mountain sect? If this is the case, why didn't these people appear to unify the Immortal City earlier? Under the pressure of these nascent soul masters, the nascent soul ancestor of the Green Mountain sect had just enough time to detonate the mana in his hands. The nascent soul true monarch who had been previously abused was utterly destroyed. Seeking death. The next moment, 4 figures appeared before him and surrounded him heavily, but he didn't panic and even showed a smile at the corners of his mouth. Immediately afterward, Suwu suddenly teleported and their figures disappeared, leaving only 4 black pellets. What is this? The next moment, heavenly thunders rolled, electric lights flickered, and it was like the end of the world had come. The 4 nascent soul true monarchs didn't even have time to scream before they were completely destroyed. At this moment, everyone who saw such an astonishing and appalling scene had only 4 words left in their hearts: terrifying to the extreme. Afterward, there was no other choice for the Lord of the Immortal City but the Green Mountain sect, and the Green Mountain sect's actions did not stop. They wanted to exterminate the Church of All Beings. Without the protection of nascent soul true monarchs, it was as easy as slicing melons or cutting vegetables for the Green Mountain sect to deal with the fire seeds of the Church of All Beings' undercurrents. However, at this time, Liang Sheng's brow furrowed. Just as the Church of All Beings was about to be completely annihilated, he felt a powerful consciousness sweeping past. This divine sense was so powerful that it was much stronger than Ling Ziazi, whom he had seen in the memory of City Master Zhen Yuan. If not for Liang Sheng's data panel concealment attribute, he would have been detected by this mysterious divine sense. This made Liang Sheng's heart somewhat heavy. It seemed that the previous plan needed to be changed a bit. It was because when this divine sense appeared, his law of cause and effect fluctuated again. The next moment, it seemed as if he saw a chess game appear between heaven and earth, and none of the beings in the Immortal City noticed its appearance. Two words involuntarily appeared in Liang Sheng's heart. Holy Land. Chapter 192, Struggle Against Fate, Health-Preserving Technique makes another breakthrough. Hidden in the clouds. At this moment, two elders with the characteristics of immortals sit suspended in mid-air, looking at each other. A chessboard is placed between them with black and white pieces crisscrossing it in a mysterious arrangement. When the Church of All Beings in Longevity Immortal City is completely destroyed, a black piece on the chess game dissipates. The two elders have little reaction to this. One of them simply places a white piece where the black one vanished. Another of the black pieces you control has vanished. This is the fifth piece in the last 30,000 years that has been continuously eradicated. Your so-called plan of life or death does not seem to be succeeding. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better for you to admit defeat and support my plan? The elder across from him, upon hearing this, smiles faintly and shakes his head, neither dismayed nor concerned. The number of black pieces on the chessboard is significantly fewer than the white ones. From the conversation earlier, it's clear that he's at a disadvantage, yet he remains perfectly composed. Deist friend, you jest. The chess game is far from over. Why are you so hasty to declare a conclusion? Is it because even though I'm in a disadvantageous situation, you still don't feel confident in your victory, so you hope I'll surrender willingly? Ridiculous. After all these years, even though your situation is deteriorating, you still refuse to admit defeat. In all these years, when have you ever beaten me, Master Heavenly Luck? Master Heavenly Fate, I'm advising you for your own good. Although my plan might not be flawless, there has been progress over the years. As of now, on the chessboard, the majority of the remaining pieces were placed by me. On the other hand, you've spent all your energy, strategizing at every turn, even risking your own foundation to support your cause, but to what end? I'm worried that you're headed for a sorry end. The predecessors have proven that your path doesn't work. Why insist on a dead end? Let's not talk about the distant past. Just after the last era's catastrophe, had it not been for you stubbornly protecting your goal, you may not even have a chance to compete with me now. Master Heavenly Luck seems somewhat disappointed, but Master Heavenly Fate remains impassive. You don't need to advise me. I have always believed in the Dao I protect. This is the ultimate path. If we follow your way, we can at most cultivate a few strong characters like ourselves, which is futile in the path of immortality. You. Unable to resist shaking his head, Master Heavenly Luck sighed in his heart. Indeed, he's not very confident, even less so than Master Heavenly Fate. Since the ancient catastrophe, there have been no more immortals in the world. Countless extraordinary talents and heaven-reaching abilities who could pluck stars and moons and suppress all beneath them, still could not find a path to immortality. They exhausted their lifespans and reluctantly fell. Since the ancient catastrophe, countless powerful beings have tried all the methods they could think of to break through the final barrier and find a new path to immortality. Unfortunately, endless times have passed till now, and still, nobody has made any real progress. Under such circumstances, these so-called heaven-reaching abilities could only live in seclusion in the Holy Land, delaying the inevitable fall by diverging time. First fate, second luck. After eliminating countless impossible answers, these were determined to be the most likely solutions to unlock the shackles of immortality. However, until now, an effective solution has not been found. The two players in this game, Master Heavenly Fate and Master Heavenly Luck, are the supreme leaders of the experimental plan for fate and fortune, seeking the true path to immortality. However, the experiment of the fate route led by Master Heavenly Fate has faced setbacks in the past tens of thousands of years. If he hadn't made a desperate effort a few tens of thousands of years ago to save his chess pieces, his experiment would have ended in failure. The reason Master Heavenly Fate does this is because he firmly believes that breaking the shackles of fate is the only path to immortality. Using the fate of everyone like a dragon, pursue the truth of the heaven and earth, change the grand scheme of the universe, break through the heavenly shackles, only then can the locks on the path to immortality be unveiled. This is the origin of the previously mentioned line of the Seeking Truth lineage in Immortal Dynasty. They were pursuing the freedom for everyone like a dragon, but in the end they met with a tragic outcome and were rejected by the heaven and earth. However, the Seeking Truth lineage did not sever their lineage. Instead, they divided into several branches, seeking chances to rise once again. This was due to the compulsion of the heavenly and earth rules. Both the Seeking Truth lineage and the current Church of All Beings do not know that their pursuit of everyone's freedom like a dragon, is just an experimental subject for Master Heavenly Fate to break the path of immortality with the root of fate. Master Heavenly Fate chose the path of fate while Master Heavenly Luck naturally chose the path of fortune. His layout is rooted in the Immortal Dynasty, accumulating the fruit of fortune, complying with the Heavenly Dao, finally merging the fortune and virtue, successfully breaking through to the Immortal Dao. Regardless, these two people use the cultivation world as their experimental field. One accumulates fortune, while the other entangles fate, to pursue the ultimate Dao of immortality, thereby causing a cause and effect entanglement. The two paths of fate and fortune will conflict in reality. If they can't beat each other, how can they break through the shackles of heavenly Dao? Simply put, isn't this just feeding goo? But looking at the current situation, the fortunes of the Immortal Dynasty have won again, which implicitly indicates that the disappearance of black pieces from the game, representing Church of All Beings in Longevity Immortal City, has once again given the wind to the path of fortune. At this moment, the two of them silently observe the new game, with Master Heavenly Luck knowing he can't convince Master Heavenly Fate and so, closes his eyes to await the next clash of fate and fortune. At this time, Master Heavenly Fate is not at peace internally. This defeat, in fact, is not unusual. This situation has occurred too many times. If the path of fate was so easy to break through, they wouldn't have waited this long and have yet to produce final results. He was puzzled that when his divine consciousness just swept over the Longevity Immortal City, he felt a peculiar energy. The energy was faintly connected to heaven and earth, but slightly different from this area. However, when he carefully investigated, he found nothing. He felt that this strange occurrence was like the escape of heaven and earth from before, which had never happened before in his memory. A variable. Could this be the breakthrough variable he had been pursuing for so many years? At this moment, Master Heavenly Fate forced himself to calm down, although doubtful, it was not a reason for him to take action directly. The experiments of the two paths of destiny were still ongoing. As long as it wasn't a complete crisis, he would not intervene, allowing the two paths to naturally proceed. However, the path of fate is more difficult than the path of fortune, and judging by the results of the experiments over the years, he decided to wait for now. Just then, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to his mind, and without hesitation, he directly asked, "Is the Immortal Dynasty competition about to begin again?" Master Heavenly Luck on the other side did not open his eyes but answered straightforwardly with a steady voice. "It should be within 1,000 years. When the fortune of the 10,000-year Immortal Dynasty converges, the competition between the various Immortal Dynasties will begin. You used to not care about such things, do you think your Seeking Truth lineage can take advantage of this situation again? I can tell you clearly that they have no chance. The innate destiny fruit of this time will definitely belong to my path of fortune." Is that so? Despite the provocation of Heavenly Fate Child, he remained somewhat teasing, who can be sure before the outcome? What if there is a change? Let's wait and see. As they argued, the chessboard disappeared, and their figures vanished. Only in the depths of the clouds, a galaxy was hanging upside down, its breadth mysterious and deep, and no one knew where it extended. But surprisingly, the end extended into the cultivation world, and the connection below was actually the spiritual veins of the Immortal Dynasty, which divided and emerged with a colorful radiance. Longevity Immortal City. At this moment, Suwu was reconstructing the City Lord Mansion. After eradicating the dark path of the Church of All Beings, he began to establish a new City Lord Mansion with high spirits. Kaiwan Child had also sent his congratulations from the outside of the immortal city with the help of divine treasure. As long as Suwu is still in power, the longevity immortal city would respect him regardless of his cultivation level. This was the result of the competition between the various lineages of the immortal dynasty. Regardless of whether others were convinced or not, this was the outcome. In other words, if Suwu couldn't take advantage of longevity immortal city's destiny to break through the realm and advance his cultivation further, the city would still be controlled by Ling Xiaozi's lineage. As for Suwu, only after his fall would Ling Xiaozi's lineage choose someone suitable to inherit longevity immortal city, but by then, it would have nothing to do with Suwu. Once a person dies, their lamp goes out. Who could care about the matters left behind? But as long as Suwu did not die, no matter his cultivation level, he would remain as the Lord of Longevity Immortal City, and no one could take it away from him. After consolidating the City Lord Mansion, Suwu immediately placed the sealed Feng Yuan Mountain Stone in the new City Lord Mansion, and then reconnected the spiritual veins of the Immortal Dynasty. This was relying on the divine treasure sent by Kaiwan Child, only allowing Suwu to connect to the spiritual vein and activate the mustard seed technique. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a golden core true person like Suwu to enter the mountain stone. After all, he was just an ordinary golden core true person. How could he master such mustard seed mastery? After connecting to the spiritual veins of the immortal dynasty, Suwu saw the sealed Feng Yuan, with his six senses blocked and unable to perceive any external energy. After reconnecting the spiritual veins of the immortal dynasty, the destiny of the immortal dynasty fluctuated, and the East Victory Immortal Dynasty knew the outcome of Longevity Immortal City at the first instance. Ling Xiaozi just laughed without saying anything, and Qinyangzi had the same expression. For them, this was a double victory. Ling Xiaozi's lineage controlled the immortal city, and Qinyangzi's disciple Feng Yuan was just looking for an opportunity for life tribulation. Qinyangzi hoped that Feng Yuan would appear after the immortal dynasty competition, otherwise, if the life tribulation and the competition happened together, it would be more difficult to overcome the tribulation. Moreover, according to Suwu's report on Feng Yuan's condition, Feng Yuan should still be in the life tribulation seal during the immortal dynasty competition. This, however, was good news. Not long after, Kaiwan Child also left the immortal city outer space, as the immortal dynasty has now explicitly stated that the city has an owner, and others cannot disturb the restoration of longevity immortal city. So, the next longevity immortal city entered a peaceful period and, after the immortal dynasty's spiritual veins were connected, the city's branches were slowly repaired. After all, Liang Sheng had been too ruthless back then, almost completely draining the longevity immortal city's spiritual vein branches, and it would take a long time to recover. In fact, according to Liang Sheng's earlier plans, after the connection of the immortal dynasty's spiritual veins at this time, he would enter the mountain stone Sumi space, hiding deep in the spiritual vein branches, slowly absorbing heaven and earth spine. However, when Suwu succeeded, by relying on the law of cause and effect, he seemed to see a chess game outside the sky. Although it was fleeting, it still made him not dare to act recklessly. Everything needed to be cautious, and there was no hurry with his long lifespan. As for Suwu's every move, it was now under the complete monitoring of the puppet, which was the nascent soul ancestor of the Green Mountain sect. Although Suwu was somewhat guarded against it, as time passed, he gradually let go of his concerns. This was indeed the guardian left behind by the former immortal city lord Zhen Yuan, but now it was guarding him instead. It was precisely because of this guarantee that Suwu began to practice in peace. Now that he was the supreme city lord and the city's fortune was concentrated on him, if not for the hard work of cultivation and breakthrough, when would be the time? Under such circumstances, longevity immortal city developed steadily. With the suppression of the nascent soul ancestor, 100 years passed in a flash. During this period, Suwu only took one nascent soul pill and successfully broke through the nascent soul realm. With this breakthrough, he was even more at ease with the nascent soul ancestor, not only because he now had his own strength to suppress the immortal city, and did not have to rely on the nascent soul ancestor for everything, but also because, in these 100 years, under the protection of the nascent soul ancestor, everyone in the city lord mansion still recognized Suwu as the city lord. The city lord mansion was united, making their rule more solid. After the extinction of the Church of All Beings in Longevity Immortal City, everything operated strictly according to the rules of the City Lord Mansion. After Suwu's breakthrough to the nascent soul realm, he temporarily stopped closed-door cultivation and practiced outside to lay a solid foundation in preparation for the breakthrough to divinity transformation. However, Suwu didn't know how many thousands of years he would need to have an opportunity to break through to the divinity transformation realm, and, even with the city fortune on his side, he could not say for certain he would succeed. The difficulty of cultivation, after all, cannot be rushed. In these 100 years, not only Suwu had changes, but Liang Sheng also achieved progress, as his lifespan cultivation technique finally broke through once again, and his lifespan soared. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 1837. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, primordial mysterious technique, 4th layer, ascending immortality scripture. 21st layer, 20 health maintenance techniques, 27th layer, nail head 7 arrows technique, curse, grand solar golden crow contemplation method, divine ability. Realm, chi refining and spirit transformation, initial stage of soul emergence. Lifespan, 98,489. Because of the previously seen illusory chess game, Liang Sheng hadn't made any strange moves in these 100 years, completely in hiding. No matter what, he couldn't figure out what was going on with this chess game, only occasional scenes, which made him even more confused. This couldn't help but make him wonder if he was also in the chess game. Fortunately, no accidents happened during these 100 years, which gave him a sigh of relief, but his actions became even more cautious and careful. While the breakthrough of the lifespan cultivation technique and the increase in lifespan would normally be a big joy, Liang Sheng felt somewhat helpless in his heart. It seemed that every time his cultivation or lifespan made a breakthrough, some uncontrollable situations would happen. And most of them were related to him. This time, the unexpected situation was one of the least he wanted to see. Even if longevity Immortal City's spiritual energy was restored, Jin Guangxiu and the others from the wilderness would still find it difficult to cultivate and break through. And this time, the person in trouble was not someone else but his second elder brother, Shen Wuqi. By then, more than 150 years had passed since the death of their eldest senior brother, Xiang Chen. At this moment, Shen Wuqi's lifespan was also approaching its end. Even though he was prepared, after all, under his long life, it was destined that many people around him would be passers-by in his life. But when it was time to say goodbye, his heart still surged with emotions, as he was not a ruthless person after all. Second elder brother, what will your choice be this time? Will you cling to life? Or will you, like eldest senior brother, face death calmly? Chapter 193, Things remain but people change, no one recognizes, after 600 years, finally breaking the 100,000 lifespan. The Zhou family mansion. At this time, Shen Wuqi was lying on his bed, his body was withered and frail, resembling a nearly dead log. It was clear that he was not long for this world. Even if one is a golden core deist, once the path of cultivation is severed, they cannot escape the inevitable end of life, death, and the cycle of reincarnation. Jin Guangxiu, who was taking care of Shen Wuqi, was helpless when he looked at his disciple who was still in a deep sleep. From now on, in the Danding sect and Green Cloud Peak lineage, he would be all alone. His junior brother had died because of him when they were in the desolate regions. The eldest apprentice had accompanied him to the last years of his life, but now it was the turn of the ever-rebellious second disciple to face death. However, he still had over 1,000 years of lifespan left. He wondered if he would continue to live in loneliness. Caught in a daze, Jin Guangxiu unknowingly fell asleep. This was naturally Liang Sheng's doing, otherwise, how could a nascent soul master succumb to unconsciousness without reason? Seeing the nearly breathless Shen Wuqi still asleep, Liang Sheng felt more indescribable than before. Only eternal life can bring absolute freedom. He stood by the bedside without moving. Soon, a strong vitality began to surge within Shen Wuqi, and before long, Shen Wuqi woke up from his deep sleep. Shen Wuqi, who had awakened, made a sound of surprise. This feeling was something he had not experienced since his lifespan was about to end. At this moment, his body was brimming with vitality. This made him feel an illusion that his lifespan had surged, but in reality, he was still aware that his life would end soon. However, in the next moment, he noticed something unusual in the room and looked up to see Liang Sheng, who had returned to his original appearance. Junior brother! Shen Wuqi exclaimed in surprise. It was just like years ago when he was still noisy and lively. Shen Wuqi hadn't changed at all in all these years. In an instant, Liang Sheng seemed to have traveled through time, seeing his second elder brother who used to wreak havoc on Green Cloud Peak. He seemed to see his second elder brother who used to escape madly into the beast forest on the back mountain, chased by the roaring eldest senior brother. Thinking of this, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on Liang Sheng's face, and he became absorbed in his beautiful memories. After a while, he calmed down and looked at Shen Wuqi, softly saying, "Second elder brother, long time no see." Shen Wuqi turned his head and looked around, with a somewhat puzzled look on his face. "Wait, if you're the ghost of my junior brother, where is the ghost of our eldest brother?" He still thought he was about to die, so he would see the souls of his departed friends and started looking for his eldest brother Xiang Chen's figure. Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel a little helplessness. Sometimes he couldn't understand how Shen Wuqi's mind worked. "Second elder brother, I am not dead. I have been alive." "What?" Hearing Liang Sheng's words, Shen Wuqi was first surprised and then ecstatic. However, after speaking 2 words, he broke into loud laughter. "That's great!" But when he stopped laughing and looked at Jin Guangxiu, who was still sleeping, he immediately realized that Liang Sheng must be hiding something. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but ask, "Junior brother, if you have been alive all these years, where have you been?" "No, that's not right." Just as he asked this question, a thought suddenly came to Shen Wuqi. His junior brother had died in the desolate regions, so how could he possibly appear in the immortal city? Could it be? An incredible idea appeared in his mind, and in the next moment, he involuntarily gasped, looking at Liang Sheng with a stunned expression. That's because Liang Sheng now looked like the senior sect member who had saved them. He immediately understood what had happened. So that's it. There was no secretly hidden senior sect member. It was just his junior brother who had faked his death and risked his life to save them due to the crisis in the desolate regions. Now he finally understood the doubt he had about why the senior sect member wanted to save the Zhou family. The answer was now clear to him. His junior brother and the Zhou family had always had some connections. Who would have thought that the so-called senior sect member was actually his junior brother? Liang Sheng didn't rush to speak. He waited until Shen Wuqi had calmed down before he stopped wasting time and went straight to the point. "Second elder brother, actually, I have a question to ask you. Do you want to barely survive, or do you want to die and dissolve into the Dao?" Then, he repeated what he had said to Xiang Chen earlier, and also told Shen Wuqi about Xiang Chen's final choice. When Shen Wuqi first heard that he could continue to live as a puppet, he was somewhat tempted. Although he could no longer cultivate, having a lifespan of tens of thousands of years was already tempting. Seeing this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh in relief. He assumed that Shen Wuqi would choose to live and appreciate the beautiful world. However, Shen Wuqi looked at Jin Guangxiu, who was still asleep next to him, thought for a moment, then raised his head with a smile on his face, looking completely relaxed. "Junior brother, let me just go with the wind. After all, the cycle of life, old age, sickness and death is the heavenly Dao, and maybe there is another world after death. I used to think I could meet with my eldest brother and you in the underworld, but it seems that I was thinking too much. Since you are alive, our eldest brother must be alone. Before, I worried a bit for Master, but since you're alive now, you'll surely accompany Master. Even if you cannot reveal your true identity, that should be enough. With you being here, I can finally put my heart at ease. Since that's the case, I can't be too selfish and leave eldest senior brother alone in another world." As he spoke, Shen Wuqi paused, then continued in a joking manner when he saw Liang Sheng wanted to persuade him further. "I just didn't expect my junior brother to possess such incredible puppetry skills. I had been wondering who the esteemed servants of our senior sect members were, but it turns out to be the fallen Daoist friend Huang Yufan. Your abilities are truly astonishing. This shows there's still a long road ahead in your cultivation journey. Let me accompany eldest senior brother instead. As for Master, it would be your responsibility to carefully guard him. Even if he only learns the truth when he's about to die, I expect he would still be very happy. After all, Master had been so saddened when the youngest disciple passed away back then. As for me, my senior brother, I'm sorry I couldn't repay your kindness. But since eldest senior brother willingly accepted his fate, I must accompany him. I can't tarnish the reputation of our Green Cloud Peak. Wouldn't you agree? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Liang Sheng didn't know what to say. Since Shen Wuqi said as much, it meant he had made up his mind. At that moment, Shen Wuqi's eyes shone brightly. Little junior brother, since you possess such amazing abilities and are a great cultivator, can you show me around the immortal city before I die? Since coming to the immortal city from the desolate regions, we have been hidden to ensure our safety. Now that you are here, won't you let me experience the city one last time before I die? Shen Wuqi said, his face beaming with pride as if to show off a talented person among his own. All right. Liang Sheng naturally did not hesitate. With just a thought, he used his supreme magical power to protect Shen Wuqi and soared into the sky. No one in the immortal city could notice them at this moment. This time, Liang Sheng didn't fly too fast, allowing Shen Wuqi to look down at the entire immortal city, his excitement growing. However, this made Liang Sheng feel slightly heartbroken, as his second senior brother still, after all, loved this world. It's just too bad that deep down, he was as carefree as eldest senior brother Xiang Chen. They both followed heavenly Dao naturally, accepting life and death as part of their path. Thus, they were even more carefree than Liang Sheng himself. At this moment, Shen Wuqi stared intently at the scenery within Immortal City. In the streets and alleys, he greedily watched every cultivator regardless of gender, whether they were hurrying or walking casually. That was the mortal world, but unfortunately, he no longer had a chance to see more of it. Liang Sheng continuously injected vitality into Shen Wuqi's body, making sure he was in the best condition right now. After half an incense stick's time, Shen Wuqi finally withdrew his gaze and whispered that they could go back. Upon returning to his bedroom, Shen Wuqi remained somewhat excited. Like a child, he recounted everything he saw and heard, already full of admiration. Indeed, the longevity immortal city was incomparable to the desolate regions, being much stronger. After all, the longevity immortal city had experienced several disasters but had recovered at an astonishing speed. The cultivation environment here was far better than in the desolate regions. If anything similar happened in the desolate regions, it would probably take at least 10,000 years to recover to such a state. But as Shen Wuqi spoke, his breath grew gradually weaker, and Liang Sheng endured the heartache, preparing to say goodbye and leave. Because there was still some time left for Shen Wuqi to bid farewell to Jin Guangxiu, upon seeing this, Shen Wuqi nodded. He wanted to say something but held back in the end. Watching Liang Sheng disappear from the room, Shen Wuqi didn't feel too much regret. After all, if his little junior brother wanted to hide, there must be some reason for it. Otherwise, why would he have been doing this for so many years? It's just regretful that after his death, Master wouldn't know that his youngest closed-door disciple had been by his side all along. As Liang Sheng quietly left, just as he quietly came in earlier, Jin Guangxiu woke up almost instantly from his stupor. When he awoke, Jin Guangxiu's face was solemn. He felt it very strange that he, a nascent soul master, would inexplicably fall into a stupor. However, since he couldn't find anything wrong at the moment, he decided to let it be for now since his second disciple was about to leave. At this moment, Shen Wuqi appeared to be experiencing a momentary resurgence, full of vigor. Then, he looked at Jin Guangxiu and kept talking, even mentioning that he saw his little junior brother and eldest senior brother, and told Jin Guangxiu not to be too sad. Master, you must keep living well. Believe that we have always been with you and have never truly left. I know. Master. At this moment, Shen Wuqi's hands drop, his breathing ceases, and he sets off to paradise. Jin Guangxiu couldn't help but remain quietly silent. At this moment, he didn't bother the Zhou family. Instead, he quietly saw Shen Wuqi off by burying him beside eldest senior brother Xiang Chen's grave. 3 flowers sway in the wind in front of the tomb. You 3 brothers are bound to meet again in the afterlife. Just don't make too much noise and don't go too far. Wait a little longer. Wait for your master to join you. At this moment, tears blurred Jin Guangxiu's vision as he seemed to see the familiar green cloud peak with his 3 disciples bickering noisily. He laughed as he watched from the side, but in the end, it was his most sensible senior disciple who had a helpless look on his face, allowing his 2 junior brothers to mess around. Finally, he was once again alone. He didn't know how long it had been before Jin Guangxiu stood up, pouring a final cup of wine in front of the tomb. Master will visit you often from now on. After that, a figure staggered away in the distance. Jin Guangxiu only informed the Zhou family about Shen Wuqi's demise and nothing more. After all, the current Zhou family was no longer the one that had traveled with them from the desolate regions. Time had changed everything, like the vast seas and mulberry fields. Who could remain immortal in the end? But Jin Guangxiu didn't know that after he left, Liang Sheng was standing quietly next to Shen Wuqi and Xiang Chen's tomb, watching the 3 flowers in front of the tomb for a long, long time. If one wants to achieve immortality, one must possess Dao protection, otherwise, one must be extremely cautious. If Liang Sheng hadn't seen the illusory chessboard of heaven and earth flashing before, he might have told Jin Guangxiu about his true identity this time. After all, he was now the real controller of the longevity immortal city. With the cause and effect he had planted in Suwu, everything was within Liang Sheng's calculations. But plans could never keep up with changes. Liang Sheng had studied the flashing, disappearing chessboard of heaven and earth for 100 years, yet he could not find any clues in the end. Liang Sheng just saw a few vague scenes, like the horns of heaven and earth sounding, blood flowing like rivers between heaven and earth. With such scenes, Liang Sheng naturally did not dare to act recklessly. Although he was not a heartless person, he was selfish indeed. So many years had passed, and Liang Sheng had changed, but he had never changed, as he always considered his own life to be of paramount importance. The most he could do was to add icing on the cake. Master, this disciple has disappointed you. After all, his strength is still lacking. Liang family residence. After Liang Sheng went out and came back, Huang Yufan became silent, just busying himself in the kitchen, preparing delicious dishes. Having spent hundreds of years together, he was naturally extremely familiar with Liang Sheng. Today, his master's actions were clearly revealing his unhappiness. Seeing this, all Huang Yufan could do was use his culinary skills to make his master feel a little better. However, today was obviously different from usual. His master's heart weighed heavier and Huang Yufan felt worried. What had happened? His master had never been so dejected before. Even in the past 100 years when he had become more secluded and seemed to fear something, he had never been this downhearted. Just as Huang Yufan was worrying, Liang Sheng suddenly stood up. Old Huang, go to Yaoxiang Pavilion. Yes, master. Huang Yufan responded immediately, his heart feeling relieved. It was the first time in 100 years that the master had suggested going out to have fun. It turns out that the master is still the master, who managed to adjust so quickly. He had worried for nothing. After all, he was still narrow-minded. He hurriedly escorted the master to the Yaoxiang Pavilion, watching as his master regained his previous calm demeanor, completely relieved. Ironically, in the past few hundred years, Longevity Immortal City had experienced several upheavals, but the Yaoxiang Pavilion had remained. It just goes to show that even in the world of cultivation, people's desires have never changed, only new people came and history repeated itself. In the end, things were unfamiliar and nobody knew him. In a leisurely manner, 600 years passed. Because of the flickering chessboard between heaven and earth, Liang Sheng had made no moves, and his cultivation realm had made no progress. However, that did not mean Liang Sheng did not make any gains. At the very least, his lifespan cultivation technique had made another breakthrough, as shown by the data panel. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 2437. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, Top Grade. Techniques, Primordial Mysterious Technique, 4th Layer, Ascending Immortality Scripture, 21st Layer, 20 Health Maintenance Techniques, 28th Layer, Nailhead 7 Arrows Technique, Curse, Grand Solar Golden Crow Contemplation Method, Divine Ability. Realm, Refining Spirit from Qi, Initial Stage of Soul Emergence. Lifespan, 105,889. This time, his breakthrough had exceeded 100,000 years of life. Chapter 194, Immortal Dynasty Competition, Golden Age. East Victory Immortal Dynasty. Capital City Soul Song. The Grand Court meeting, which only happens once every 10,000 years, is about to start again. In the hundreds of thousands of years of history of the Eastern Victory Immortal Dynasty, such Grand Court meetings have actually only been held 100 times. Half of the reasons for each Grand Court meeting are due to the start of the Immortal Dynasty competition, and this time is no exception. The Eastern Victory Immortal Dynasty is already prepared for the upcoming event. After all, it concerns the fortune of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty for the next 10,000 years, which is relevant to everyone. Naturally, the entire dynasty attaches great importance to it. It is precisely because the immortal dynasty competition is imminent that they have been so gentle in dealing with the chaos of longevity immortal city. Otherwise, with the strength of the East Victory immortal dynasty, how could it be so difficult for them to deal with a mere church of all beings? They simply did not care about the noise made by the church of all beings. They just worried that it would shake the dynasty's current fortune and affect the upcoming immortal dynasty competition. Fortunately, the situation was settled eventually, and even Suwu, a disciple of Ling Xiaozi's lineage, did much better than they had imagined, settling the chaos of longevity immortal city in just a few decades. Afterwards, with 700 years of recuperation, the feng shui and qi of longevity immortal city has mostly returned to balance and prosperity, although it has not reached the peak when city master Zhen Yuan was in power. Moreover, Ling Xiaozi's lineage has gained a great reputation in the events of longevity immortal city. A golden core disciple achieved such remarkable results. As long as there are no accidents, his future prospects could be great. The Jindan stage has never been an issue. Cultivation depends on one's own fortune and blessings. Suwu's achievements rely on his own good fortune, doesn't it? This has even caught the attention of the mighty ones in the court. After all, the immortal dynasty competition is imminent, and Suwu's performance is considered a good start. They hope that the upcoming grand competition will be just as smooth, allowing the luck of the East Victory immortal dynasty to continue for many generations. This time, the grand court meeting is not being held in the Great Hall of the immortal dynasty. Instead, they are gathering within the cave mansion of Emperor Dongsheng. At this moment, many powerful figures of the immortal dynasty, who have not appeared for a long time, have almost all arrived. They tacitly line up on both sides and take their respective positions. Ling Xiaozi and Qinyangzi, although they are both powerful at the refining void realm, can only stand in the middle and rear on the left side, silently watching the legendary figures. They don't dare to say a word. They don't even dare to look at the mighty figures standing at the front of the formation for fear of being too conspicuous. The immortal court emperor has yet to appear, so the atmosphere in the court is relatively relaxed, and even familiar people are whispering and discussing their gains and inheritances over the past 10,000 years. In their discussions, the situations of both the individuals and their disciples are hot topics. After all, the inheritors of the immortal dynasty's luck will always encounter adventures. For example, Suwu, a mere golden core disciple in Ling Xiaozi's lineage, is now a nascent soul master and a city lord. It is truly admirable. No one can stop the arrival of luck. Just as everyone was relaxing and discussing, a sudden bell rang out, echoing in everyone's minds. The entire court suddenly became quiet. Emperor Dongsheng was going to appear. As soon as this idea emerged in their minds, they immediately saw a tall figure appear on the throne in the middle of the court. The person's aura was mysterious and profound. Even the mighty ones in the court could not see his face clearly. Moreover, they would involuntarily shudder in their hearts if they tried to look more closely, feeling fearful. This is the unification realm venerable, who should not be violated. The mighty ones in the court are mostly primordial monarchs of the refinement void realm. However, after the appearance of Emperor Dongsheng, they are like fireflies under the bright sun, not attracting any attention. The realm of refinement void deist monarch is divided into 9 layers. Even a difference of 1 layer is much larger than the gap in realms before the refinement void. For example, Ling Xiaozi and Qinyangzi are now at the 2-pattern Taoist monarch, yet there are supreme powers of void refining 7-layered and unification realm venerables among the other lords in the court. That's why they dared not look at those mighty ones in the front for too long, as the gap is simply too large and incomparable. In the entire East Victory immortal dynasty, there are many primordial monarchs of the refinement void realm, but only Emperor Dongsheng has achieved the unification realm. The East Victory immortal dynasty covers the 8 great wastelands, but only Emperor Dongsheng is supreme. The moment he appeared, the whole court was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard clearly. At this moment, everyone's eyes are focused, and no one dares to be distracted. It is at this time that a sound like heavenly Deo resonates. My beloved ministers, the Holy Land has sent an order. The 10,000-year immortal dynasty competition has begun. The sacred land representative has already left the Holy Land, and no one knows where he is now. But all of you, my beloved ministers, have experienced the immortal dynasty competition. I don't need to say more about the rules. I hope your disciples will seize opportunities, and make our Eastern Victory immortal dynasty last for thousands of generations and determine our fate. Now the fortune lies in this dynasty. I hope my beloved ministers will help me through the difficulties. In this immortal dynasty competition, if we pass, there will be a boundless future, and the immortal path can be expected. However, after all, this is a path built on the flesh and blood of countless people. Whether the disciples live or die, it's all up to fate. I hope you all will watch and wait calmly. Do not let the turbulence of the immortal dynasty competition's luck disturb your minds and be affected by evil thoughts. Such incidents have happened before, and some of you have witnessed them with your own eyes. I hope you will take this to heart, and do not lose your minds. Otherwise, if any of you affects the immortal dynasty competition, even if you perish, I will not intervene. Upon hearing this, the court's mighty remained silent, for they were well aware of the rules and circumstances in this matter. Emperor Liang Sheng was merely reminding them. Because every time the immortal dynasty competition took place, there were always people with shallow foundations and unsteady Dao hearts, causing mistakes to be made and their tens of thousands of years of cultivation to be ruined in an instant. Seeing the changing expressions and silence on everyone's faces, Emperor Liang Sheng knew they were stunned by his words, so he changed the subject and spoke to himself. In the previous great competition of spiritual veins held by our Liang Sheng immortal dynasty, quite a few disciples distinguished themselves. I hope these outstanding disciples can bring good news this time and enhance the prestige of our Liang Sheng immortal dynasty. However, I must remind you all this time that the immortal dynasty competition will be different from the past. The sacred land has made it clear that only cultivators above the refining void triple level are not allowed to take action. If there are violators, the sacred land representative will intervene. So, after this court meeting, those of you who are above the refining void triple level may stay in Liang Sheng Cave Heaven Retreat to improve your cultivation. For your disciples, I hope they can come out as soon as possible. They are free to travel during the Immortal Dynasty competition, as the barriers of the celestial clans have disappeared, allowing for unrestricted passage. As Emperor Liang Sheng finished speaking, everyone's hearts couldn't help but be surprised. Such a situation had occurred in the history of the Immortal Dynasty competition no more than 3 times. Every time this happened, it was the Golden Era, like Emperor Liang Sheng, who emerged as the unparalleled genius during the last Golden Era. For the fierce competition, refining void second layer heaven cultivators can also take action. Although this year's Immortal Dynasty competition seems very dangerous, it also indicates that there will be an unlimited number of opportunities. There may be more than one sacred land representative. That's all I have to say. Afterward, Emperor Liang Sheng gave more advice and hints, which everyone understood well. After that, the hidden dimension was completely closed, and only those with great might below the refining void triple heaven could leave. Of course, before the hidden dimension was closed, Ling Suzi and Qinyangzi, who were refinement void second layer Daoist monarchs, were surrounded by refining void third layer heaven cultivators who were either friendly or had visited before. After all, the upcoming Immortal Dynasty competition is related to the inheritance of each lineage. Even though they were refining void Dao lords, they had to put aside their own dignity and request Qinyangzi to send messages to their disciples or deliver some secret treasures. As for whether the items they brought out would be embezzled by Qinyangzi and others, there was no need to worry about it. With the Immortal Dynasty competition approaching, if they dared to harbor any ill thoughts, it would be like courting death. Ling Suzi and the others were not so foolish. After Ling Suzi and the other refining void Dao lords left the hidden dimension with their heads buzzing, they exchanged meaningful looks and let out a wry smile. They then nodded in greeting and went their separate ways, as they had many tasks ahead of them. Before this, they had not made any preparations, because who could have known that the Immortal Dynasty competition would be such a rare golden era? The fact that practitioners above the refining void Dao monarch triple heaven realm could not take action meant that even the old ones like them, in the 2-pattern monarch realm, were also participating in the grand competition. As expected from the golden era, where they, too, were given the opportunity to compete, it was evident how intense the competition would be, making it even more difficult for the younger generation to make their mark than in previous years. For experienced individuals like Ling Suzi, they would not take action in the early stages of the competition, as waiting for the sacred land representative to choose the location of the final opportunity would make their moves more meaningful. Of course, cultivators below the refining void realm still have to fight for it during the Immortal Dynasty competition, as countless opportunities are available for the truly gifted to catch up in time and grow rapidly. Otherwise, how could they compete with these old cultivators during the Golden Era? As for Ling Su's arrangements for the disciples within the sect, nothing more needs to be said, but Cheniangzi couldn't help but feel uneasy after handling all of his affairs. Feeling uneasy, Cheniangzi eventually decided to go to Longevity Immortal City himself, as Feng Yuan was the most cherished disciple of Cheniangzi's lineage. 500 years ago, Feng Yuan's fate calamity was already settled, and as expected, his human tribulation this time was the easiest. Originally, since the Immortal Dynasty competition was imminent, Cheniangzi wasn't too worried, nor did he want Feng Yuan to participate in it, but now it was the Golden Era, and he didn't dare to gamble on whether Feng Yuan would be affected by the calamity. Therefore, after careful consideration, he decided to go to Longevity Immortal City personally to protect Feng Yuan and ensure that he would not be disturbed by the fluctuations in fortune during the early stages of the Immortal Dynasty competition. Of course, this was also because the Longevity Immortal City Lord was only at the nascent soul true monarch realm, and if disciples from other celestial dynasties appeared, it might be a nightmare. However, even in such a situation, Cheniangzi would not take action in the early stages, as doing so would cause him to lose face as a refining Void Dao monarch. Cheniangzi went to Longevity Immortal City, and Ling Suza looked at the Kaiwan child, eventually assigning him to go to an area near Longevity Immortal City for practice and wait for an opportunity. This time, during the Immortal Dynasty competition, which was the Golden Era, there were bound to be numerous talented individuals. Staying by their side would not benefit Kaiwan child. However, for safety reasons, it's best for Kaiwan child to have some security when going out. Since Cheniangzi was going to Longevity Immortal City, he could search for opportunities in the surrounding cities, adding some protection. Not to mention if there are barbarians from the outer celestial dynasties who enter East Victory Immortal Dynasty and become arrogant, thinking that they have unparalleled fortune and directly take action, their bad luck would be extreme. After all, there are no shortage of fools who vainly hope to soar into the sky during the grand competition. Such situations are not unprecedented. In the history of the grand competition, ordinary Golden Core Daists have indeed fought their way to refinement Void Dao monarch, shocking the 9 desolate and 10 regions. Of course, such special cases are rare, occurring only once or twice, and only in the past Golden Era when such anomalies appeared. But once there's one, there's always another. Some people think they are special and want to take a chance, especially those who can't see a way forward and are inclined to gamble everything they have. So Cheniangzi personally went to Longevity Immortal City after completing his commission and arranging for the inheritance of his lineage task. Kaiwan Ziyu followed him closely, heading to the area surrounding Longevity Immortal City. In the Celestial Dynasty, a storm is brewing. Longevity Immortal City. After bidding farewell to Shen Yuqi, Liang Sheng lived a leisurely life for 600 years. Time is always the best cure, and he once again became extremely uninhibited. Moreover, under Liang Sheng's deliberate low-key, the entire Longevity Immortal City was unaware that there was a soul emergence great might hidden in their midst. 600 years for cultivators is a time of great change. Under Su Wu's rule, Longevity Immortal City became increasingly stable. Due to the chaos of the post-Zhen Yuan City Masters era, many cultivators in the city had unstable foundations, leading to the fall of many people. At this time, 600 years have passed since Su Wu ruled Longevity Immortal City. Let alone the ordinary cultivators in the Celestial Dynasty who have gone through 4 generations of changes, even the nascent soul ancestor of Green Mountain sect has fallen. Su Wu respects the nascent soul ancestor immensely and personally buried his coffin. After all, the position of City Lord of Longevity Immortal City is inseparable from the full devotion of this senior. However, Su Wu didn't know that after he buried this nascent soul ancestor, on a certain night, he had already returned to Liang Sheng's mansion by means of earth escape. After all, it was a puppet controlled by Liang Sheng, not like Huang Yufan's possessing Wei, where there was no cycle of life and death, but just the end of a mission and recovery. Su Wu didn't know if his fortune was really deep-rooted. In these 600 years, he had reached the middle nascent soul realm. In addition, the cultivators in the city had changed generations, and the city had completely changed compared to the chaotic period, having become used to and acknowledged Su Wu's rule. At this time, Longevity Immortal City was prosperous. The cultivators almost all revolved around the City Lord Mansion for survival. If another 10,000 years passed, it might completely return to the state of the Zhen Yuan City Master era. Speaking of this, one can't help but mention the Zhou family. Unexpectedly, the newly born Immortal City's Zhou family bloodline still remains as cautious as ever, with their bloodline ability being passed down. Sometimes Liang Sheng can't help but feel emotional about the Zhou family's strong bloodline. He couldn't help but wonder about the origins of the Zhou family's ancestors. Moreover, the reborn Zhou family has unconsciously integrated itself into the city lord mansion, and their job in the mansion makes Liang Sheng somewhat amused. Because the Zhou family are prison guards of Longevity Immortal City, willingly affiliated with the city lord mansion and receiving benefits. Is history always cyclical? Seeing this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but be amused. However, it has to be said that the Zhou family's bloodline is indeed well suited for this position, being safe and trouble-free. If it were someone else, perhaps they couldn't say the same thing. However, under the bloodline talent of innocent foolishness, the Zhou family thrives within the city lord mansion's prison. As Liang Sheng lived out his peaceful days, under the talent of innocent foolishness, with time accumulation, he would naturally break through. At this time, time was tranquil and leisurely. However, while Liang Sheng was living comfortably, Qinyangzi suddenly arrived in Longevity Immortal City, and then entered the city lord mansion to meet Siwu. Afterward, he entered the sub-vein of Mountain Stone Immortal Dynasty spiritual vein. As for Siwu's expression, it was quite strange, both panic and eagerness. After hearing him muttering to himself, Liang Sheng couldn't help but tense up. Immortal Dynasty Competition, Golden Era. Chapter 195, A Sign of Great Fortune, Is There a Blessed Fate That Resembles a Flower? Longevity Immortal City. During this time, the Longevity Immortal City was bustling, because the celestial phenomena were too peculiar, such as falling fire from the sky, stars hanging upside down, bulls rushing up to the heavens. Various strange celestial phenomena appeared one after another. Some elderly people in the city, although considered part of the newer generation, still had memories of the legends of the spiritual energy annihilation brought about by the Church of All Beings many years ago. So under these sudden abnormal circumstances, the whole immortal city couldn't help but feel some panic. However, soon news came out that Siwu had entered closed-door cultivation. Meanwhile, the city lord mansion operated as usual, collecting taxes as usual this year, even collecting slightly more taxes than before. This immediately made the cultivators in the city rush to deal with their own family affairs, not bothering to discuss the strange celestial phenomena. After all, most of the people in the immortal city were ordinary cultivators, only a few wealthy cultivation families, or the nobles of the city, had the mind to observe whether these celestial phenomena would lead to a calamity. But even if they were deeply worried and troubled in their hearts, as time passed, they prepared themselves for the calamity and gradually settled down. Seeing this development, Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh, thinking that regardless of whether they were cultivators or not, the essence of every world was the same. If people were still struggling for their lives, would they have the leisure to discuss current affairs? These things were not their concerns. Only those who had a carefree life and nothing to do could be provoked by words and discuss these big issues. There was no other reason, their lives were simply free of worries. However, as time went on, Longevity Immortal City began to slowly settle down, and even the cultivators in the city became somewhat excited. That was because the Immortal Dynasty's order had been issued to every Immortal City, and the City Lord Mansion did not delay in releasing the Immortal Dynasty's order. The Immortal Dynasty Competition. The Golden Era. If you were one of the proud sons of the heavens, if you were blessed with luck, or if you had the ambition to tread above the heavens and refuse to settle for mediocrity, then this was your stage now. The competition had nothing to do with the cultivation level, any cultivator could soar to the sky during the Golden Era. After all, opportunities in the world were all about fortune. Now that the Golden Era was here, how could one not possibly qualify as one of the proud sons of the heavens? At a time when everyone in Longevity Immortal City was sharpening their knives, Liang Sheng, on the surface, still appeared carefree and unaffected. He didn't want to get involved in the era of great contention at all. He was completely different from the other cultivators in the Immortal City. After all, he had the talent of innocent foolishness. As long as he honestly cultivated, even heaven and earth wouldn't be able to withstand his breakthroughs, so why should he take a risk? However, Liang Sheng knew in his heart that everyone was liable to be entangled in cause and effect during the Immortal Dynasty competition. Maybe even if lying at home, one could still be killed by a sudden meteorite from outer space. So all Liang Sheng could do was try to use the law of cause and effect to investigate and delay any unintended consequences or accidents as much as possible. Unfortunately, since Feng Yuan came to Longevity Immortal City with Qinyangzi, there was no way for Liang Sheng to sneak into the Immortal Dynasty's nearly restored spiritual vein and absorb the essence of heaven and earth. When the turmoil in the Immortal City happened, he had already tampered with Suwu and Mountain Stone, so naturally, Qinyangzi's whereabouts couldn't be concealed from him. However, fortunately, Qinyangzi was currently guarding Feng Yuan and didn't have time to pay attention to the movements in the Immortal City. At this moment, Feng Yuan's situation was similar to when City Master Zhen Yuan was sealed. Yet, compared to Zhen Yuan, Feng Yuan had more initiative. As long as he wanted to break through the seal, he would naturally awaken, and the arrival of Qinyangzi also gave more confidence to Suwu. Although the Immortal Dynasty competition had arrived, fortunes were not yet determined, and the killing intent was still brewing. Most cultivators were still improving their own state, so they didn't immediately enter a tense state. That meant that everyone still had time to prepare. After the initial excitement in the Immortal City, most of the cultivators gradually calmed down, regardless of their excitement in their hearts. Before the great contention, they had to be in their best condition as well. Perhaps every bit of preparation would become the last straw to overwhelm others. Besides, sharpening the knife didn't delay cutting wood, so after Suwu entered closed-door cultivation, many others in the Immortal City followed suit, which also led to an improvement in the city's public order situation. This was an unexpected joy for Liang Sheng, who did not want his peaceful life disrupted. The more peaceful the situation, the more advantageous for him. However, he could only go with the flow at this time. Longevity Immortal City. Within the prison of the City Lord Mansion. At this moment, Zhou Shen was cracking sunflower seeds. When he finished with the last seed, the bell for the end of the shift rang just in time, and he leisurely clocked out. The prison was not as tightly guarded as before. Following the issuance of the Immortal Dynasty's order to the city, many people's hearts had gone wild. Zhou Shen couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Why bother with such things? There couldn't be so many protagonists in this world. Most people were just ordinary people. Furthermore, the Zhou family's ancestral teachings urged future generations to live a stable life and act modestly, with self-awareness. These teachings were almost engraved into the Zhou family bloodline. Therefore, Zhou Shen's heart was different from others, he just wanted to grow safely and not to think about the pies that fell from the sky. Upon leaving the main gate of the prison, Zhou Shen bid farewell to his friends among the prison guards, then headed straight back to the Zhou family mansion and directly went to the backyard. That was the residence of the family's guest elder, the ancestral elder Jin Guangxiu. He was the living fossil of the family, even the clan leader had been born during his time. The legend of Elder King Jin Guangxiu was still widely spread in the Zhou family. Zhou family has been able to develop so smoothly and prosperously, mostly due to his contributions. After all, he is a nascent soul master, the stabilizer of the Zhou family. After all, no matter how low-key Zhou family is, as long as they want to develop, there will inevitably be conflicts. However, over the years, many of the opponents of Zhou family mysteriously disappear in the end. After such incidents occur several times, within the territory of Zhou family, other families lose interest in provoking them. Isn't it better to live comfortably? As for the secrets of the Zhou family, nobody dares to investigate. Additionally, the Zhou family has powerful strength but always keeps a low profile, never seeking trouble on its own. The surrounding families gradually lose interest as well. Why bother asking for trouble and make their families face another mysterious enemy? As a result, Jin Guangxiu's status in Zhou family becomes increasingly respected. Even the clan leader acts like his grandson in his presence, let alone the other younger generations of the family. However, it is quite coincidental that when Zhou Shen was a naughty child, he accidentally entered Jin Guangxiu's residence and even ate candy there. As he played and caused a commotion that day, exhausted and thirsty, he unceremoniously drank a cup of tea belonging to Elder Jin, and then fell into a deep sleep for 3 days. During these 3 days, Zhou Shen's parents were anxiously searching for him, causing a great commotion in the family. By the time Zhou Shen wakes up in a daze and bids farewell to Elder Jin to return home, he receives a solid beating. However, after explaining where he had been, his parents exchange glances and immediately go to find the clan leader. After hearing the account from Zhou Shen's parents, the clan leader's eyes light up. He then whispers instructions to Zhou Shen. "Shener, remember to visit Grandpa more often in the future. Of course, you don't have to do anything, just have a good time there like today. Young Zhou Shen had only a vague understanding of the situation, but for a child, the temptation to have another place to roam free was irresistible. From then on, he would occasionally visit the mansion where the ancestor lived to play. It is not until he grows up and becomes sensible that he realizes how lucky he was. After all, this was Elder Jin of his family. Fortunately, the clan leader did not initially make him overly opportunistic, otherwise, thinking of this, Zhou Shen smiles faintly. There is no need for hypothetical since everything has already been set in motion. Why dwell on it now? This is simply his good fortune. Zhou Shen is just over 120 years old, yet has already reached the foundation establishment late stage, for which there is no need to explain why in depth. It's all thanks to the ancestors' blessing. Yet even as an adult, Zhou Shen maintains an age-defying friendship with Jin Guangxiu. Although there is more respect in their words, that is merely showing respect for a senior. More importantly, their relationship is genuine. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Jin Guangxiu, who was meditating in the mansion, opened his eyes at this time, as he had sensed Zhou Shen's arrival and smiled faintly. This child had grown up under his watch, an innocent heart, very much like his second disciple, Shen Wuqi. Even their facial expressions are somewhat similar. Perhaps because of this added layer, Jin Guangxiu has been watching over Zhou Shen's healthy growth all this time, providing solace in his final days. Upon entering, Zhou Shen bowed respectfully before sitting down next to Jin Guangxiu without hesitation, speaking loudly. Ancestor, let me tell you, Immortal City has changed a lot recently. Have these people gone crazy? Is the Immortal Dynasty competition something they can reach for? It is really due to their greed that their hearts are blinded by lard. A bunch of idiots, they will probably not even know how they die in the end. Jin Guangxiu just listens to him talk and smiles without responding. It is only after he finishes his tea that he speaks with a smile, you have a clear understanding. But these are personal choices, unrelated to right or wrong. Some people want peace and happiness, while others want to compete between heaven and earth, striving for a glimmer of life. In the end, no matter what, life and death are just one cycle, it depends on one's own luck. Tell me honestly, Shen, don't you have the ambition to be a hero? Not to mention that other immortal cities' pride or immortal dynasties chosen may descend here, just look at the immortal cities' pride within East Victory Immortal Dynasty. Are you not interested in their prowess? The Immortal Dynasty command clearly states that those below the three realms of void refinement great power are eligible for the grand competition. Perhaps you, Shen, are the chosen one, destined to soar in the future. Zhou Shen quickly took a sip of tea, then spoke jokingly, Ancestor, you're teasing me again. I've always been careful, no, our Zhou family just wants to live in peace and not get involved in cause and effect. How far can the path of cultivation for our Zhou family's warriors go? Actually, it's all about destiny. Why bother fighting against fate as a human? Why not just live in peace, what belongs to you will be yours. It might even be better to take advantage of this chaotic time and focus on self-cultivation. After all, no one knows what the future holds. Rather than worrying, it's better to enjoy the present life without overthinking, which would only waste life. You little rascal! Hearing this, Jin Guangxiu can't help but be amused. In the past, Shen Wuqi was also so mischievous. Thinking of this, his gaze toward Zhou Shen becomes even more tender. If his three disciples were still alive today, they would probably be arguing with each other by now, as their personalities were all so different. However, they must be quite happy to reunite in the afterlife, right? Their master will join them soon, so they shouldn't be too impatient. Zhou Shen saw Jin Guangxiu's expression at this time, and couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. He had seen this same expression from ancestors several times growing up and had gained some experience. As a result, he stood up and left. Even if ancestors' cultivation level reached the heavens, he was still human. There were times when he too needed his own space. As Zhou Shen left quietly, Jin Guangxiu looked up at the immortal city's sky. Even though he was only at the nascent soul true monarch realm, he could feel the heavenly secrets changing. Constrained, slaughtered, yet brimming with life. Perhaps, the era of great contention really had come. It was unknown if their longevity immortal city would be filled with rivers of blood or remain unscathed. Even so, he was only a chess piece, just like Zhou Shen said, thinking too much was useless. Follow fate, and let it all flow naturally. However, as he watched Zhou Shen leaving, a touch of warmth flashed in his eyes. No matter what, if a life and death crisis really came, he would protect him till his last breath. Hopefully, everything would go smoothly. City Lord Mansion. Prison. Zhou Shen continued his routine work, not wanting to get involved in disputes. He just wanted to be a simple prison guard, living a peaceful life. His best wish was to pass his position to the next generation when he grew old. In the eyes of the Zhou family members, peace was their greatest fortune. However, that day early in the morning, just after he'd sat down and before he had the chance to start his usual prison patrol, he received a temporary transfer order from the City Lord Mansion. Some prison guards at the City Lord Mansion needed to cooperate with the Foreign Affairs Mansion in collecting taxes across the city. Previously, such a large mobilization had never been seen before. It seemed that City Master Su Wu was eager to collect more cultivation resources and speed up his own cultivation before the grand competition officially began. But because of Su Wu's actions, the atmosphere in the entire immortal city became increasingly enthusiastic. Most of the people living in the mortal world were constantly fighting. Fighting for resources, fighting for opportunities, all for the sake of cultivation. As a lowly prison guard, Zhou Shen naturally could not refuse the City Lord Mansion's transfer order, so he obediently accepted it. After joining the collection team, the commander looked at the areas he would be responsible for taxing and began assigning tasks. Zhou Shen, this area is where your Zhou family mansion is located. You can be considered as the local snake here, so this area will be given to you. Yes, sir. Receiving the commander's order, Zhou Shen immediately agreed. While his expression remained unchanged, he couldn't help but feel a little excited in his heart. Why did he suddenly feel a great fortune omen? Was there some opportunity waiting for him? At this moment, Zhou Shen's heart was far from calm. But he quickly calmed down. If there was really an opportunity, he would let it flow naturally. What was meant to be his would not be lost. Zhou Shen then resumed his normal demeanor, acting as if nothing had happened. He began to collect taxes house by house alongside two other prison guards. As for the storage bag used to collect the taxes on site, Zhou Shen and the other two guards were not worried at all. Who would dare to steal from the City Lord Mansion, unless they were looking for death? The tax collection went smoothly until they arrived at a secluded courtyard. It seemed that the owner was not at home. Zhou Shen pondered whether to leave and visit the other houses first when he bumped into a cultivator who had paid taxes just moments ago. Zhou Shen didn't pay much attention at first, but then a flash of spirit light crossed his mind. He smiled and asked, "Fellow deist, do you happen to know where the owner of that courtyard is?" As Zhou Shen now bore the status of a subordinate of the City Lord Mansion, the cultivator immediately replied, "You mean fellow deist Liang?" At this time, he should be in the street corner tavern with his servant, listening to stories. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shen thanked him and decided not to proceed to the next house to collect taxes. The other two guards, seeing his determination, didn't oppose following Zhou Shen's lead since he was the one in charge of this area. However, no one knew of the turmoil in Zhou Shen's heart. The moment he heard the name fellow deist Liang, the great fortune omen in his heart suddenly erupted. If all went well, fellow deist Liang would be the one that held the opportunity tied to this great fortune omen. As Zhou Shen rushed to the tavern, he didn't even need to ask the shopkeeper which one was fellow deist Liang, his gaze was immediately drawn to a cultivator. This person was none other than Liang Sheng. When Liang Sheng saw Zhou Shen, his heart also stirred, just like how he had felt when he saw Chu Chen in his mortal days, that familiar flower. Second elder brother, have you returned? Chapter 196, The Auspicious Fortune Dan Ding Legacy, Start of the Grand Competition of Spiritual Outburst. Longevity Immortal City. Fenghe Road. Old Tavern. Liang Sheng sat at the table drinking wine, listening to the storyteller recounting tales of the city lord's mansion suppressing the church of all beings. Huang Yufan stood behind him. Previously, Liang Sheng wanted Huang Yufan to join him in drinking and listening, but Huang Yufan insisted on maintaining his servant status and not overstepping his boundaries. Liang Sheng couldn't argue with him and let it be. After all, this allowed Huang Yufan to feel more comfortable, which wasn't a bad thing. It's worth noting that after Su Wu rebuilt the Longevity Immortal City Lord Mansion, his strength was barely that of a nascent soul master. So, even if he wanted to restore the previous upper and lower immortal city, he was powerless. Thus, the immortal city could only temporarily maintain its original appearance as a single city. However, this was unimportant to Liang Sheng. In fact, his days in the immortal city were more leisurely than those in the desolate regions. This was because, besides cultivation, the customs and systems here were more akin to the mortal dynasties. Otherwise, how could there be cultivators working as storytellers to make a living in the immortal city? Not to mention those giving bodhisattvas, who, even if they were desperate, would never so blatantly engage in such lowly professions in the desolate regions. So, Liang Sheng enjoyed the easy and carefree life in the peaceful immortal city. At that moment, Liang Sheng didn't look back, but felt something was peculiar in his heart. Fate was truly indescribable. After Shen Wuqi's death, he and Jin Guangziu still secretly kept in touch. However, when they met, Liang Sheng didn't assume the disciple identity, but the senior identity within the sect. As time passed, Jin Guangziu became more natural around his sect senior than before. Perhaps it was because of the deaths of his 3 disciples that Jin Guangziu was initially heartbroken, but as time went on, he gradually became indifferent, and as a result, gained a leisurely demeanor. Jin Guangziu had also told Liang Sheng that he had formed a new friendship within the Zhou family which made his days more comfortable. However, Liang Sheng didn't pay much attention to this, as the immortal dynasty competition was currently taking place, filled with murderous intent and intertwined cause and effect. As a result, most of his focus was on potential unexpected events. Although the immortal city appeared peaceful, people had already arrived from outer space. However, these were just minor henchmen without high cultivation levels. Neither Suwu nor Qinyangzi paid them any heed. Today, upon seeing Zhou Shen, Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, there were always similar individuals in the world, and if there were truly no reincarnation, it would only serve to highlight the wonder of creation. Dare I ask if this is Senior Liang from building Shanai on Fenghe Road? What does Daoist friend need? Liang Sheng didn't respond, but as a servant, Huang Yufan knew how to handle the situation. Huang Yufan's reply let Zhou Shen know that he hadn't found the wrong person. However, Zhou Shen suppressed his excitement, not knowing where the great fortune omen came from, and not doing anything to disrupt his current identity. If it were truly an opportunity that resonated with his bloodline ability, he shouldn't force it, and let things take their natural course. Daoist friend, don't be nervous. It's not a big deal. It's just the city lord's order, and the annual taxes need to be paid in advance. This area of Fenghe Road happens to fall within my jurisdiction. I went to Senior Liang's mansion just now but didn't find him there. We happen to meet here now, so I hope Senior Liang can make an exception and support my work. Hearing this, Liang Sheng still didn't look back, while Huang Yufan asked about the proportion of taxes to be paid this year. After hearing Zhou Shen's answer, Huang Yufan didn't hesitate and directly handed over 2 mid-grade spirit stones. Such wealth of the senior to give 2 mid-grade spirit stones without hesitation, even Zhou Shen marveled when he saw this. Zhou Shen took the 2 mid-grade spirit stones and put them into his storage bag. Then, he used the corner of his eye to glance at Liang Sheng subtly, but it was a pity that Liang Sheng didn't say a word to him from beginning to end. This made him somewhat puzzled. Where did the great fortune omen he felt in his heart come from? The person didn't even look at him. However, since the tax had been paid, he no longer had any reason to disturb them. Given Zhou Shen's temperament, he naturally wouldn't linger here and left immediately. He didn't know that not long after he left, Liang Sheng stared into the direction he had gone, losing interest in drinking and listening to the story. He promptly paid the bill and left. As for Zhou Shen, he gradually put the doubts of today behind him during his busy work. The great fortune omen he felt in his bloodline ability had completely disappeared after meeting Liang Sheng. Could it be that meeting this Senior Liang was his predestined opportunity? The thought made even Zhou Shen laugh at himself. Forget it, loss or gain, it's all destined. Since it's fated, why let himself be bothered? Setting aside other matters, just this free-spirited attitude was increasingly similar to Shen Wuqi, making Liang Sheng, who had been secretly observing him, unable to help but sigh. No wonder his previous master was so partial to him. If Zhou Shen didn't have this personality, he probably wouldn't have caught Jin Guangziu's attention either. Although Zhou Shen had decent talent, how could he have cultivated to the foundation establishment late stage at the age of 120, if not for Jin Guangziu's secret support? Not discussing Liang Sheng's feelings anymore, Zhou Shen's task of collecting taxes continued smoothly on the other side. After all, under the influence of the unified city lord's manner, how could there be any fool causing chaos in the immortal city, especially in such a crucial time? If someone did cause trouble at this time, they would most likely be met with the wrath of the city lord mansion, showing no mercy whatsoever. After all, during extraordinary times, heavy measures must be taken. At sunset, the city lord mansion. When Zhou Shen handed over the taxes he had collected today to the commander couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Indeed, it was easier to get things done with a local snake, with high efficiency and no mistakes. Although it was not yet the time of Xiamao, the commander allowed Zhou Shen to leave early as a reward for his loyalty and diligence. After all, he understood this method of handling people, and Zhou Shen naturally wouldn't refuse such kindness. On his way back, Zhou Shen couldn't help but think about Liang Sheng, whom he had met previously. After all, even when facing the ancestor, he had never encountered such a great fortune omen like he did today. He was impatient to meet Jin Guangxiu, and at this time, Jin Guangxiu was still leisurely brewing tea. Seeing Zhou Shen rush in, Jin Guangxiu couldn't help but chuckle indulgently. "You little monkey, you're over 100 years old. Don't you know how to take it easy? Why are you so impetuous with me? You're not like this outside. Ancestor, what's the point of pretending in front of you? I'll be as comfortable as I want to be. Are you going to abandon me for it?" As he spoke, Zhou Shen drank the other cup of tea that Jin Guangxiu had prepared and then directly asked, "Ancestor, do you know Liang Sheng, the senior from Fenghe Road Shanai building?" Hearing this, Jin Guangxiu's body straightened up, and he stared intently at Zhou Shen. "Little Shen, have you met him?" Jin Guangxiu was somewhat nervous at this moment because he had previously hinted that he was considering taking Zhou Shen as a disciple, but Liang Sheng had not responded at the time. Jin Guangxiu had no intention of taking on more disciples before, partly because he hadn't met anyone who moved him, and partly because of Liang Sheng's indifferent attitude. The deaths of his 3 disciples only added to the wound, so naturally, he didn't have the heart for it anymore. But Zhou Shen was different. After hearing that Zhou Shen had met Liang Sheng, the idea re-emerged in Jin Guangxiu's heart, with ripples spreading like waves on a lake, making him rather anxious. Zhou Shen didn't expect the ancestor to react so strongly. He even thought there might be something wrong with Liang Sheng, so he quickly relayed the details of their encounter. "You mean you had a strong omen of great fortune in your heart before you met Liang Sheng?" Jin Guangxiu knew about the Zhou family bloodline ability, so he couldn't help but feel a little excited. It seemed that there was a possibility for him to take Zhou Shen under his wing, otherwise, why would he feel such an omen of great fortune? Jin Guangxiu's condition hadn't been great before, but time was the best medicine for healing wounds. However, feelings of longing were only buried deep in his heart and would sometimes be suddenly brought up by certain events. For example, Zhou Shen would sometimes remind him of his disciple Shen Wuqi. So the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Was there really hope for him to accept Zhou Shen as his disciple? This made him somewhat lost in thought. Afterward, he let Zhou Shen leave because his heart couldn't calm down. Thinking of this, Jin Guangxiu decided not to hesitate anymore and went straight into the dark, sneaking to Liang Sheng's residence. Senior. When Liang Sheng saw Jin Guangxiu, he wasn't too surprised. Having seen Zhou Shen today, he could somewhat guess Jin Guangxiu's purpose for coming. "Senior, I heard that you met Zhou Shen from the Zhou family today? What do you think of him? What do you mean by that?" "I don't mean to hide anything from you, Senior. This young man actually reminds me of my second disciple. Before I met him, I thought my life in the immortal city would be uneventful. However, after meeting him, I couldn't sit still, and I wanted to take him as my disciple to inherit the Danding lineage. Previously, I didn't dare to tell you this up front. But now that you have met him, I'm sure you can see his temperament, so I had the audacity to have such an idea. Would you grant me this request, Senior?" Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng did not play coy as he too was somewhat surprised that there could be such similar-minded people in the world. Furthermore, if Zhou Shen could make Jin Guangxiu happier, why wouldn't he be willing to help? In fact, Liang Sheng felt somewhat guilty, thinking that he had been somewhat neglectful of his master's feelings before. He assumed that with all these years Jin Guangxiu had lived, he should have seen through the cruelty of cultivation and controlled his emotions well. But in the end, it turned out that it was just his own wishful thinking. When Jin Guangziu saw Liang Sheng nodding in agreement, he couldn't help but rejoice. Then when should I pick a time and bring that young man back to formally join my Danding lineage? Seeing Jin Guangziu's eager expression, Liang Sheng still shook his head, causing Jin Guangziu's face to change. Fortunately, Liang Sheng's next words dispelled his concerns. No need, just accept him as your disciple directly. He doesn't have to meet me. Under the current situation, it's better for us to have less contact. Jin Guangziu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but at least he could accept Zhou Shen as his disciple. That was a pleasant surprise. However, just at that moment, Liang Sheng suddenly took out a pill refining furnace. A spirit tool level pill refining furnace. Seeing this, Jin Guangziu's heart was overjoyed. How could someone in the Danding sect not learn refining pills? With such a spirit tool pill furnace, their progress would be doubly effective. Although I cannot meet him, he is, after all, a disciple of my Danding sect. Consider this a gift from me. At this point, Liang Sheng paused for a moment and continued, with this gift, given his Zhou family bloodline capabilities and the boy's 7 orifices exquisite heart, even if you don't say anything, he will definitely have some guesses. So it's not important whether we meet or not. Upon hearing this, Jin Guangziu was overjoyed and couldn't help but blame himself for being too suspicious. On behalf of my disciple, I thank you, Senior, for your generosity. With no doubts in his heart, Jin Guangziu confirmed Zhou Shen's status as his disciple without even considering if Zhou Shen would agree. That night, after Zhou Shen had completed his cultivation, he opened his eyes to see Jin Guangziu standing in front of him. Ancestor! Zhou Shen was full of surprise, as Jin Guangziu had never done this before. The next moment, he was taken to the guest elder residence by Jin Guangziu. Shener, you should know that I am not a member of the Zhou family, right? Actually, I also have my own inheritance. I didn't say much before, but today I can be honest with you. The only thing is, are you willing to join my sect? What? Upon hearing this, Zhou Shen was momentarily dumbfounded. Jin Guangziu's meaning of joining my sect couldn't be clearer. As long as he agreed, he would accept Jin Guangziu's inheritance. Everything of Jin Guangziu's would probably become his in the future. Previously, the ancestor never had such intentions, but now he suddenly spoke of it. Considering the great fortune omen he received today, his eyes couldn't help but brighten. Could it be? With a guess in his heart and seeing Jin Guangziu's meaningful gaze, he didn't say anything further and directly knelt down on the ground. Disciple Zhou Shen, greets Master. Good, good, good. Today, our Danding sect has another excellent disciple. After speaking, he took out the spirit tool pill refining furnace to give to Zhou Shen. This is a gift from the senior members of our sect upon meeting you. Zhou Shen felt the aura of the spirit tool pill refining furnace and his face completely changed. How precious this spirit tool was, it was indeed a great fortune omen. Next, Jin Guangziu briefly explained the Danding sect's inheritance, but did not reveal anything about the existence of the desolate regions. After all, as the senior sect members were so cautious, it was better for him to be cautious as well. Jin Guangziu spoke slowly, and Zhou Shen listened very carefully. Danding sect, unparalleled in pill refining. The following days in Immortal City were still peaceful, but beneath the surface, it seemed as if there were fire waiting to erupt at any moment. Those with intentions in the Immortal Dynasty competition would not miss any opportunities. Even if the chance didn't fall on them in the end, it was still a great harvest if they could take advantage of it to improve their cultivation level. Jin Guangziu spent the recent nights devotedly teaching Zhou Shen the alchemy methods, but it would still take a long time for Zhou Shen to start refining pills. In the City Lord Mansion, within the Mustard Seed Sumi Mountain Stone, everything was extremely peaceful. Qinyangzi looked at Feng Yuan, or more precisely, the tribulation aura on his body. It was still lacking a little. Once the tribulation was completely formed, his disciple would naturally wake up, but he didn't know how much longer it would take. Soon, the City Lord Mansion completed the task of collecting taxes, and Su Wu closed the door and went into the closed-door cultivation once again. The Immortal Dynasty competition, every bit of progress could determine the location of the opportunity, he naturally would not neglect it. Time passed slowly under these circumstances, and some people made slow progress, such as Zhou Shen, and every fortunate individual. However, Liang Sheng lived quite leisurely, as he did not need to compete for chance. As long as he had time, he would naturally make progress. Speaking of which, there was a small interlude. Immortal City had already been visited by outsiders, but they were only at the Golden Core realm, so nobody paid them much attention. Previously, when Zhou Shen was collecting taxes, Huang Yufan unhesitatingly took out 2 mid-grade spirit stones, which caught the eye of an outsider Golden Core deist. Liang Sheng and Huang Yufan had been pretending to be in the early stages of the Golden Core, so that night, the outsider Golden Core true person sneaked into Fenghe Road. However, he didn't even get close to Liang Sheng's mansion before a slap killed him on the spot, leaving nothing behind. Huang Yufan treated it as if he had stepped on an ant and didn't care at all, not bothering to take it to heart. Instead, he left hurriedly to buy ingredients. The master is hungry. Following that, everything was calm again, and the death of the outsider Golden Core true person caused no ripples. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. On this day, the scorching sun was high in the sky, but stars could also be seen shining brightly. The heavenly and earthly aura suddenly erupted, becoming at least 3 times denser than before. Immediately after, a bell sound came from outer space, echoing throughout the entire immortal city, or perhaps the entire heaven and earth. All people heard a voice in their hearts and couldn't help but feel flushed and excited. The Immortal Dynasty competition begins today. It's finally here. Chapter 197, The Barbarians Are Too Oppressive, Su Wu Seeks Help, Pure Sun Sky Thunder. Longevity Immortal City. Fenghe Road. It has been 100 years since the Heaven and Earth Spirit Chi explosion and the official start of the Immortal Dynasty competition. During these 100 years, even a weak place like Longevity Immortal City was caught up in the surge of fortune, and the cultivators in the city were restless. After all, who was not once a gifted child? However, there were not many casualties in the city during these 100 years. Although the spiritual energy explosion was significant, it was not something that would show immediate results. Those who swiftly improved their cultivation were few and far between. Moreover, everyone in the Immortal City wanted to seize their opportunity during the competition, so more people focused on cultivation, seeking even a slight chance to compete. How could they waste time in the early stages? Nevertheless, it was the golden era of the Immortal Dynasty competition, so they could not help but be excited. In such an atmosphere, only a few people could remain rational. Liang Sheng was completely unaffected, neither arrogant nor impatient, acting like a bystander, as if everything in the world had nothing to do with him. Liang Sheng quietly observed all the changes in the Immortal City. Over the past 100 years, some people had died unwillingly as their lifespan ran out, while others had ridden the tide of the Golden Era, making smooth progress in their cultivation. But in truth, everything in Longevity Immortal City seemed unchanged. It was just a cycle of life and death, and competition among cultivators had only intensified with the arrival of the Golden Era. However, the relatively low number of deaths and injuries were in contrast to the total number of cultivators in the Immortal City. Over the last 100 years, death was a normal occurrence. It was unknown whether the upper echelons of the City Lord Mansion were preparing for the grand competition, but they seemed to turn a blind eye to the private fights among cultivators. Under such circumstances, Liang Sheng knew it was best not to take action due to the law of cause and effect. However, he still secretly visited other immortal cities via teleportation arrays. Taking advantage of the city's lack of attention, he sought better alternatives but discovered that Longevity Immortal City was safer than the others. As a result, Liang Sheng ultimately decided to temporarily hold back and wait for significant changes as time passed. What reassured Liang Sheng more was the fact that the Zhou family managed to resist all temptation, quietly developing while Zhou Shen made rapid progress in both alchemy techniques and cultivation under Jin Guangxiu's guidance. As a Golden Core deist who had not yet reached 300 years old, Zhou Shen could be deemed a gifted child. However, he had already resigned as a prison officer, and no one outside the Zhou mansion knew about his progress. In the past 100 years, Longevity Immortal City became more lively than other immortal cities, with an increasing number of visitors. Perhaps it was due to City Master Su Wu's strength being well known that there were not many powerful cultivators within the city. As a result, although there were foreign cultivators in the city, most of them were not strong, and the increased traffic contributed to the city's bustling atmosphere. Liang Sheng seemed indifferent to this situation. However, his performance today was quite unusual. His expression was not good, and he shook his head with a bitter smile as he looked up at the sky. He never thought that after the fall of the Church of All Beings, he would encounter someone related to it today. To be more precise, the Seeking Truth lineage seemed to be like a centipede that would not die easily, leaving traces of its existence everywhere. Longevity Immortal City. At this time, the streets were bustling, and the overall cultivation level of the cultivators in the city was much higher than it had been 100 years ago. If one were to throw a stone randomly on the street, it could likely hit a foundation establishment stage cultivator. In the past 100 years since the start of the Immortal Dynasty competition, cultivators' cultivation speed had been faster than it had been in the previous centuries. At this moment, two people were hiding in the shadows of a dark place, but they did not look well. Having confidence in their ability to conceal themselves, they were not overly cautious, but they did not know that their every move was being watched by a pair of eyes. Although they were careful and their concealment skills were excellent, they never thought there would be a despicable man who, for his own safety, would keep the entire immortal city under divine sense surveillance. So when they first appeared outside Longevity Immortal City and secretly entered the city a few days ago, they were already noticed by Liang Sheng. Though their outer appearance and aura looked like ordinary cultivators from East Victory Immortal Dynasty, there was a mysterious qi emitting from within them. It was somewhat similar to Liang Sheng's when practicing the primordial mysterious technique, albeit diluted by countless times. He immediately thought of one word: wilderness. Could there be any surviving members from the Church of All Beings? How else could this be possible? Their subsequent conversation confirmed Liang Sheng's suspicion, and he also learned their origin. It turned out that they were remnants from the Seeking Truth lineage mentioned by Kaiwen Child and the others. As Liang Sheng wondered why the Seeking Truth lineage had come here, the two of them cautiously discussed their current situation. In the past few days, we've searched all around Longevity Immortal City and haven't found any trace of the Church of All Beings. It seems that their lineage has truly perished, said Fang Yi, with a slightly dejected tone. Over millions of years, the surviving inheritance of their Seeking Truth lineage had become scarce. They had not come here expecting that the Church of All Beings had also perished. Otherwise, they would not have come in such high spirits. Therefore, this blow was quite significant to them. Fang Yi, don't worry. This kind of situation has happened before, so don't get discouraged. The coming of the Golden Era is not only the fortune of the immortal dynasties but also a blessing and opportunity for us. Although we may not have many friends in this world, I believe that as long as we hold fast to our burning passion, things will get better in the future. Our predecessors experienced countless hardships worse than this, but they never gave up. How can we give up now? Hearing this, Fang Yi nodded, you are right. If we retreat at the first sign of difficulty, how can we call ourselves descendants of Seeking the Truth lineage? Seeing Fang Yi regain his spirit, Fang Yuan couldn't help but feel relieved. They were not from the East Victory Immortal Dynasty but from the faraway Zai Immortal Dynasty. Now, unlike in the past, the natural barriers between the Immortal Dynasties vanished, allowing unrestricted travel after the commencement of the Immortal Dynasty competition. Seeking the Truth lineage naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity, and began sending out talented disciples from their hidden territory to re-establish connections with their various branches. These disciples would search for any potential remaining branches of the Seeking Truth lineage based on the information available, hoping to re-establish contact. Fang Yuan and his companion were responsible for finding the Church of All Beings branch within the Longevity Immortal City in the East Victory Immortal Dynasty. Fang Yuan was excited before they arrived because there had been news about the Church of All Beings 1,000 years ago. Generally speaking, if there was still news within 1,000 years, that branch should not be extinct and should last for a few thousand years. This was the tenacity of the Seeking Truth lineage in the world. Otherwise, how could they have survived to this day under the constant suppression of the major immortal dynasties? Unfortunately, Fang Yuan's party arrived with great expectations but couldn't establish contact with the Church of All Beings. They wandered around in Longevity Immortal City for several days before finally confirming that the church had perished likely in the last 1,000 years. They couldn't figure out what exactly had happened in the past millennia, which caused the rapid decline of the all-living beings sect. But even after accepting this fact, they didn't intend to leave Longevity Immortal City, because they found out that the Longevity Immortal City Lord was only at the nascent soul realm. It was the Golden Era, so they couldn't help but have other ideas. They had perfect disguises and wouldn't reveal their true identities as Seeking the Truth lineage. In that case, taking advantage of the Golden Era's opportunity, seizing Longevity Immortal City was not impossible. After all, the longevity immortal city lord was just a lowly nascent soul master. Even though they were only golden core deists, they believed they had a chance to seize the opportunity as long as they made good use of the rules of the immortal dynasty competition. Upon making this decision, they openly appeared in longevity immortal city, not avoiding staying at an inn at all. Zai Immortal Dynasty, Fang Yuan. Zai Immortal Dynasty, Fang Yi. The innkeeper's pupils constricted when registering their information, because previously, almost all outsiders staying in longevity immortal city were from other cities within the East Victory Immortal Dynasty. Fang Yuan and Fang Yi were the first ones from a different immortal dynasty. Moreover, both of them had a bit of a haughty and arrogant attitude. As the innkeeper was only a foundation establishment stage cultivator, he didn't dare to say much. As expected of Western barbarians, they were truly uneducated. However, given that even the city lord was a nascent soul realm master, it was natural that the cultivators in longevity immortal city wouldn't be too powerful. Although the two had an attitude that made others unhappy, the innkeeper could only tolerate them. After all, his cultivation level was low. Fang Yuan and Fang Yi deliberately displayed such an arrogant demeanor because, how could the geniuses capable of traversing immortal dynasties be low-key? In the Golden Era, in order to seize the ultimate fortune, how could one become unparalleled without possessing the determination to overcome all obstacles and the ambition to face all enemies? Once they prepared their initial plan, they didn't hesitate to take advantage of the explicit rules of the Immortal Dynasty competition. They set up an arena right in East City. Any Golden Core Realm cultivators in the Immortal City were free to challenge them. This challenge would not only determine the winner but also decide life and death. This kind of boldness stirred up the entire longevity Immortal City. These Western barbarians really didn't put the cultivators of longevity Immortal City in their eyes. Unfortunately, filled with indignation, 16 consecutive Golden Core deists from the city were killed by the Fang Yuan brothers in a frustrated challenge. In other words, the brothers had been undefeated ever since they defended the arena. As cultivators of longevity Immortal City watched the increasingly arrogant demeanor of this prodigy from the Zai Immortal Dynasty, they became more and more furious, wishing they could have broken through the Golden Core realm to teach the brothers a lesson. Although our longevity Immortal City only has one nascent soul master, the city lord, we should still have quite a few Golden Core true persons, right? Ordinarily, these Golden Core true persons rely on the city lord mansion and enjoy the best cultivation environment. Where did they all go now? Are we really going to let these two barbarians trample over longevity Immortal City so easily? However, no matter how unhappy they were in their hearts, they were only at the foundation establishment stage, so how could they dare to challenge them in the arena? Moreover, it was clear that our opponents were schemers. The aim of the Immortal Dynasty competition was to determine the final prodigies and decide the fate of the world. So, under the rules of direct challenges, it could only be a one-on-one battle with opponents of equal realm. Of course, if they were fighting for opportunities in the wild outskirts, there wouldn't be such a fair environment because the rules change depending on the setting, and if one dies, it simply means their luck wasn't enough. Actually, these fair arena-style challenges are quite rare because acting in such an arrogant way is rare unless one is a peerless genius who dares to do so. However, the opponent now is simply a Golden Core stage true person, going too far, completely looking down on the cultivators of my longevity Immortal City. The person who feels most disgraced, of course, is Suwu. As the lord of the longevity Immortal City, how could he not be angry about being humiliated at his own doorstep at this moment? Yet, he really doesn't have any solutions now, because he is a nascent soul master after all, and it's totally inappropriate for him to make a move in this public challenge arena. Do not assume that because the Immortal Dynasty competition spans countless realms that there are no regulators. The representatives of the sacred lands are not for show, their power unimaginable, and it's not impossible that the longevity Immortal City is already under their surveillance. In summary, no one dares to act recklessly under the watch of the sacred lands, but the strength of those two Golden Core deists from the Zai Immortal Dynasty makes even Suwu feel a bit wary. I fear that these two could really be considered heavenly arrogant monks. If it were an ordinary Golden Core deist, they would be no match for these two. But if we give up now, part of the chi fortune that belongs to the longevity Immortal City will be taken by them. The Immortal Dynasty competition is only just starting, Suwu will not allow such a thing to happen. But no matter what Suwu thinks, he doesn't have any solutions either. Eventually, in despair, he used his authority as the city lord to enter the Sumuru mustard seed rock in the backyard. A refinement void Dao monarch resides within. There existed a previous bond of incense gratitude. While it's a bit of a pity to cash in on the favor now, it's still better than having the destiny of his immortal city taken away. Inside the mountain stone, Feng Yuan was still trapped in a seal, his six senses closed. Qinyangzi sat cross-legged to the side, his qi within his spiritual veins slightly mysterious. As soon as Su Wu entered, he immediately performed a respectful salute. Junior Su Wu pays respects to senior. Upon hearing this, Qinyangzi opened his eyes, but didn't say anything. Su Wu didn't waste any time, and immediately relayed his ordeal in detail. Western barbarians? This certainly corresponds with their style, always bulldozing through everything. They really are uncivilized. Qinyangzi seemed to recall some unpleasant experiences, his eyes full of disgust. However, faced with this situation, he also didn't have any good ideas at the moment. Because the opponent was completely exploiting the rules. If he dared to intervene and bully the weak, there might be unnecessary troubles. One shouldn't assume that because he is a refinement void Dao monarch, he can do whatever he wants to lower-level cultivators. Times are different now, this is the golden era. Don't think that the sacred land is for show. The higher one's level of cultivation, the more they understand the sacred land's power and the more cautious they become. Hearing that Qinyangzi also didn't have a good solution, Su Wu couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Qinyangzi thought about it, he did owe Ling Xiaozi's lineage a favor, so doing nothing wasn't right anyway. It seemed he had to take a hit, but thinking of how Feng Yuan still needed a stable environment, he no longer felt regret. At this moment, he took out a jade box. Su Wu looked surprised at first, but then he was overjoyed. How could he not recognize this object? If it weren't for these things to assist him, how could he have possibly eradicated the Church of All Beings, successfully ascend to the top of the longevity immortal city, and become the revered city lord? The secret treasure of Qinyangzi's lineage, the pure Yang Heavenly Thunder. Chapter 198, Accidental Exposure, the Gifted Child. Longevity Immortal City. City Lord Mansion. After Su Wu obtained the treasure of Qinyangzi's lineage, he quickly calmed down his excitement. Having found a solution to the crisis, he had to consider realistic issues. Who should he choose to become the hero of Longevity Immortal City? That's right, Su Wu had started thinking about his own interests now that a crisis resolution plan was in place. Although cultivators possess powerful battle strengths due to their cultivation levels, they also have regional loyalties and are members of the Immortal City. Otherwise, why would there be talk about cultivators affecting the Immortal City's destiny? So, facing the disturbance caused by the two Western barbarians, Feng Yuan and Feng Yi, in Longevity Immortal City, whoever could defeat them would become the hero of the city. And that would mean winning the support of the people and successfully obtaining a portion of Longevity Immortal City's fortune. So, Su Wu had to carefully consider who he wanted to become the hero. This person must be loyal to him, or else he would simply be paving the way for others. Under normal circumstances, Su Wu wouldn't need to worry about this so much. After all, he was already at the nascent soul true monarch realm, so there was no need to worry too much about the golden core cultivators. But now, it was different. This was a time for the Immortal Dynasty competition, a rare golden age that happened once every tens of thousands of years. Under these circumstances, fortunes were extremely important. With fortune, cultivators would have blessings and opportunities to rise, step by step. Who could say that a gifted child couldn't eventually rise from obscurity? As Su Wu thought about this, he felt a little regretful. He had previously rejected the help offered by Ling Xiaozi's lineage and senior and junior fellow brothers, thinking that he alone could enjoy Longevity Immortal City's fortunes. Now, he was alone in the city without any support from his sect, and it was already too late to ask for help from Ling Xiaozi. After all, the city was currently tense, and if he didn't find a solution soon, the fortune he had been enjoying as the city master could backfire on him. He couldn't wait any longer. At this moment, Su Wu began to search through the golden core stage true persons within his city lord mansion in his mind. However, he couldn't find anyone he completely trusted. This was the sorrow of enjoying power without having any true confidence. Power, for cultivators, was also a delicious poison. In the end, Su Wu's foundations were too shallow. He had controlled the Longevity Immortal City for too short a time. If he were given more time, such as 10,000 years, he would undoubtedly cultivate loyal die-hard confidence. Feeling frustrated, Suwu tried to calm himself and chose a relatively harmless golden core deist to kill the Western barbarians and protect the fortune of the city. Just then, the Internal Affairs Steward came to submit the list of City Lord Mansion officials' replacements. At first, Suwu didn't pay attention, but then he had a sudden burst of inspiration. If he selected a suitable person from the Golden Core true persons who were nearing retirement due to their lifespan, wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? The shorter the lifespan, the better. Thinking of this, Suwu couldn't help but laugh. How could he have forgotten about those soon-to-die, retired people from the City Lord Mansion? Why not let them contribute once more to the city? After all, the City Lord Mansion had provided them with so many resources previously. Making a final contribution to the city at the end of their lives was a just and harmless cycle of cause and effect. Let's get this done. With this thought, Suwu immediately ordered the Internal Affairs Office to send over all the personnel records of those who had retired from the City Lord Mansion in the past 1,000 years. Not daring to delay, the Internal Affairs Office quickly sent over jade slips containing the personnel changes from the past 1,000 years. Suwu went through them, and his expression changed. It wasn't because he hadn't found a suitable person, but because he discovered that an unremarkable family had so many golden core true persons with an unbroken lineage. The Zhou family? After seeing the personnel changes, Suwu had a flash of inspiration and asked for more records. He stared at them until the moon set, his face filled with disbelief. He hadn't expected such a family to exist within the immortal city. If it weren't for the provocation of the Western barbarians and his own flash of inspiration, he might have remained unaware of this situation. It seemed that while dealing with the Western barbarians, he also needed to probe the Zhou family. There was only one way that a family could continuously produce golden core true persons without any crises. A nascent soul master, the backbone and stabilizer of a family. Did the Zhou family have a nascent soul master or not? In his hands, Suwu held the treasure of Qinyang's lineage, but instead of being in a hurry to deal with the Western barbarians, he saw the Zhou family as a thorn in his side. If there were a nascent soul master within the Zhou family and he couldn't win against them, the Zhou family would have great ambitions. In that case, the pure Yang Heavenly Thunder's target would have to be changed. With that thought, Suwu looked up and immediately sent for the commander of his personal guards. After whispering his orders, the commander sharply raised his head. Under Suwu's determined gaze, the commander left to rally the personal guards, his mind filled with a single thought. What on earth is the city master planning? He had never been this cautious before. While Suwu was worrying, Fang Yuan and Fang Yi were in a great mood in their room at the inn. Their mouths were curled up in smiles. Today, another ignorant golden core deist challenged the arena. He was also a subordinate of the City Lord Mansion, so Fang Yuan didn't hold back and killed him. As for people from the City Lord Mansion, they naturally had cause and effect with the Seeking Truth lineage. So, victory and defeat, as well as life and death, were all part of the process. But this time was different from before, as they killed more golden core deists, the originally resentful cultivators of the longevity immortal city began to show a hint of fear in their eyes. At this moment, the two brothers needed to hold firm, and after a while, they might successfully seize the fortune of the longevity immortal city. In fact, he didn't care about personal luck, instead, he wanted to sow the seeds of the Seeking Truth lineage under the protection of the city's fortune. In their hearts, they even felt fortunate. Although the Church of All Beings had perished, it had weakened the City Lord Mansion's strength to its lowest point. Therefore, by coincidence, they came here originally wanting to find the Church of All Beings but ended up discovering an opportunity in the Golden Era. Seizing the fortune of the longevity immortal city in broad daylight, an opportunity for the Seeking Truth lineage to rise during the Golden Era would be born from this exchange. Once the situation stabilizes, they can bring more people to the longevity immortal city to seize even more fortune. After all, this is just an immortal city controlled by nascent soul masters. The fortune it occupies in the Golden Era is, in fact, not worth mentioning. True gifted children wouldn't care about the destiny of a place like this immortal city, which provides them with a better hidden environment. It's simply perfect. Almost no one among the immortal city cultivators knew their plan, but they only knew that the longevity immortal city had already been trampled on by the Western barbarians, completely humiliated. What the hell is the City Lord Mansion doing? Unknowingly, the cultivators in the city became resentful at the negligence of the City Lord Mansion, a sign of their declining fortune. Fang Yuan and his brother were delighted to see this situation, but they had no idea that their crisis was imminent, as Su Wu had found a way to deal with them at this moment. How possibly could they imagine that Qianyangzi was involved in it? Regardless of the extent of this issue in the city, Liang Sheng didn't care at all, as he was now only a little golden core cultivator and could not be affected in the slightest. At this moment, he was like a high and mighty god, looking down at the living beings, indifferent to their joys and sorrows, just watching the changes of the world. But at this moment, Liang Sheng couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation, as he couldn't keep the movements of the city lord mansion a secret. He couldn't help but look in the direction of the Zhou family mansion. Is Su Wu seeking death? Actually, Liang Sheng hadn't expected such a change, but this was also the reason why he didn't want to get involved in too much cause and effect, since you never know when such a thing would happen, completely out of expectation. Previously, when Su Wu took over the Longevity Immortal City, Liang Sheng had already made arrangements. So, on the surface, Su Wu controlled the Immortal City, but in fact, he was the real master behind the scenes. When Su Wu went to ask Qianyangzi for help, it was also under Liang Sheng's surveillance. At first, Liang Sheng thought it was just a normal plan to solve the problem of the two Fang Yuan brothers. He didn't expect it to involve the Zhou family in the end. One can only say that the entanglement of cause and effect is indeed terrifying. However, since this matter involved Jin Guangzhou, Liang Sheng had no choice but to divert some attention, hoping that no accidents would occur. Generally speaking, Jin Guangzhou facing Su Wu wouldn't be a problem, as Su Wu was merely in the nascent soul early stage realm. He hoped everything would go smoothly, without any more accidents. Otherwise, concerning Jin Guangzhou, he feared he would have no choice but to take action. Zhou Mansion. Zhou family master Zhou Ning was restless at this moment. Today, with the help of the bloodline of fortune attracting and evil avoiding, he suddenly had a sense of impending doom, but fortunately, without the threat of life. At the first moment, Zhou Ning was prepared to find Jin Guangzhou, but before he could leave his room, the family manager rushed over in a hurry. "Master, the city lord has arrived." "What?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning's heart sank. For so many years, although the Zhou family had always relied on the city lord mansion for survival, they had acted low-key and had never caught city lord Su Wu's attention. Why did the city lord suddenly visit today? Thinking of the unease he felt today, Zhou Ning's face grew even uglier. But he couldn't care about that at the moment. He immediately walked out and gave orders as he went. "You immediately have the servants get ready and notify the other masters to gather in the front yard so we can welcome the city lord together." At this moment, Zhou Ning was anxious, but his arrangements remained orderly. His order for the servants to notify the other Zhou family's steering members was actually a secret signal. No matter when or where, the Zhou family always had a backup plan to preserve the family, and that was the reason for the Zhou family's continued existence. However, just as Zhou Ning's voice fell and before he could step out of his room, he heard a hearty voice. "Master Zhou doesn't have to be so polite. This city lord doesn't have such a big air about him. I just wanted to see the family of my loyal subjects in the city. I was negligent before, as I didn't expect there to be a family so supportive of me in the city. It seems that I didn't pay enough attention to my subordinates." As the voice fell, City Lord Su Wu appeared in the courtyard with his guards behind him. Zhou Ning's expression paused for a moment, but he quickly recovered. "Subordinate Zhou Ning, pays respect to City Lord." Then Zhou Ning turned around and whispered angrily at his manager, "How could you not welcome the City Lord in? You must get the banquet ready. What are you doing standing here? Go and prepare wine and dishes." Upon hearing Zhou Ning's angry shout, the manager hurriedly left, and this time Su Wu did not stop him. After all, it was a matter of the city lord's prestige, and Zhou Ning's consideration was only natural. However, Su Wu's visit was meant to probe the true foundation of the Zhou family. If they indeed had a nascent soul great power, the situation might be a bit troublesome. At this time, Zhou Ning had already courteously leaned forward and led the way with an enthusiastic face. Su Wu was secretly on guard, but his expression was completely unnoticeable, casually following behind. By the time they reached the reception hall, the heads of the other branches of the Zhou family had also appeared. They stealthily gave Zhou Ning a look, and Zhou Ning involuntarily relaxed a bit. It's good that Elder Jin has already been notified, so now it's up to the city lord's intentions. Thankfully his bloodline of fortune attracting showed some ominous signs, but there's not too much sense of crisis, so he can still remain calm. Master Zhou, I'm actually here for the Western Barbarians Arena, and I won't beat around the bush. I hope Master Zhou can lend me a hand. Zhou Ning's face changed at these words. The Western Barbarians were the biggest hot topic in Immortal City. How could he, as the patriarch of the Zhou family, not know about it? But why would Su Wu target the Zhou family? Because he did not know the reason, Zhou Ning was unable to gauge the situation and could only speak cautiously. Lord, you are joking. Although those two Western barbarians are vulgar and not respectable, it's shameful to say that my modest Zhou family is no match for them. Master Zhou, you're being too modest. With that, Su Wu's bodyguard stepped forward and handed Zhou Ning a jade slip. Zhou Ning had no idea why, but when he took a look, his face changed dramatically. It actually contained a record of the golden core deists of the Zhou family who have held positions in the city lord mansion over the generations. Zhou Ning never expected that the problem would arise here. It was a rare oversight. The Zhou family has been dependent on the city lord mansion for many years, and in order to preserve the family's interests, naturally, some of their power must be shown. Hence, the Zhou family young disciples would take turns every once in a while, and while individually, it didn't matter much, when put together, it became rather frightening. Seeing Zhou Ning looking at a loss, Su Wu remained relaxed and sipped his tea, not uttering a word. But this only increased Zhou Ning's pressure. What should he do? Just then, a voice suddenly came to Zhou Ning's ear. It was Elder Jin's voice. Seeing no reaction from Su Wu out of the corner of his eye, Zhou Ning slightly relaxed. It appeared that the city lord had not detected Elder Jin, which was a silver lining in a misfortune, showing that the city lord's cultivation level was not much higher than the elders. But Elder Jin was just reminding him, which made him make up his mind to temporarily cooperate with Su Wu and wait and see. After all, if he didn't cooperate, the Zhou family might end up in a lose-lose situation, but it wasn't quite at that point yet. Lord, my Zhou family's prosperity relies on the city lord mansion. Since the Zhou family regards the city lord as its superior, we will follow your decisions. Huh? He's giving up so fast, cooperating with him so easily. Could it be that the Zhou family is just thriving and there's no nascent soul masters supporting them? Since he entered the Zhou family, Su Wu's divine sense had covered the whole family, but he did not detect any nascent soul traces. However, Su Wu wouldn't jump to conclusions so quickly, he needed to observe more. With that thought, Su Wu gave a hearty smile. Master Zhou is truly loyal. In that case, have all the golden core deists of the Zhou family come and meet me. All. Zhou Ning hesitated, and the faces of the heads of the other branches also became somewhat unsightly. However, after seeing Zhou Ning's subtle look, they decided to cooperate. Before long, all the golden core deists of the Zhou family had arrived in the courtyard, even Zhou Shen appeared among them, and Su Wu finally showed a hint of satisfaction on his face. The number of golden core deists in the Zhou family matched his perceptions perfectly. Who would have thought that the small Zhou family would have such strong power? With this thought, Su Wu no longer hesitated and took out a bone age measuring tablet from his storage ring. Its purpose was obvious. Zhou Ning had not received any other opinions from Jin Guangxiu at this time, and could only proceed accordingly, but he couldn't help wondering, what was Su Wu really up to? Zhou Ning chose to cooperate, so the other branch heads would naturally not cause trouble. They had their disciples line up to check their bone age one by one. With a subtle look, Zhou Ning glanced at the corner and decided to trust Jin Guangxiu despite his concerns. Since Elder Jin asked him to come out, there should not be any major problems. With the Zhou family's active cooperation, the disciples of Zhou family golden core deists began to test their bone age one after another. Things were progressing incredibly smoothly, far beyond Su Wu's previous guess. Just then, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the crowd. Zhou Shen, early stage of golden core realm, bone age 231. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze towards a young golden core deist from the Zhou family who was now standing in front of the bone age tablet. A 231-year-old golden core deist. A true prodigy. Chapter 199, Seeking the Truth Lineage, Invincible at the same level? You're the one they say is invincible at the same level. Longevity Immortal City. Zhou Mansion. On the surface, Zhou Shen appeared calm, but in his heart, he felt extremely helpless. After all, with his temperament, how could he enjoy being the center of attention? At this moment, Su Wu's eyes were also flickering, but he didn't say anything either. The bodyguard checking the bone age suddenly felt a chill, not daring to delay any longer, and hurriedly tested the bone age of the next Zhou family golden core expert. At this time, everyone in the courtyard tacitly maintained silence, leaving only the mechanical checking of bone age. After everyone had been tested, the results were handed to Suwu. On the surface, Suwu was silent, but in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. The strength of the Zhou family was so strong that it surprised even him. There were more than 30 golden core experts in Zhou family, with 8 of them nearing the end of their lifespan, unable to make any further progress. However, there were still more than 20 golden core experts besides them. Although their number of golden core experts was far less than that of the City Lord Mansion, it was only a family after all. Its terrifying strength was worthy of being called the number 1 family under the City Lord Mansion. Suwu had already made plans, but the appearance of Zhou Shen had completely disrupted his arrangements. However, he hardly thought about it before coming up with a countermeasure. Since things had reached this point, to avoid trouble later, he would first let some of the Zhou family's golden core experts go to their deaths. Then, when most of them were dead, he would let a golden core expert with his life about to end take the pure Yang Heavenly Thunder treasure and secure victory in one fell swoop. Just do it. Suwu couldn't help but smile at the thought. As for whether the Zhou family would agree to this, it didn't matter. If they refused, it would give him an excuse to take action. If they did not refuse, their fate would already be sealed. In any case, the Zhou family would either decline or be annihilated by him afterward. There were no other options, it just depended on whether the Zhou family would act prudently or not. Suwu didn't speak for a while, and Zhou, among others, felt somewhat uneasy in their hearts. But fortunately, it didn't take long before Suwu praised them warmly with a smile. Patriarch Zhou, thank you for cultivating so many talents for our longevity immortal city. Tomorrow, you will bring all the golden core experts of your family to the arena. I will personally come to cheer you on. Ah! All the golden core cultivators. Don't you want to, Patriarch Zhou? No, we the Zhou family are honored beyond measure. That's good. I thought my arrangement had displeased you. In that case, I'll wait for the good news tomorrow. After saying that, Suwu directly left with his bodyguards. After sending them away, Zhou Ning's face was full of sorrow and frustration. That's because when he went out just now, he saw that the Zhou family was already surrounded by the city lord's mansion guards. Suwu was clearly speaking his mind without any pretense. There's nothing Zhou Ning could do about it, so he found Jin Guangxiu overnight, only to get a somewhat puzzling answer in the end. Just do it, and wait for the result. There's no need to worry. What did this mean? However, based on his trust in Jin Guangxiu, Zhou Ning didn't think about it anymore. Moreover, he had no other choice, so he gathered the golden core experts of the family and set off for the arena together the next day. After hearing Zhou Ning's decision, although the expressions of the Zhou family golden core experts changed, none of them disagreed, but rather looked determined. Zhou Ning looked at them with pride, thinking that the Zhou family's young members had never backed down in the face of adversity. However, since Elder Jin said it would be fine, it should be. But what Zhou Ning didn't know was that Jin Guangxiu was actually confused as well. It wasn't his intention, in fact, he had already prepared to resist the City Lord Mansion's oppression because of Zhou Shen. Who would have thought that when he asked the opinion of his senior sect members, the reply he got was to wait and see, and not to worry. Although he didn't understand the answer, since his senior said so, there must be a reason for it. However, he was still somewhat worried, but once his seniors gave him something, his concerns for Zhou Shen disappeared. It turned out that his seniors would never let the Danding lineage succession be severed. However, his seniors were indeed unfathomable, they even had such an incredible refining art. Perhaps the spirit tool pill refining furnace that was previously given to his disciple Zhou Shen was personally forged by his seniors. It seemed that Shen'er was indeed blessed. At the same time, Jin Guangxiu was sighing, Zhou Shen was somewhat puzzled. Although he had experienced such a change today, he didn't have any ominous feelings in his heart, but rather a great fortune omen. This unusual situation temporarily restrained all his thoughts, waiting for the family's arrangement, and he thought that tomorrow would probably reveal the truth. However, he didn't have to wait long before he received Jin Guangxiu's summons. His heart couldn't help but move, and he suddenly thought, could it be that his good fortune would be fulfilled with Master? Previously, when Zhou Shen became a disciple of Jin Guangziu, no one in Zhou family knew about it, not even the patriarch Zhou Ning. Their relationship was a secret inheritance exclusive to the Danding lineage. When Zhou Shen went to see Jin Guangziu, he came out of Jin Guangziu's room in a daze not long after. As soon as he stepped out, the cold wind blew on him, and he sobered up completely, involuntarily grinning. Tomorrow, he would be the first to take part in the arena. This would spare the Zhou family from any casualties. Western barbarians, he had to see if they could really demonstrate nascent soul power. At this moment, Zhou Shen was boiling with fighting spirit. The next day, the sky was clear, the sun was shining, and the weather was perfect. In the city, the two arenas where Fang Yuan was located were also bustling with noise. Even with the scorching sun overhead, the enthusiasm of the Immortal City cultivators couldn't be suppressed at this moment, as the city lord personally appeared outside the arena today. They wondered which warrior could slay the Western barbarian today, allowing them to vent their pent-up frustrations from previous humiliations. At this moment, a large tent had been temporarily set up in front of Fang Yuan's arena, with 3 sides completely enclosed and only one side open, facing the arena with an excellent view. Under the arena, Fang Yuan and his companion respectfully saluted Su Wu, as he was a nascent soul master and deserved respect at this moment. Then, Fang Yi stayed alone on top of the arena, while Fang Yuan sat down to Su Wu's right. Su Wu appeared very magnanimous. His generosity somewhat comforted the hearts of the surrounding Immortal City cultivators, as Western barbarians clearly couldn't understand the grace of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty cultivators. With the city lord's imposing presence, the arrogance of the Western barbarians was temporarily suppressed. However, the presence of Zhou Ning and more than 30 golden core deists under the tent led to heated discussions among Immortal City cultivators. Earlier, following Su Wu's instructions, the city lord mansion had already circulated information about the Zhou family. Today, it would be the decisive battle between them and the Western barbarians. The Zhou family was now placed on the firing line by Su Wu, and they had no choice but to fight unless they were willing to bear the disgrace of fleeing from battle. However, in doing so, Su Wu would have the final say, and the Zhou family could not find any other reason to object. This was not the outcome they wanted. At least not for now. With a glance at the location where the Zhou family stood, Su Wu asked with a smile, "Patriarch Zhou, I wonder who you have chosen to be the first one to fight." Just as Zhou Ning was about to speak, Zhou Shen stepped forward and said, "City Lord, this young man will be the first to fight today. The Patriarch told me last night that, as the youngest, I need to be brave and diligent, and thus, I must not back down." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning hesitated because he hadn't said any of those things last night. He wondered what Zhou Shen was up to, but after a moment, he relaxed. It seemed that Zhou Shen wasn't completely wrong. Besides, Zhou Ning realized that this must have been the ancestors' intention, wasn't it? As Zhou Shen spoke, Fang Yuan stared intently at him but couldn't detect anything unusual about him for the time being. Afterwards, he could only be more vigilant in his heart, not too worried. As long as their opponents were Golden Core Realm cultivators, the two brothers were not afraid. Seeking the truth lineage, unrivaled at the same level. Seeing Zhou Shen step forward, Su Wu was extremely satisfied in his heart. It seemed that the previous guess about Zhou family's strength would have to be adjusted. Zhou Shen's actions must have been Zhou Ning's intention. He was clever enough to understand that Su Wu was somewhat dissatisfied the day before, so he had made such a decision specifically. Everything was for Su Wu to see that the Zhou family would use the life of a talented cultivator as proof of their unwavering loyalty to the city lord mansion. However, this also indicated that the Zhou family knew their limits. Even with their great strength, they couldn't shake the ruling power of the city lord mansion. Otherwise, why would they be so concerned with pleasing them? Even so, Su Wu had no intention of letting the Zhou family off the hook. In Longevity Immortal City, it was better for the Zhou family to have average strength. If not, why would they maintain so many Golden Core deists in their ranks? What would their intentions be? This was similar to scheming for power in the mortal world. Su Wu wouldn't allow the emergence of a force that could pose a threat to him within Longevity Immortal City. However, Su Wu appeared appreciative on the surface, as if he were proud to have such a hot-blooded young man in the city. Good. Worthy of being the pride of my Immortal City, you just go ahead and fight. Having said that, he suddenly shuddered for some unknown reason, momentarily dazed before instantly recovering. He then got up and spoke in a voice that was not loud but clearly audible to everyone within 100 miles around. This is the pride of my immortal city, Zhou Shen. Today, at only 231 years old, he has already entered the Golden Core realm. Is he not a worthy pride of my longevity immortal city? Upon hearing these words, the cultivators in the city went wild with excitement. Was the Western barbarian that powerful when he was over 200 years old? Could he have entered the Golden Core realm then? Fang Yuan couldn't help but be taken aback upon hearing this. To have such a cultivation realm at this age, one's entire cultivation journey would be smooth sailing, as long as there were no insurmountable bottlenecks. With that thought, Fang Yi couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This young prodigy's fortune must be seized by him. However, the now seated Su Wu couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why had he abruptly praised Zhou Ning just now? Zhou Shen was but a dead man walking, after all, and it didn't affect the overall situation. This was the Western barbarian, unrivaled at the same level. At this moment, Su Wu didn't know that his sudden action earlier was caused by someone else controlling the means that had been hidden inside him, resulting in this abnormality. And who else but Liang Sheng could accomplish this? In fact, Liang Sheng didn't want to get involved, but since Zhou Shen was Jin Guangxiu's disciple, Liang Sheng felt obliged out of respect for his master. So, yesterday, out of his fondness for Jin Guangxiu, Liang Sheng sent the spiritual device armor. However, an accident occurred afterward. In the law of cause and effect, he saw a new scene just because of this action. This result caused Liang Sheng to divert some of his attention and increase his investment in Zhou Shen. Everything he did was actually an experiment. He wanted to see what changes would occur if he treated Zhou Ning so well and whether the actual situation would match the scene in the law of cause and effect. The Fang Yuan brothers hail from the Seeking Truth lineage, and indeed, their strength is something to marvel at. They are considered unrivaled at the same level, being only slightly weaker than those who could fight across cultivation levels. But more importantly at this moment is Zhou Shen. Could the final outcome truly be a win-win, where even his own cultivation level could receive positive feedback? Liang Sheng was secretly hopeful deep within his heart, but the actual outcome would still depend on the coming events. Now that the stage was set, whether Zhou Shen could truly surprise him would hinge on how things unfolded. Su Wu watched the arena intently, oblivious to the fact that he had previously been manipulated. At this time, Zhou Shen had also entered the arena. He was like a graceful gentleman, his disposition peerless. Fang Yi, dressed in the attire of the Zai immortal dynasty, exuded a rough and arrogant aura. However, before Zhou Shen, who exuded the demeanor of a nobleman, he seemed inferior. The immortal city cultivators around were filled with anticipation for what was to come, but they kept a distance from the arena, fearing they would be affected by the aftershocks of the duel. Looking at the two men standing and staring at each other on the stage, they felt somewhat anxious. Could their immortal city's pride defeat the Western barbarian? Thoughts of the bloody scene where the Fang Yuan brothers had killed the immortal city Golden Dan real person surfaced in their minds. They couldn't deny, the cultivation level and battle strength of this Western barbarian sent chills down their spines. However, they could only lend their full support to Zhou Shen. Standing on the platform, Zhou Shen couldn't help but take a deep breath before relaxing. Actually, this was his first time directly confronting an opponent in a battle on the arena. The Zhou family always strived to avoid conflict. If push came to shove, they would always act quietly. Sometimes, their enemies would die without even knowing who had struck them down. Not far away, Su Wu's eyes were firmly fixed on the stage, his hand hidden in his sleeve, unconsciously touching the jade box given by Jinyangzi. Let them all die. The more golden core deists of the Zhou family that die, the better. When the immortal city spectators lose all hope, it will be time for me, the Lord of Longevity Immortal City, to make my move. At that time, I will show the immortal city cultivators who is the true master and guardian of the immortal city. While Su Wu was feeling delighted, Zhou Ning clenched his fists so tight that his fingers turned white. He was constantly cheering himself up inside. Zhou Shen is the junior who Grand Ancestor favors the most. Since Grand Ancestor allows him to take part, there surely won't be a problem. However, no matter the result of this arena battle, it will be impossible for the Zhou family to hide its strength and continue to keep a low profile in Immortal City. But I can't think about that now. I can only wait for things to settle down and then revert to the plans prepared by the ancestors. In the future, the hidden forces of our family must distance themselves from the center of Immortal City, and the family must act more cautiously. The exposure today was due to a slight carelessness in the past, leaving loopholes which aroused Suwu's suspicion. As everyone had their own thoughts, the two people standing on the arena finally made their move. Zhou Shen even took the initiative to attack, instantly igniting the passions of the cultivators around. Fight! Kill this Western barbarian! Cheers echoed continuously around him, but Zhou Shen turned a deaf ear. In his eyes, there was only his opponent, Fang Yi. He was fully immersed in the fight. He wasn't worried about his safety at all. That was because the spiritual device defensive armor he was wearing was all over him, thin as the wings of a cicada, almost unnoticeable to him, the master wearing it. When Jin Guangxiu handed over the spiritual device armor to him the day before, he had said that anyone below nascent soul level couldn't break its defense. This was the might of the spirit tool. Even this was limited by his own cultivation level restricting the armor's power. If it was worn by his master, it would be even stronger in defense. Given this, why should he be afraid? Even though Zhou Shen was always cautious in his heart, which man deep down isn't hot-blooded? As long as his safety was assured, then let's do this. In his mind, he also thought of Master Jin Guangxiu's warning, the opponent is from the Seeking Truth lineage and is unrivaled at the same level. As for what the Seeking Truth lineage was, Master didn't elaborate, and he didn't bother thinking about it now. At this moment, the sense of safety brought by the spiritual device armor led him to have only one thought. I will fight those who are unrivaled at the same level. Chapter 200, Gifted Child dominates the arena, suppressing the truth seekers, unexpected broken seals bring the tribulation. Longevity Immortal City. The arena. No one expected Hao Yi or Zhou Shen to make any initial scouting attempts to measure each other's capabilities. From the very start, they went all out, shocking everyone and not leaving any room for retreat. Even if they were 3 miles away from the arena, the Immortal City cultivators could still feel the tremendous power of their blows. This was nothing less than a duel to the death, with no hold barred. Even though the Immortal City cultivators weren't golden core deists, they could still see who was superior on the arena. Zhou Shen, the pride of Immortal City, was being suppressed by the Western barbarian. Although this could be understood, as Zhou Shen, despite being an extraordinary talent of the Immortal City, hadn't been cultivating for a long time. Thus, being no match for the Western barbarian was expected. But while it can be overlooked during normal times, this time it is a matter of life and death in the arena. According to the outcomes of previous matches on the arena, as the Fang Yuan brothers said, they decide not only the division of superiority but also life and death. So, the loser has only one fate, death. They can't even leave with wounds. But as the bout has already started, the Immortal City cultivators can only pray that Zhou Shen can hang on a little longer. The city lord bringing so many golden core cultivators to watch the battle might think of a tag team fight, which makes sense in the golden era of the Immortal Dynasty competition. However, with the raging battle between Zhou Shen and Fang Yi, the difference in the ways of cultivation between the Eastern Victory Immortal Dynasty and the Western Barbarians is in full display at this moment. Longevity Immortal City of Eastern Victory Immortal Dynasty focuses more on techniques and spells, while Westerners focus more on physical body, or you could say, cultivation that emphasizes spirit and body is distinctive to the Zai Immortal Dynasty. But for some reason, Fang Yi's attacks are more potent than regular Western barbarians, which Suwu finds odd. Combining spirit and body cultivation might make the progress a tad slower but would result in a stronger battle strength. But it should not achieve the effect that Fang Yuan did. The cultivators of the Immortal City couldn't know that the Fang Yuan brothers belonged to Seeking the Truth lineage, which has its unique methods of spirit-body cultivation. The power comes from the secret methods of Seeking the Truth, not from the special cultivation method of the Zai Immortal Dynasty. Yet, on the surface, it is Fang Yuan, who practices the way of the Zai Immortal Dynasty, who is dominating Zhou Shen of Longevity Immortal City. Luckily, despite being in a dangerous predicament, Zhou Shen is still standing. As time passes, the surrounding spectators gradually catch on. It appears that Zhou Shen has withstood the Western barbarians' onslaught. It appears threatening, but it's just a pillow with embroidery. But that's not right. The deaths of the previous Immortal City Golden Core true persons are still fresh in memory, which testifies to the terrifying battle strength of Fang Yi. It can only be said that Zhou Shen, living up to his reputation as the gifted child of our Longevity Immortal City, his strength is astounding. At this moment, the Immortal City cultivators watching the battle can only reach this conclusion. And so, their enthusiasm is at an all-time high. Because they see the hope of victory. Fight! Fight fiercely! As frustrated as they were previously, now they are just excited. Anyway, the Immortal City cultivators are unleashing their passion at this moment. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan, who is experiencing the battle firsthand on the arena, is in disbelief. Even though his enemy is weaker, his attacks on the enemy body seem to have no effect at all. What monstrosity is he? But he isn't a body cultivator, how did he get to this level? He didn't pay much attention to the enemy's ways of defense at the beginning, but as time passed, the accumulative effects of the onslaught made even his well-tempered body show signs of the defenses being broken through. This can't go on. Fang Yuan's battle experience is rich, he knows he can't panic now, thus he slows down the attack rate, merging his body and shoulder, immovable. But as Fang Hao's attack involuntarily slows down, Zhou Shen, who was primarily on defense, seizes the opportunity and immediately launches a counterattack. He knows very well that compared to his opponent, his magical powers are weaker. However, the opponent is using his physical body and solar aura to resist all of his attacks. Therefore, as long as he continues to attack, the changes in quantity might lead to a change in quality, enabling him to achieve victory. Furthermore, Zhou Shen doesn't worry about losing mana, because before he got on stage, he took a Divine Yuan pill. Even if the fight goes on for 3 days and nights, he would still be full of energy. Under such circumstances, the situation gradually changes, with the previously disadvantaged Zhou Shen beginning to suppress Fang Yuan. At this moment, the Immortal City cultivators around the arena are in an uproar, their faces filled with frenzy. They see the hope of victory. Yes, that's right, beat him fiercely, break his turtle shell. Inside the encampment tent at the City Lord Mansion, Fang Yuan, who was initially calm, now has knitted brows and a serious expression. Because he never imagined this scenario, belonging to the Seeking Truth lineage implies being unrivaled among peers, but reality just gave him a harsh slap. He quickly picked up on some clues, but in his heart, he couldn't believe that the City of Longevity would be willing to pay such a huge price. This is simply wasteful extravagance. Zhou Shen currently has the upper hand, clearly wearing an extreme defense type of top-grade spiritual tools, but to have the effect it does now, these treasures can only recognize Zhou Shen as their master. This is a top-grade spiritual tool, even an ordinary nascent soul divinity transformation experts would covet this treasure. Yet at this moment, Zhou Shen, who is just in the golden core realm, is likely to exert less than 1/10,000th of the defensive power of this spiritual tool. Longevity Immortal City is, indeed, filthy rich. But how could they bear to part with it? Fang Yuan couldn't help but look at Suwu, his eyes full of caution. The Longevity City Lord appears to be a formidable figure. His bold moves, not caring about the loss of the spiritual tools, is quite admirable. But Fang Yuan was unaware that despite having everything seemingly under control, Suwu was also shocked at the moment. He had underestimated the Zhou family. He never expected the Zhou family to possess such treasures. Before, he was puzzled as to why the Zhou family was so cooperative with him, now he had the answer. Perhaps the Zhou family didn't have any nascent soul masters, but they had a clan protecting treasure. Thinking back to before the battle, he nervously advertised Zhou Shen. Now it felt like he was making a bridal gown for Zhou Shen. Looking at the expressions on the Immortal City cultivators' faces, he didn't even need to go to the City Lord Mansion to check the city's fortune. He knew that as long as Zhou Shen won once, he would become the hero of the Longevity Immortal City and enjoy the city's destiny. But even so, Suwu couldn't do anything at this point. Now all he could do was pray for Fang Yi's prowess and his victory over Zhou Shen. And even if Zhou Shen emerged victorious in the end, perhaps he could still make amends. After all, wasn't there a Western barbarian? By then, he could arrange something in secret with the Qinyang's secret treasure. All these people would die by his hands. However, with such an approach, his plan to weaken the Zhou family's strength would have to change midway. Thinking of so many golden core experts in the Zhou family, Suwu couldn't help but feel a headache. Is it possible that the Zhou family disciples never encountered cultivation bottlenecks? Otherwise, why would one family produce so many golden core deists? This situation was truly difficult to understand. In fact, not only him, but Jin Guangxiu had also considered this issue. However, Jin Guangxiu had been indifferent in the past, not caring about everything. He was living only to let nature take its course, quietly waiting for his time to come when his lifespan would be exhausted. But now it's different. He had an extra connection with Zhou Shen, so facing the fierce battle on the stage, he couldn't help but be a little nervous. Actually, he didn't stay home with Zhou Ning as they thought. He quietly appeared not far from the arena, staring intently at the development of the battle situation on it. As long as Zhou Shen faced problems, he would not care about the rules of the Immortal Dynasty competition because he had already lived long enough. For so many years, his cultivation level had hardly increased. Since that was the case, he might as well leave the future to Zhou Shen. But as the battle continued, he gradually let go of his worries, sighing in his heart that the spiritual device armor bestowed by his seniors was indeed very powerful. At this moment, his face suddenly lit up with surprise. It wasn't because Zhou Shen had a breakthrough in the battle situation, but because Liang Sheng unexpectedly brought Huang Yufan and appeared in front of them. Senior. Then he greeted Huang Yufan without knowing that the unfathomable senior standing before him was actually the fallen Huang Yufan. Liang Sheng nodded slightly, glanced at the arena without paying attention, and looked deeply in Su Wu's direction. His performance made Jin Guangzhou feel a move in his heart, and he couldn't help but ask, "Senior, will Shen'er be fine this time?" Liang Sheng smiled and shook his head, "Don't worry, if something happens, I will take action." As soon as Liang Sheng said this, Jin Guangzhou immediately relaxed. Since his senior would take action, he naturally didn't need to worry about his disciple's safety. However, he felt a bit touched afterward. The senior had always lived quietly and calmly, so it must have been his involvement that got the senior involved in this muddy water, right? On the arena, the situation had completely changed from the start. Western barbarian Fang Yi was being suppressed by Zhou Shen and had no power to fight back. The cheers around them followed one after another, making Fang Yi feel even more frustrated. Although the opponent's strength was far inferior to his, it was like they had a turtle shell on them, and he couldn't break through. In the past, it was the cultivators of the Longevity Immortal City who were frustrated because they couldn't break through Fang Yi's defense, but now he was tasting this bitter experience. If it were under normal circumstances, he could have easily defeated a Golden Core Daoist with Zhou Shen's battle strength, but now he had to withdraw and protect himself first. As time passed, the situation became increasingly one-sided. Fang Yuan was full of worries, but the Zhou family was overjoyed. No wonder he was considered the Zhou family's talent, and this result was truly surprising. Zhou Ning was even more relieved that there was a stabilizer in the family. However, if Zhou Shen won, how would he deal with City Lord Su Wu afterward? He couldn't think of a solution for a while, but his heart instinctively sought out fortune and avoided evil, and there were no signs of danger. Since that was the case, surely Elder Jin had already made arrangements. Why worry unnecessarily? So he watched the battle situation on the arena very calmly. On the other hand, Su Wu was also getting worried now. Why did he just flatter this young man? The Immortal City cultivators might misunderstand that he was in control of everything. Thinking of this, Su Wu could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He was even thinking about how to communicate with Fang Yuan and complete his betrayal plan later. Although he seemed barbaric, the fact that he could push himself to this point in the Longevity Immortal City proved that he was not simple. Everyone could say that he was overbearing, but he was definitely not stupid. After all, Western barbarians were outsiders, so he had to start with the Zhou family. After he figured out how to deal with Zhou Shen, he even thought about whether to spare Fang Yuan's life first, as they could use the wheel war tactics. As for which other Zhou family Golden Core expert would step up first, it didn't matter. All he needed to say was that if the younger generation of the Zhou family could achieve this, wouldn't the older generation be worse than him? Su Wu felt that there was no flaw in his plan, so he began to wait quietly for the results, while thinking about how to make use of Fang Yuan. However, just at this moment, Fang Yuan, who was sitting below, suddenly stood up. "Junior brother, don't hesitate, just attack. We are cultivators of the Zai Immortal Dynasty, don't feel burdened." Su Wu couldn't help but be taken aback upon hearing this. What did he mean? He didn't expect that the other party wouldn't admit defeat, and even wanted to take the initiative to attack. Did the other party still have any trump cards? Thinking of this, Su Wu couldn't help but feel excited. It was good to have a trump card, and it would be even better if he could kill all the Zhou family's Golden Core cultivators according to his original plan. In Longevity Immortal City, he wouldn't allow anyone to compete with him for fortune. Anyone who did would have to die. Above the arena, Fang Yi was already in a precarious situation. However, when Fang Yuan's words spread, he made up his mind almost instantly. He wasn't a cultivator of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty, he was from the Zai Immortal Dynasty. Since he was already in a life and death situation, what was there to be afraid of? In the East Victory Immortal Dynasty, the Seeking Truth lineage indeed deserved to die, but in the Zai Immortal Dynasty, it wasn't such a heinous existence. With that in mind, he let out a furious roar. He was going to expose his true identity at the hands of a junior, which was truly shameful. However, after making a decision, he relaxed instead. The other party was from the Longevity Immortal City Lord Mansion, which was actually an enemy. Kill! The next moment, a fierce and domineering aura emerged from Fang Yi. The surrounding area within 10 miles was silent, and Zhou Shen was startled, involuntarily stopping his attack and taking a step back. Jin Guangxiu was also stunned, his face immediately turning pale. This level of aura intensity was comparable to a nascent soul master. How could that be possible? He could only look at Liang Sheng, who had previously said he would take action. He shouldn't go back on his word, but he found that Liang Sheng wasn't looking at the arena, but rather towards the City Lord Mansion. Su Wu was initially surprised and delighted by Fang Yi's sudden burst of power, hoping for Zhou Shen to die first to reduce variables. But just at this moment, his smile suddenly froze. He then looked towards the City Lord Mansion with a horrified expression, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. Fang Yuan and his brother had just given up all their burdens and were ready to go all out, but the next moment they were locked in by a divine sense, and Fang Yi, who was about to counterattack, didn't dare to move at all. The surrounding Immortal City cultivators didn't know what had happened, and saw Fang Yi, who had just exploded with power, sweating profusely and not moving at all. What's going on? The next moment, an overwhelming aura suddenly filled the entire Longevity Immortal City. The cultivators above Golden Core level struggled to turn their heads. They all looked towards the City Lord Mansion. Jin Guangxiu's face was also full of horror. In the blink of an eye, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and faint flashes of lightning could be seen. What's going on? He was shocked and just about to turn back to ask Liang Sheng when he saw Liang Sheng pat Huang Yufan's shoulder, and then he disappeared. Fellow Daoist Jin, don't worry. My master has already instructed me that Zhou Shen won't be harmed. As for my master. Huang Yufan stopped talking, but his eyes were full of disdain. In Longevity Immortal City, only the master could be respected, and there was no need to worry. City Lord Mansion. Backyard. Mustard Seed Sumi Rock. Qinyangzi, who was originally guarding this place, was now looking nervous, and he still didn't quite understand why. He had no idea that a shadow had already slipped into the spiritual vein branch vein, quietly watching them. It was Liang Sheng, who had disappeared in front of Jin Guangxiu earlier. This was the scene of the unexpected variable that he had seen previously under the law of cause and effect. Liang Sheng was also somewhat relieved, as surprises always came so suddenly. Originally, Fang Yuan was sealed in the Mustard Seed Sumi Rock, which was extremely stable. However, he didn't expect that the Fang Yuan brothers, because of the Seeking the Truth lineage's aura, would break the balance of Longevity Immortal City. Fang Yuan was able to be sealed safely, mainly because of a clever balance of various auras, achieving such perfection. However, during the Immortal Dynasty competition, Fang Yi's highly refined Seeking the Truth lineage aura, at full force, unexpectedly connected with the remnants of all living beings sect and broke the balance of Fang Yuan's seal. In simple terms, Fang Yuan's fate calamity had unexpectedly arrived. Chapter 201, Liang Sheng seizes the opportunity, Fang Yuan's heavenly tribulation arrives. Longevity Immortal City. Within the Mustard Seed Sumi and Mountain Stone. At this moment, Qinyangzi dared not to move, staring intently at the seal in front of him, which had a very chaotic qi on it. The calm and dormant Feng Yuan in the seal, though still closed-eyed, now had a furrowed brow. Seeing this, Qinyangzi could only grow anxious at the sight. He couldn't do anything right now, because Feng Yuan's body had the impending fate calamity qi. How could he intervene? Many thoughts crossed Qinyangzi's mind at this moment, but his biggest question was still about what had happened in Longevity Immortal City that led to this debacle. Just as Qinyangzi was internally panicking, Feng Yuan suddenly opened his eyes within the seal, and the chaotic qi on the seal vanished instantly, as if nothing had happened. However, upon seeing this, Qinyang's expression turned extremely ugly, because after the seal disappeared, Feng Yuan's qi carried an extraordinarily unique and distinct aura. Tribulation aura. Feng Yuan's fate calamity had arrived. Originally, Feng Yuan had taken advantage of the rules and the once in 10,000 years opportunity created by the Church of All Beings to slip through the gap of heaven and earth and reach his own human tribulation karma. But now, it was unknown what had happened in Longevity Immortal City that caused Feng Yuan's tribulation to form halfway and even undergo a qualitative change. It was the heavenly tribulation within the fate calamity. Even as refinement void Dao monarch, Qinyangzi couldn't help feeling apprehensive at this moment, because this was a heavenly tribulation. Facing such a situation, what should he do? What could he do? Master. At this time, Feng Yuan's face was also incredibly pale. He had successfully planned until now, nearly a few thousand years later. Who would have thought that it would end up like this? It was truly sigh-inducing. At this point, Qinyangzi tried his best to contain his laughter. Don't worry, Yuaner. Don't panic. Master is still here. Even if it's the heavenly tribulation within the fate calamity, with Master's ability, I can still help you somewhat. But at this moment, Feng Yuan just shook his head. Master, it's too late now. Hi. Upon hearing this, Qinyangzi immediately reacted with an incredulous expression. Yuaner, will you face the tribulation immediately? Feng Yuan nodded. This time, he didn't know if it was because he had exploited the gap between heaven and earth that the backlash from heaven and earth was too severe, so they practically didn't give him any time to prepare for the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. One could only say that it's best not to try to scheme against heavenly Dao. Deep down, Qinyangzi regretted and even thought of the previous negative examples. For instance, countless years ago, the Seeking Truth lineage was so spirited and ambitious, but in the end, they offended heaven and earth and ended up barely surviving until now. Moreover, among the fate calamities, heavenly tribulation and earthly tribulation, human tribulation was different. Since the power was too great, the person undergoing the tribulation would have specific time to prepare. Why was it so? It was because, under the heavenly tribulation, almost everyone faced certain death. However, at present, Feng Yuan didn't have any time to react or prepare. Qinyangzi's vision almost went black, and then forcibly calmed down, smiling and comforting Feng Yuan. It doesn't matter. Back then, I was afraid that your cultivation level would be too high, and you would face the heavenly tribulation. Now it's just the result of our previous expectations. Actually, it's quite normal. After all, you have been sealed for so many years, and you should have absorbed most of the opportunities you gained from the great competition of spiritual veins by now. In that case, let's not think about anything else for now. We just need to adjust ourselves and then go out to face the heavenly tribulation together. With Master here, it will be fine. You are my pure Yang sex once in 10,000 years gifted child disciple. Perhaps this is your opportunity. At this time, Feng Yuan could only reassure himself like this, trying his best to reach a perfect state before the heavenly tribulation arrived. As for the rest, he left it to heaven. After a while, when Feng Yuan felt that he had recovered to his best condition, he glanced at Qinyangzi and nodded. Then, he disappeared inside the mountain stone. However, the next moment after they left, Liang Sheng appeared, overjoyed, and without any hesitation entered the spiritual vein branch vein. A great opportunity. At this time, due to the ongoing Immortal Dynasty competition and the Golden Age, the heaven and earth spine within the Immortal Dynasty spiritual veins was experiencing a massive eruption, extremely dense. Originally, the Longevity Immortal City spiritual vein branch vein was almost depleted due to Su Jintian's prohibition technique in the past and Liang Sheng's subsequent gluttonous devouring. But after nearly 1,000 years of recovery and the blessings accumulated from the Immortal Dynasty competition, the heaven and earth spine within the Longevity Immortal City spiritual vein branch vein reached its peak. In Liang Sheng's words, he had never fought such a rich battle in his many years of cultivation. However, Liang Sheng wouldn't waste time, so he entered the spiritual vein the first chance he had, absorbing the heaven and earth spine that came out. He had no choice. Zhou Shen, that young man, could be considered the culprit responsible for Feng Yuan's sudden change in circumstances. After Qinyangzi went out, he would surely know the cause and effect and might take action immediately. Setting aside Jin Guangxiu's relationship, just the fact that he could successfully obtain the heaven and earth spine today was due to Zhou Shen's cause and effect. Moreover, facing Qinyangzi, Liang Sheng didn't feel any great crisis. In that case, he didn't have to do too much and simply needed to ensure Zhou Shen's safety. Liang Sheng had done all the planning and entered the spiritual vein without any hesitation, with the primordial mysterious technique within his body running frantically. Liang Sheng at the out-of-body stage was completely different from the divinity transformation realm. If previously he was just a glutton, now, he was a group of gluttons. In just a moment, the dense heaven and earth spine within the spiritual vein's branch vein disappeared, all consumed by Liang Sheng. At the same time, as the heaven and earth spine was depleted, Liang Sheng vanished into the mountain stone, feeling completely satisfied. But just after Liang Sheng devoured the heaven and earth spine within the spiritual vein, the mood of Emperor Dongsheng in his residence within the East Victory Immortal Dynasty changed. Because, in an instant, the Immortal Dynasty's luck had shrunk by 1%. Although this loss did not seem much, this was the time of the Immortal Dynasty competition, and any small change could affect the overall outcome. Emperor Dongshen's face turned grim, and he couldn't help but use his fingers to calculate, but he couldn't deduce anything. All he knew was that there was a problem with the position of Longevity Immortal City. What happened in Longevity Immortal City? Under normal circumstances, his level of cultivation would have allowed him to deduce what had happened, but now that the Immortal Dynasty competition was underway and the Holy Land was controlling the situation, the heavenly secrets were obscured and he couldn't deduce a thing. Even if he could deduce what had happened, he might have been powerless to do anything as the Holy Land had declared that no one above the refinement void triple level should interfere in the competition, otherwise, why would he have hidden himself in his residence? May the heavens bless our East Victory Immortal Dynasty. Emperor Dongsheng sighed helplessly. Immortal Dynasty competition, the Golden Era, sigh. Longevity Immortal City. Above the arena, Zhou Shen and Fang Yi did not move. They looked up at the sky where the dark clouds were rolling and the sound of thunder was continuous. Although it was daytime, under the cover of thick dark clouds, the entire immortal city seemed like night had fallen. It was so dark that one could hardly see their hand. Fortunately, they were cultivators and had night vision abilities. With the movement of thunder and lightning in the sky, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the whole city, making the immortal city completely silent. Everyone was wondering what had happened. At this time, Jin Guangxiu was also nervous. However, the next moment, he relaxed as Liang Sheng appeared before him once again. Since the senior was here, there was no need to worry anymore. However, Jin Guangxiu didn't know that Liang Sheng was internally rejoicing as well. Zhou Shen's fortune is huge. That's because the heaven and earth spine, dense within the spiritual veins, didn't fill his body completely, allowing him to temporarily act freely. It wasn't that Liang Sheng had absorbed too little of the heaven and earth spine, but rather because his container was too large. The out-of-body Liang Sheng, who had not filled his body with the heaven and earth spine, was actually several hundred times the capacity of a divinity transformation. This should allow him to make another breakthrough and move forward, but soon Liang Sheng stopped thinking about it as Qinyangzi and his disciple appeared in the semi-sky of the immortal city before he did. Between their successive appearances, there was actually only a breath's time. That is to say, in just one breath, Liang Sheng absorbed all the heaven and earth spine within the spiritual vein and completely emptied it. What a great thief! On the other side, as soon as Qinyangzi and his disciple appeared in the immortal city, City Lord Suwa's face involuntarily changed. Although he didn't know what had happened, he was still preparing to greet them, but before he could move, he saw Qinyangzi glaring angrily at Fang Yi, who was releasing his energy on the arena platform. So it's you seeking truth remnants causing trouble, ruining my grand plan of 1,000 years, you deserve to die. While speaking, Qinyangzi struck a palm with extreme pure yang energy and aimed it directly at the arena. Fortunately, even in his anger, Qinyangzi didn't dare cause too much commotion due to the Feng Yuan Heavenly Tribulation's arrival, lest it affected the power of the Heavenly Tribulation. So his palm strike targeted only Fang Yi and Zhou Shen on the arena, but even so, all the immortal city cultivators' hearts couldn't help but skip a beat. Such attacking power was something that no cultivator could achieve. Jin Guangxiu, who was hiding nearby, widened his eyes in shock and anxiety at that moment. Shener. In his haste, he didn't even notice that Liang Sheng had disappeared. The moment Qinyangzi made his move, Liang Sheng had vanished and lurked on the arena platform. Who? Liang Sheng exposed his qi while saving people this time. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been discovered by Jianyangzi under the data panel concealment attribute. But now, his body was full of heaven and earth spine, causing his qi to leak out when he took action, which was directly sensed by Jianyangzi. Even so, Jianyangzi had only sensed the anomaly, and he hadn't actually seen Liang Sheng appear. Immediately after that, he saw his angry palm strike hit the arena, and the entire platform disappeared in an instant, leaving no ashes or dust. What just happened? Is there another powerful being in the immortal city? Jianyangzi was somewhat uncertain in his heart, but after investigating it further, he found no anomalies and temporarily buried his doubts. Now, it was time to deal with Feng Yuan's heavenly tribulation first. And just then, a loud shout came from the tent place. All the cultivators of Immortal City, heed my command. This is a heavenly tribulation for the cultivators. Everyone, retreat quickly and don't stay in place. It was actually City Lord Suwu who reminded them. In an instant, everyone fled in panic, including Zhou family and Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan saw that Fang Yi had innocently died under that palm just now, he could only temporarily retreat. Otherwise, staying here would mean a pointless sacrifice. All the fleeing cultivators were grateful to Suwu. Without his reminder, who would have known this was a heavenly tribulation? But no one knew that Suwu's actions just now were actually controlled by someone else, although he himself was unaware of it. As for the controller, if it's not Liang Sheng, who else could it be? At this moment, Jin Guangxiu hadn't yet reacted and felt himself surrounded by a gentle force. In the next moment, he and Huang Yufan vanished together. Around the arena, within a radius of 300 miles, only Jianyangzi and his disciple were left hovering in mid-air. At the distant Liang residence, 4 figures emerged. Besides Liang Sheng, Jin Guangxiu and Huang Yufan, the 4th person was Zhou Shen, who was completely stunned by this time. He had thought that he was certain to die just a moment ago. Jin Guangxiu knew that Zhou Shen had been frightened, but he was not in a hurry to comfort him. He wanted to thank his senior for everything he had done for him first. Because if it weren't for his senior's intervention just now, Zhou Shen might have already died without the opportunity for a proper burial. Even the top-grade spiritual armor on his body wouldn't have helped. But who was the person who helped them, and how could he be so powerful that Jin Guangxiu felt like an ant in front of him? However, before Jin Guangxiu could express his gratitude to Liang Sheng, the situation above the immortal city changed again. The dark clouds in the sky formed a whirlpool, radiating a feeling of oppression as if it were the end of the world. Amid the lightning and thunder, no one doubted the power of the thunder tribulation. Feng Yuan looked at this apocalyptic scene with a bitter face. The lightning flashing in the sky had already locked onto him. This was his heavenly tribulation. Jianyangzi still wore a look of anger on his face. But in his anger just now, he had made the death of that seeking truth remnant too simple. But if it weren't for that person disrupting the longevity immortal city's destiny, his disciple Feng Yuan wouldn't have encountered such a great disaster. It would have been better if he had taken action earlier, but it was too late for that now. Feng Yuan forcibly made himself appear calm at this moment, but the twitching at the corner of his mouth showed that he could only manage a forced smile, appearing unnatural. "Master, you'd better leave now. My thunder tribulation is about to come." Jianyangzi looked up at the sky and saw that under the dense clouds, his thunder tribulation was slowly brewing. If he stayed here any longer, he feared it would only increase the power of the tribulation. "Yuaner, you must calm your mind and never give up. You must know that you are the gifted child of our pure Yang sect and can definitely get through this heavenly tribulation." "Master, rest assured, I won't give up easily. The path of cultivation is to compete with the heavens, and I won't be so fragile." Jianyangzi nearly shed tears when he heard this. He nodded his head and turned to leave without any hesitation. Leaving was the right choice. But as he left, his eyes stared intently at a certain direction, the direction in which Feng Yuan had fled. At Suwu's warning of the sudden change, Feng Yuan immediately withdrew towards the outer space. At this moment, his heart was filled with extreme trepidation. Who would have thought that the city lord of longevity immortal city, who was just a nascent soul master, would possess such great might that he had no desire to resist them. By now, he had almost guessed what was happening. This end-of-the-world-like scene was clearly someone's fate calamity of a soul emergence cultivator. As for Zhou Shen, Feng Yuan never doubted that he could survive. As for himself, there was no room for grief as he had to leave Longevity Immortal City as soon as possible. Qinyang's murderous intent had been evident in his eyes. This mighty figure would undoubtedly not let him go. Fang Yuan would never have thought that his well-planned strategy would be disrupted by Zhou Shen, causing a chain of events that would ultimately lead to this. The Immortal Dynasty competition, the Golden Era, was indeed full of opportunities. However, beneath those opportunities lurked dangers. Having distanced himself from the center of the Thunder Tribulation, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Soon he would be able to leave Longevity Immortal City. However, before he could continue towards outer space, someone appeared in front of him. If it wasn't Qinyangzi, who else could it be? Seeking Truth Remnant. Very well. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. You'd better pray that nothing happens to my disciple. At this moment, Qinyangzi was gritting his teeth in fury. As a refinement void Dao monarch, his expression showed the extent of his anger. With those words, Fang Yuan found himself unable to move. He couldn't help but feel some regret in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he and his fellow brothers shouldn't have been greedy for the destiny and opportunities of Longevity Immortal City. After catching Fang Yuan, Qinyangzi didn't take action immediately. Instead, he anxiously looked at the center of the Thunder Tribulation, praying in his heart. Yuaner, you must hold on. Meanwhile, the gazes of all the cultivators in Longevity Immortal City were also fixed on the center of the Thunder Tribulation, where a storm was brewing. Next moment, a bolt of lightning with the power of destroying everything instantly struck down. Heavenly Tribulation had arrived. Chapter 202, Defying the Heavens and Uniting in Spirit, dust settles as Liang Sheng breaks through. Longevity Immortal City. At this moment, dark clouds pressed down over the sky, but above them, lightning dragons and silver snakes intertwined, casting shadows over the entire Longevity Immortal City, which had fallen silent. A heavenly might enveloped the city, causing everyone's heart to feel heavy, while Feng Yuan's face was white with fear. Looking at the Thunder Tribulation vortex in the sky, he felt a sense of despair in his heart, and his eyes were dull. However, in the next moment, he regained his spirits, for he was a rare gifted child of the pure Yang sect in 10,000 years. Heavenly Tribulation was a test for him. With the thought in mind, though there was still some hesitation in his heart, he began to cheer himself up because he knew that his master Qinyangzi was watching him from the sidelines. He couldn't possibly give up on himself. With that in mind, his mana surged throughout his body. Since heaven and earth were jealous of his talents, then the years of effort he had put into cultivation were meant to break free from this heavenly bondage. Once this fate calamity passed, his foundation would be built. With a sudden lift of his head, he looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky with fierce determination. Come on! Let it be even more intense. At this time, Feng Yuan had no choice but to use all his trump cards to face the heavenly tribulation, for it was a matter of life and death for cultivators. Holding back would mean courting death. It was just regrettable that he couldn't use the pure Yang heavenly thunder treasure of the pure Yang sect right now, otherwise, wouldn't it provide nutrients to the heavenly tribulation? This pure Yang heavenly thunder treasure had originated from thunder tribulation. If he used it now, wouldn't that be foolish? As Feng Yuan prepared to go all out, the eyes of all the cultivators in Longevity Immortal City were on him. Furthermore, Liang Sheng was also at the scene. Now Liang Sheng's heaven and earth spine flowed faintly within his meridians. Even though he had already broken through to the soul emergence realm, he could only try his best to control the explosive energy within his body. By rights, he should be in closed-door cultivation now, absorbing the heaven and earth spine and improving his cultivation level. However, because the matter of Feng Yuan's heavenly tribulation had not yet settled, he couldn't concentrate on his cultivation. Although he had seen the outcome according to the law of cause and effect, his many years of experience had taught him that cause and effect were not absolute. For example, before this, due to the unexpected arrival of the Feng Yuan brothers, the stable situation in Longevity Immortal City had changed instantly, and Feng Yuan had been one of the victims. That was the normal state of the world of cultivation, where accidents could happen at any time. How could Liang Sheng focus on cultivating when he couldn't witness the dust settling before his very eyes? For now, he would keep an eye on the ever-changing situation and not make hasty conclusions. Boom! A thick heavenly thunderbolt descended from the sky, carrying heavenly might that shocked all directions. Upon seeing this, Qinyangzi couldn't help but feel a sense of heaviness in his heart. Could it be that earlier, heaven and earth had acknowledged Feng Yuan's strength? Otherwise, why would the first thunder tribulation be so powerful? It was almost on par with a full force attack by someone in the soul emergence realm. Feng Yuan, hold on. At this moment, Qianyangzi could only pray for Feng Yuan with a nervous heart, but Feng Yuan didn't have the energy to think about Qianyangzi right now. He no longer had the energy to think about anything else and was completely immersed in dealing with the thunder tribulation. Previously, Feng Yuan was somewhat hesitant, but when the heavenly tribulation really arrived, he became completely calm and his gaze determined. Bring it on. This time, Feng Yuan actively attacked the thunder tribulation. Underneath his daist robe, he was already equipped with spirit tools. Armor, long sword. He had decided to bet everything in an instant. The thunder tribulation engulfed Feng Yuan, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the scene, deeply shocked in their hearts at the sight. If they were in the same situation, would they have the courage to move forward against the tide? Thinking of this, they couldn't help but pray for Feng Yuan. They hoped Feng Yuan would successfully break through, for even the highest among them had only reached the golden core realm. But it was precisely because of this that they hoped for Feng Yuan to overcome the thunder tribulation. No one understood more than they did the bitterness and difficulty of cultivation, which could only be experienced firsthand. The path of cultivation was bound to be full of challenges, and Feng Yuan's fearless and determined attitude at this moment stirred their blood and resonated with them. To hell with cultivation bottlenecks! To hell with heavenly tribulations! Damn it all! I just want to cultivate to achieve eternal life and unrestrained freedom, so why are you blocking my way? Amidst everyone's anticipation, the thunder tribulation finally fell and gradually dissipated. Then, a hunched figure appeared in the eyes of all the onlookers. Well done! He held on. You can do it! To hell with heavenly tribulations, our destiny belongs to us, not to the heavens. Who would have thought that the cultivators of longevity Immortal City would cheer so loudly at this moment? Even Qianyangzi was stunned when faced with this unexpected situation. In reality, if this were in another Immortal City, Qianyangzi would have had to guard against others interfering. However, the cultivation level of the cultivators in longevity Immortal City was too low. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't possibly interfere with the heavenly tribulation. But who could have thought that this would happen? Actually, it was because of the unique experiences of longevity Immortal City in recent millennia. The cultivators in the city were aware of their history, and for their ancestors, the idea of cultivation had been a luxury. The previous records of the city being sealed off from heaven and earth were still fresh in their minds. Even though the new generation of cultivators had risen up and resumed normal cultivation, there were still lingering scars in their hearts. Despite the numerous hardships and disasters, they were still striving upward, eager for more opportunities to further their cultivation. At this moment, Feng Yuan, who was struggling against heaven and earth, had become their spiritual idol. But just then, Qianyangzi couldn't afford to be emotional, as the next heavenly thunderbolt was fast approaching. Heaven's tribulation didn't give Feng Yuan much time to catch his breath, but his hunched body straightened once again. Seeing Feng Yuan still maintaining such a fighting spirit, in an instant, cheers erupted throughout Immortal City, with cultivators shouting loudly in support of him. Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all creatures as mere fodder, while we, the cultivators, must follow the fate of heaven and earth in our cultivation. However, they should still strive against the thunder tribulation that heaven and earth put in their way. No, this is also conforming to heavenly timing, because if they can withstand the thunder tribulation, it means they have passed the test of heaven and earth, and isn't this the result that heaven and earth desire? If that's the case, let heaven and earth see how we cultivators break their shackles and reach the peak. At this moment, Feng Yuan seemed to become a hero to everyone in longevity Immortal City, as everyone sympathized with his situation. Everyone's emotions were intense, even Zhou Shen, who was with Liang Sheng, couldn't help but cheer out loud. Liang Sheng didn't say anything, but ripples appeared on the law of cause and effect screen within him as if it was about to change soon. A thought occurred to Liang Sheng, and indeed, not everything in the world remains constant. However, whether Feng Yuan could weather this heavenly tribulation would depend on his own luck. The reason why all Immortal City cultivators, including Zhou Shen, were so thrilled was that they had an intuitive feeling in their hearts. If they could break through to the Great Soul Emergence realm, then one day, they too would experience the fate calamity tribulation just like Feng Yuan at this moment. At this moment, the Feng Yuan in their eyes was not only himself but also their future selves, so every cheer represented the expectations of the immortal city cultivators for their own future. However, this sentiment did not include Liang Sheng and his two companions. Huang Yufan had already become a puppet, his cultivation level unable to progress any further, remaining unchanged and only waiting for death to disappear completely from the world. As for Jin Guangxiu, due to his desolate domain bloodline, his cultivation speed was greatly suppressed and was much slower compared to those with the talent of innocent foolishness. He could hardly see any hope for himself. As for Liang Sheng, his situation was different, as his cultivation had no bottleneck. Moreover, his lifespan had already broken through 90,000 years, his body undergoing a qualitative change, so he didn't need to experience the heavenly tribulation. This fate calamity was essentially a bottleneck set up by heaven and earth for cultivators. As long as one could break through it, they would be rewarded by heaven and earth. However, Liang Sheng had already received this reward without experiencing the fate calamity, making him different from everyone else. Not far away, when the second heavenly tribulation dissipated, all the cultivators in Immortal City involuntarily held their breaths because, at this moment, Feng Yuan had completely fallen. From afar, his daoist robe was already torn, the attack spirit tool in his hand shattered, and blood was flowing from his 7 orifices, covering him. Could human power be ultimately no match for the heavenly timing? Qiniangzi, who was far away, clenched his fists, his fingers gripping white and tight, his heart filled with sadness. "My disciple, you can't make it after all?" At this moment, Qiniangzi wished he could take Feng Yuan's place and undergo the heavenly tribulation. However, he couldn't do that because if he appeared within the range of the thunder tribulation, the thunder tribulation would undergo a qualitative change, and Feng Yuan would have no hope of surviving. "Yuaner, stand up quickly." Perhaps Feng Yuan heard Qiniangzi's heartfelt plea. The fallen body showed signs of movement, with his fingers moving first and then slowly supporting his body, gradually standing up. His actions naturally caught the eyes of the Immortal City cultivators, and cheers broke out immediately. At this moment, they seemed to see a hero, an unyielding fighter. A real man should be like this. Facing the heavenly tribulation, how could we cultivators not fight to the last moment? If we can step over it, then everything will be smooth sailing. At this moment, even the usually submissive cultivators were moved and inspired by Feng Yuan's determination to stand up. Bloodshed will always resonate with those in the world, but even though Feng Yuan was so strong, the heavenly tribulation above was almost ready. Thunder tribulation wouldn't give you time to catch your breath. Even ordinary cultivators in Immortal City could feel that this third heavenly tribulation was different from the previous two. The power of this single heavenly tribulation was probably more than the previous two combined. Would this person crossing the tribulation lose his life here? Perhaps it was due to their empathy, but the Immortal City cultivators, driven by the unbearable emotions that welled up in their hearts, involuntarily shouted out for Feng Yuan. "Stand up! Stand up! Stand up!" At first, there were only a few sporadic voices, but they gradually grew in number until they became an ocean of cheers. No one had anticipated this situation. Qiniangzi was first taken aback and then overjoyed. That's because under his Dharma eye, the Immortal City destiny that ordinary people couldn't see was actually swirling around Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan himself didn't even notice it, but under the cover of destiny, his movements had become faster than before. "My disciple still has a chance." Qiniangzi was excited, but he didn't dare to vent his surprise loudly for fear of interrupting the cheering. At this moment, his divine sense involuntarily enveloped the entire Longevity Immortal City. The situation was even better than he had imagined, making it almost impossible for him to not burst into laughter. Now he understood why Feng Yuan had such a fortunate fate. Wasn't Longevity Immortal City the city that broke and then rebuilt itself to be reborn? This was simply a perfect match with his disciple Feng Yuan. This time, it seemed that Feng Yuan had unwittingly achieved great success and could complete a breakthrough. Of course, this was just the most optimistic thought in Qiniangzi's heart. Facing the heavenly tribulation, anything could happen, and he could only wait for the outcome. At this moment, not only did Qiniangzi sense the convergence of the Immortal City destiny, but also City Lord Suwo, who had a complicated expression. As the Lord of the Longevity Immortal City, he had sensed the changes in the Immortal City destiny. Is this the real prodigy of the Immortal Dynasty competition? Otherwise, why would he have such an opportunity and be favored by destiny? On the other side, Liang Sheng quietly watched the changes in the Immortal City. At this moment, the scene he saw in the Law of Cause and Effect panel had completely changed. He saw strands of destiny converging from the cultivators around him, gathering on Feng Yuan. He seemed to have an epiphany but was still a little short of seeing through it, just like when he was carving in the mortal world years ago. Even now, he had not grasped that flash of inspiration and knew what opportunity it was at that time. While Liang Sheng was watching Feng Yuan's changes, Zhou Shen, a member of the Zhou family bloodline, could not help but stand up and cheer. However, this time, neither Liang Sheng nor Jin Guangziu stopped him. To be able to cheer at this moment was the true nature of a cultivator. Facing the heaven and earth thunder tribulation, cultivators must fight once in their lives. As for the result, it's up to fate. How could Jin Guangziu stop this? However, at this moment, standing in the center of the thunder tribulation, Feng Yuan's situation was not as the immortal city cultivators thought. He had almost lost consciousness earlier, but it was only out of instinct that he wanted to stand up. I am the prodigy of the pure Yang sect, even if I die, I will die standing. However, when the immortal city destiny was converging, he regained his consciousness the first time. He was surprised to find that his condition was getting better and better. He had fully absorbed the heaven and earth spine that he had acquired but not yet digested during the great competition of spiritual veins a moment ago. Under such circumstances, favored by the immortal city destiny, Feng Yuan's cultivation level actually broke through at the last moment before the final heaven and earth thunder tribulation arrived. Late-stage soul emergence. This surprise was so sudden that Feng Yuan didn't have time to react, and at this time, the last thunder tribulation had formed. Great chance! I managed to withstand it just now even without breaking through. Even though I don't have a Dao protecting spiritual tool on me now, I shouldn't be afraid after my breakthrough. Bring it on! I don't believe that your tiny thunder tribulation can take me down. In the next moment, the overwhelming power of heaven submerged Feng Yuan. At the same time, the surrounding immortal city cultivators were somewhat anxious in their hearts. Did this senior fail? They couldn't blame themselves for lacking confidence. It's just that this thunder tribulation was too terrifying, the area was already engulfed by the bright white thunder snakes. Under such circumstances, they truly felt the might of heaven and earth. Even though they were so far from the center of the thunder tribulation, they were frightened by the power of the aftershock. Zhou Shen also craned his neck and stared intently at the place where the thunder tribulation was happening. In the next moment, he found himself in a strange mansion. Fortunately, Jin Guangziu was by his side, so he did not panic. What's going on? Jin Guangziu had the same question, but at this time, Liang Sheng only ordered, "You must not leave this mansion during this period. Everything else will be discussed after I leave seclusion." Huh? Zhou Shen looked at Jin Guangziu with a puzzled expression. Although Jin Guangziu did not know why, he promptly told Zhou Shen not to go out. "Shener, this is the ancestral master of the sect who sent you the armor spirit tool." As soon as these words came out, Zhou Shen immediately stopped questioning. The ancestral master of the sect would definitely not harm him, and he should just obey. On the other hand, Liang Sheng, who had already entered the room and activated all protective measures, was preparing for closed-door cultivation. Liang Sheng did so because Feng Yuan had successfully passed the thunder tribulation, and the outcome was settled. The next step was to complete his plan naturally. Just then, the entire immortal city suddenly burst into thunderous applause, screams, and cheers. Qinyangzi was even more overjoyed. "My disciple Feng Yuan is truly a prodigy." In the next moment, Feng Yuan saw Qinyangzi appear and relaxed instantly. Then, his eyes went black as he fainted from exhaustion. Qinyangzi caught him in his arms. The fate calamity had passed. This immortal dynasty competition could not be complete without my disciple Feng Yuan's participation. But now, it's time to let Yuan recover first. The spiritual energy density of the longevity immortal city was too thin, so how could it compare to the immortal dynasty capital city Linga? Therefore, Qinyangzi did not hesitate to go straight towards the outer space and disappeared. As for Feng Yuan, Qinyangzi originally wanted to torture him slowly but didn't have time to interrogate him now, so he simply took the fainted Feng Yuan along to the immortal dynasty capital city Linga. Suwu wanted to meet with Qinyangzi and his disciples after the thunder tribulation had ended, but as soon as he prepared to take action, Qinyangzi and his disciples completely disappeared. Suwu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. As the longevity immortal city lord, he was still an ant in the face of true great might. As for the longevity immortal city that was devastated after Feng Yuan's tribulation, and the immortal city destiny consumed by Feng Yuan, Suwu could only digest them in secret and lick his wounds alone. Strength is the true confidence. But all this had nothing to do with Liang Sheng. At this moment, when the dust had settled in the immortal city and there were no other changes, he naturally would not miss the opportunity to focus on cultivation. Finally, it's time for me to break through. Chapter 203, Liang Sheng breaks through to mid-stage of out-of-the-body realm, who isn't a 1,000-year-old cunning fox. East Victory Immortal Dynasty. The capital, Linga. At this moment, Void refining second layer Heaven Dao Lords and below who hadn't entered the hidden dimension in Linga City almost simultaneously looked up at the northeast direction in the sky. A flash of light streaked across the sky, and the other party didn't hide their chi at all. Who could it be other than Qinyangzi? At this moment, Qinyangzi was full of pride. His disciple Feng Yuan had successfully broken through the fate calamity, the most terrible heavenly calamity among them, a top talent. How could he not show off a bit? It is known that now was the golden era of the Immortal Dynasty competition. Feng Yuan's opportunity indicated that he could go further in the competition. Even the refinement void great ability realm might not be his end, and if he could eventually enter the unification realm. Qinyangzi dared not think further. In any case, my disciple Feng Yuan has the potential to become a great emperor. After all, Emperor Dongsheng of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty was only a unification realm great power, so Qinyangzi was somewhat arrogant when he returned to Linga this time. As the other refining Void Dao Lords in Linga City were puzzled by Qinyangzi's movement, Ling Xiaozi had some guesses. He didn't have much hesitation at this time, he simply asked for the situation, and even directly asked if it was a good event for Feng Yuan. Because he saw the unconscious Feng Yuan beside Qinyangzi, he had already guessed one or two things, but when he heard Qinyangzi's reply, his face changed unavoidably. At this time, he carefully sensed Feng Yuan's qi, and after confirming the situation, he felt a hint of jealousy in his heart. Previously, his big apprentice Kaiwan Child's fortune and chance were not as good as Feng Yuan's, but deep down, he didn't really care. Because Kaiwan Child had already passed the fate calamity. Passing the fate calamity meant having another opportunity. But now that Feng Yuan had also successfully passed the fate calamity, and it was the most formidable heavenly tribulation among them, few younger cultivators in the East Victory Immortal Dynasty could compare with Feng Yuan. But after all, Ling Xiaozi was a refining Void Dao Lord. He quickly calmed down as there were still many years before the Immortal Dynasty competition. It was just the beginning of the Golden Era, so why care? In past competitions, some demonic monsters would always emerge at the beginning, but the competition was a marathon, not a sprint. Those who could laugh last were the real heroes. During the previous Immortal Dynasty competitions, countless talented people fell by the wayside, but who remembers their former glory now? However, after letting go of his concerns, Ling Xiaozi was still somewhat curious about Feng Yuan, who was imprisoned by Qinyangzi on the other side. Who was this person, who was unconscious? Thinking of this, he couldn't help asking Qinyangzi about Feng Yuan's background. He speculated in his heart, could this be another promising seedling? Otherwise, why would Qinyangzi bring him, a mere golden core realm cultivator, to Linga? But Qinyangzi's answer was beyond his expectation. This small golden core cultivator turned out to be a remnant of the Seeking Truth lineage. After answering this question, Qinyangzi didn't want to waste any more time and took the initiative to refuse Ling Xiaozi's invitation. Daoist friend Ling Xiaozi, I will arrange for my disciple Feng Yuan first, and then I will discuss the details with you. Alright, I didn't mean to disturb you, Daoist friend. Since it was so, Ling Xiaozi didn't continue the conversation with him. But shortly after Qinyangzi left, the news of Feng Yuan passing the fate calamity and completing the heavenly tribulation spread throughout Linga. Feng Yuan was indeed a blessed cultivator, having already built his foundation. Upon hearing the news, countless younger cultivators couldn't help looking enviously at the direction of Qinyangzi's Daoist temple, thinking how great it would be if it were them. While Qinyangzi was settling Feng Yuan, Ling Xiaozi had also received the belated communication from Suwu, finally understanding what was going on. So that's how it was. Nobody thought Feng Yuan's fate calamity crisis would lead to his breakthrough and the establishment of his Dao foundation. All that could be said was that Feng Yuan had a great opportunity. He had the favor of heaven, earth, and man. If it weren't for him undergoing the tribulation in Longevity Immortal City, he wouldn't have achieved this result in any other immortal city. Who knew that the recent history of Longevity Immortal City had been so bumpy, and the ceiling of spiritual energy in the new era was a process of breaking and rebuilding? But this could only be attributed to Feng Jiayuan's deep blessing. Others couldn't say anything. If it were someone else, would they have the courage to face the heavenly tribulation? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's eyes became mysterious. Feng Jiayuan's opportunity actually proved that the true arrival of the Golden Era was unavoidable for everyone. If that's the case, since Kaiwan had already passed the fate calamity, why not let him venture out? If Feng Yuan could receive such an opportunity, why couldn't Kaiwan? Once this idea appeared, Ling Xiaozi couldn't help but contemplate it. After thinking about it, he couldn't make up his mind, so he summoned Kaiwan Child. Ling Xiaozi first narrated Feng Jiayuan's situation, and after hearing the whole story, Kaiwan Child remained silent for a long time before he finally spoke with difficulty. Master, your disciple will follow your arrangements. At this moment, Kaiwan Child could not help clenching his fists. The one thing that he had the edge over Feng Yuan had also been broken now. He naturally didn't want to stagnate in place. If others could advance in cultivation, why couldn't he? Was he supposed to tread in place forever? So, when faced with Ling Xiao's choice, he didn't hesitate to choose to go out in pursuit of his own great age opportunity. He also wanted to become stronger. In his heart, he also wanted to become the dazzling prodigy within the Golden Era. After all, who wasn't once a prodigious cultivator? Hearing this, Ling Xiaozi didn't hesitate anymore. Good, befitting of my disciple. However, you don't need to be too anxious about it, you still need to carefully study it. After all, this matter concerns your opportunities in the grand competition. I'm just telling you now, to let you prepare yourself mentally. Yes, Master, don't worry, I won't be confused. That's good, go ahead. I'll study it carefully. Kaiwan Child immediately left, but after stepping out of the room, he looked up at the sky with determination. As Kaiwan, I will not be weaker than anyone. On the other hand, within Dongsheng Cave Heaven, after the destiny of Longevity Immortal City settled down without any fluctuations, Emperor Dongsheng let out a light sigh. Previously, the destiny of Longevity Immortal City had suddenly plunged sharply. However, for some reason, the destiny of the Immortal City had become extremely condensed, although it had become lesser. By now, it was gradually returning to its original state. But now when the destiny of the Immortal City stabilized, it ultimately still had a slight reduction compared to the beginning. However, it had finally stabilized. Right now was the Golden Era, so of course, he was afraid that variables would occur and affect the destiny of East Victory Immortal Dynasty. As the Emperor of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty, it naturally mattered to him. What made Emperor Dongsheng even more puzzled was that the heaven and earth spine within the spiritual vein branch of the Immortal City had disappeared in an instant. It had to be known that under the current situation where the spiritual energy was rich during the grand competition, spiritual veins would gradually transform spiritual energy and condense the heaven and earth spine. If it were at ordinary times, the destiny of Longevity Immortal City would have been reduced long ago, just like during the previous upheavals caused by the Church of All Beings. However, as long as the Immortal City wasn't destroyed now, the destiny would be stable, and it wouldn't matter even if it were slightly reduced. But since he secluded himself within the cave heaven and combined with the protection of the Holy Land from heavenly secrets, Emperor Dongsheng could only faintly calculate what the situation was. But at this time, he couldn't directly intervene, and it was better to maintain the status quo. After all, there weren't any major accidents. Furthermore, it was during the Immortal Dynasty competition, and it was normal for a few demonic monsters to appear. He just hoped that they were chosen talents of their East Victory Immortal Dynasty. In this way, after the grand competition, even if the destiny of the Immortal City had been reduced, there wouldn't be much trouble. At the very least, the Holy Land would not treat those chosen cultivators who caused such commotion unjustly. Just as the linga of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty swirled amidst the undercurrents of Feng Yuan, the Longevity Immortal City finally settled down again. However, the matter of Feng Yuan crossing the heavenly tribulation had become the talk of the town. However, all of this had nothing to do with Liang Sheng. At this moment, Liang Sheng was in closed-door cultivation, fully operating his Zhou Tian while the primordial mysterious technique was in operation. Liang Sheng's qi surged even more. If it weren't for the protective measures and his own data panel's concealment attribute, the entire immortal city might have been terrified. Bang! At this time, Liang Sheng's sea of consciousness had already transformed into one realm. Now, during the breakthrough in cultivation, there wasn't much change, but the stars and planets in his body became stronger and more dazzling. However, his cultivation realm unknowingly broke through to the soul emergence intermediate period while the techniques were in operation, and the techniques continued to circulate within his body without stopping. After the breakthrough, there was still some heaven and earth spine left in Liang Sheng's body. When all the heaven and earth spine was consumed by the primordial mysterious technique, Liang Sheng finally opened his eyes and stopped. At this moment, Liang Sheng looked even more plain and unpretentious. It was impossible to see any change in him now. However, the faint smile at the corner of his mouth had already revealed the immense gains he had made this time. Although he hadn't yet broken through to the late soul emergence stage, he had already made significant progress. As expected, one couldn't be wealthy without external wealth. However, such opportunities are rare. However, it's not impossible for such opportunities to appear in the future. After all, Immortal City no longer has Chunyang child. As long as he waits for the Immortal City's spiritual veins to recover, he can sneak in again and absorb the heaven and earth spine within the spiritual veins. By that time. At this thought, even though Liang Sheng was calm, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited for a while. However, after the excitement, he regained his composure. He first changed the technique within his body. He hoped that his disguise as a cultivator in the Immortal City wouldn't show any problems. After he had done all of this, his data panel had already changed. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 2637. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, Top Grade. Techniques, Primordial Mysterious Technique, 4th Layer, Ascending Immortality Scripture, 22nd Layer, 20 Health Cultivation Techniques, 28th Layer, Nailhead 7 Arrows Technique, Curse, Grand Solar Golden Crow Contemplation Method, Divine Ability. Realm, Qi Refining Spirit, Soul Emergence Intermediate Period. Lifespan, 105,689. Although it seemed that the data on the panel had not changed much, he felt that his own battle strength was astonishing, even to himself. Because at this moment, even if he imagines fighting against people like Ling Xiaozi, he would no longer have to run away. Instead, he steadily held the advantage, and if he was willing to pay the price of heavy injury, he could directly kill them in one fell swoop. He now merely had a cultivation level equivalent to the soul emergence intermediate stage. Yet, he could already behead deist monarchs in the refining void 2nd layer heaven. If Feng Yuan was counted as an unparalleled demonic monster, then what about him? However, Liang Sheng quickly suppressed this arrogant feeling because he still had a long way to go in the path of cultivation. After all, the refinement void realm consisted of 9 heavens, and there was a world of difference between each heaven. At present, he had only just become an equal match against those in the refinement void 2nd layer heaven. When he thought about it this way, it wasn't that impressive. He absolutely must not become arrogant. Once his ancient techniques reach a level comparable to the refining void realm, he could then talk about pride. By that time, he should have successfully entered the refining gods and reversing the void stage. Thinking of this, he became more and more excited. However, even now, Liang Sheng remained cautious and did not belittle himself. He looked up at the sky, feeling the explosive power within him. After arriving in Immortal City, he had never felt this secure before. At this moment, he finally confirmed that he now had the means to live comfortably in the world. By secretly controlling Suwu, he also knew that at the time of the grand competition, the great might above the 3 heavens of refining void of Immortal Dynasty could not intervene. To put it bluntly, with East Victory Immortal Dynasty lacking a formidable presence, he, who possessed battle strength comparable to the refining void 2nd layer heaven, was virtually completely safe in Longevity Immortal City. But now, he couldn't be too arrogant either. A mysterious sacred land representative was still roaming the world, and he didn't know where they were. If he relaxed his vigilance and something went wrong, he probably wouldn't even be able to cry. Moreover, after Liang Sheng's breakthrough, apart from his sense of security, he was actually a little troubled in his heart because the scene on his law of cause and effect panel had changed again. And the cause of this change was himself. Looking the scene under the law of cause and effect, he couldn't decide what to do. For a short while, Liang Sheng temporarily had no answer. However, there was still some time before the scene on the law of cause and effect panel would happen, so he didn't have to worry for now. In that case, he simply stopped thinking too much and reasoned that a solution would present itself when the time came. He would have to consider this matter carefully after everything was settled. With this worry put aside, Liang Sheng naturally felt refreshed and exhilarated. After all he had gone through, couldn't he enjoy himself a bit now that he had finally broken through? So at this time, without notifying anyone, Liang Sheng secretly went out alone and even changed his appearance, which he hadn't done for a long time. He had no choice. Jin Guangxiu was still by his side, and he couldn't be too rash. Although he now appeared as a senior sect member, he would ultimately have to reveal his true identity once his master's lifespan came to an end. Since that was the case, it was better to do less rather than more. That night, another round of indulgence took place, no need to go into details. Elsewhere, Jin Guangxiu and the others didn't notice Liang Sheng leaving. Zhou Shen had completely calmed down by now, unable to show his face at will anymore. After all, how could he possibly have survived Qiniangzi's attack as a mere late-stage soul emergence? If he showed up, who knew what troubles would arise? It was better to cause less trouble rather than more and wait until the ancestral master of the sect dealt with the situation. Jin Guangxiu's reaction today had already proven it. Everything was under the control of the ancestral master. Hopefully, everything would go well from now on. Immortal Dynasty Spirit Song. When Feng Yuan woke up, it was already a month later. Qiniangzi didn't hesitate or waste time, he immediately brought him to visit Ling Suzi in person. After all, no matter what, Feng Yuan's survival through this fate calamity was linked to the cause and effect of longevity Immortal City. Since that was the case, it could be said that he owed Ling Xiaozi's lineage a favor. With Feng Yuan now fully awake and having stabilized his realm, of course, he had to come and express his gratitude. When they reached Ling Xiaozi's cave mansion, Kai Wen-child naturally accompanied them. At this time, Kai Wen-child looked at Feng Yuan with slightly complicated eyes. The other party had actually reached the late-stage soul emergence realm, and coupled with them having survived the heavenly tribulation, it seemed that their cultivation path would be smooth for some time. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel envious. Then, as Qiniangzi and Feng Yuan recounted their experiences during the heavenly tribulation, Ling Xiaozi and Kai Wen-child listened, their hearts racing. That was too dangerous. If not for the fortuitous coincidence that Feng Yuan happened to be in Longevity Immortal City during his tribulation, he would have most likely perished. It was precisely because of the help of Immortal City's destiny that Feng Yuan was so grateful. However, Ling Xiaozi shook his head at that moment. This is all your own fortune and has nothing to do with us. If it weren't for you challenging the heavens, the Immortal City cultivators wouldn't have resonated together. So all of this is due to your own karma. Then, naturally, they exchanged more pleasantries. Their conversation eventually touched upon Feng Yuan of the Seeking Truth lineage, who Qiniangzi had sealed. Qiniangzi hadn't questioned Feng Yuan until now because he had been preoccupied with Feng Yuan. He didn't hesitate to recount the matters first, and then asked, "Deist friend, what do you think we should do next?" Ling Xiaozi didn't respond right away but looked at Feng Yuan instead. He understood the hidden meaning behind Qiniangzi's words. No matter what, Feng Yuan was now bound by cause and effect with Longevity Immortal City, and Feng Yuan was, in a way, the source of this cause and effect. If they wanted Feng Yuan's cultivation to be worry-free from now on, there was only one way. Qiniangzi's question essentially showed his stance. He would accept all the consequences. Since that was the case. Thinking of this, Ling Suzi didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. In that case, let Feng Yuan take these Seeking Truth remnants with him to Longevity Immortal City. Su Wu's cultivation is ultimately too shallow, and he is not suitable to be a city lord. Upon hearing this, Qiniangzi's face lit up with joy. He hadn't expected the trip to be so smooth. However, he didn't respond but kept looking at Ling Suzi. He was waiting for Ling Suzi to state his conditions, and sure enough, the next moment Ling Suzi directly said, "However, I hope that Kaiwan can assist Feng Yuan in his duties, lending a bit of his meager strength, and serve as the vice city lord." Hearing this, Qiniangzi's eyes narrowed, while Ling Suzi remained calm with a smile on his face, not caring about the other party's expression. This old fox, never willing to suffer the slightest loss. Chapter 204, Feng Yuan's Kaiwan town guards the immortal city, targeting the desolate regions as turmoil resurfaces. Longevity Immortal City. It has been a month since Feng Yuan had crossed the heavenly tribulation, but the repercussions of that event have not yet dissipated. Whenever the cultivators in the city think about it, they still discuss it passionately. In this atmosphere, the Zhou family draped their household in plain white silk. From time to time, the sound of sobbing could be heard. The nearby cultivator families, although they didn't have much social interaction with the Zhou family, personally visited to pay their respects and mourn. After all, Zhou Shen died for the immortal city, so naturally he deserves such treatment. However, during this period, Jin Guangziu has not made an appearance, and Zhou Ning didn't feel it appropriate to disturb him. In Zhou Ning's memory, Elder Jin loved Zhou Shen the most. But now, it seems he couldn't accept the fact of Zhou Shen's death, so his current behavior was somewhat understandable. Thinking of this, he naturally didn't disturb him, letting time heal the pain in his heart. Elder Jin would eventually recover. However, no one knew that at this moment, Zhou Shen, who was hiding in Liang Sheng's mansion, was feeling a bit awkward. After all, anyone witnessing their own funeral would feel a little unsettled. Jin Guangziu didn't say much about the situation. After all, Zhou Shen wasn't a foolish person. He naturally understood that not doing anything was the best choice at present. Zhou Shen had already died on the arena. If he were to appear in public now, it might cause other problems. Elsewhere during this time, Liang Sheng was remarkably leisurely. For some reason, when Jin Guangziu saw the senior sect member so relaxed, he slowly calmed down. Once the tension was dissolved, Jin Guangziu seemed to enjoy this time. It reminded him of life in the desolate domain Dan Cauldron sect. Now, with the sect elder looking after him and the disciple Zhou Shen needing his instruction, his life in the immortal city for the first time seemed meaningful. He even prayed that he could spend the rest of his life like this because it gave him a long-lost feeling of warmth. But today, Liang Sheng, who had been lying casually outside, suddenly stood up and looked towards the sky, which made Jin Guangziu a bit nervous. What happened? After experiencing the incident of Feng Yuan's heavenly tribulation, Jin Guangziu certainly didn't want to experience such a dangerous situation again, because it represented uncertainty that he couldn't control. However, when he saw Liang Sheng sitting back down, he too sighed in relief. Because of the elder's demeanor, the matter didn't seem to warrant too much worry. However, just when he had relaxed, City Lord Suwu was feeling indescribable. Looking at the dispatch order in his hands, despite the unfairness in his heart, he didn't dare to utter a word. After all, he, a mere nascent soul master, had been able to hold the position of City Lord solely because he had the support of Ling Xiazi's lineage. Now that Ling Xiazi himself had explained the matter to him, what else could he do other than express gratitude? So at the moment, he could only obediently hand over the City Lord token, looking at Feng Yuan with mixed emotions. Who could have predicted that after Feng Yuan had survived his heavenly tribulation, he would descend once again on Longevity Immortal City, becoming the new master of the Immortal City? Even though he feels wronged at this moment, he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. Beside Feng Yuan stood Kaiwan Child, who was even half a step behind Feng Yuan. In Ling Xiazi's lineage, aside from Ling Xiazi himself, Kaiwan Child held the highest position. Now even he was just Feng Yuan's deputy. What complaints could he, a mere nascent soul master, have? In fact, Suwu felt somewhat relieved. At least Feng Yuan was not ruthless. He had just said that he would let him manage the internal affairs office of the City Lord Mansion, which was quite face-saving. Thinking about this, Suwu's face was full of warmth. He took the initiative to speak. City Lord, even though you have stayed in the Immortal City before, you were under prohibition at that time and may not be fully aware of many situations in the city. If you don't mind, how about I give you a detailed introduction? In fact, Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child already knew about the condition of Immortal City. After all, this was the place that Zhenyangzi and Ling Xiazi had prepared for their advancement. But they didn't stop Suwu from introducing it at this moment. Even though Suwu knew that Feng Yuan was aware of the Immortal City's situation, he was merely trying to curry favor and show his absolute loyalty. So in the face of Suwu's insightful behavior, how could Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child act unkindly? Especially Feng Yuan, his feelings for Longevity Immortal City were very complex. After all, if not for the cause and effect of the Immortal City, he would probably have died from his fate calamity. Soon after, with the intentional coordination of the three of them, the atmosphere was harmonious. The news of Feng Yuan becoming the city lord of longevity Immortal City quickly spread throughout the Immortal City. All Immortal City cultivators were both surprised and delighted. After all, having a powerful city lord meant enhanced security for them. For example, those two Western barbarians from the Zai Immortal dynasty who would have had the audacity to act so haughty if they hadn't taken advantage of the fact that their own city lord was a nascent soul master? In addition, Feng Yuan was a person they had witnessed enduring and surviving the heavenly tribulation, so their perception of Feng Yuan was extremely positive. Under these circumstances, Feng Yuan ascending to the position of City Lord of Longevity Immortal City went extremely smoothly, practically without causing any ripples. Only when Jin Guangziyu heard about the change in the Immortal City's City Lord did he understand why Liang Sheng had suddenly stood up from the recliner. However, thinking from a different angle, he felt increasingly secure. The City Lord and Deputy City Lord were both people of great might, but with the elder's cautious personality, if he could still be so calm now, there could only be one explanation. At the very least, ancestors' strength was not weaker than theirs, otherwise, he wouldn't have this kind of attitude. When he thought about how Zhou Shen had harmoniously coexisted with Liang Sheng these days, he couldn't help but feel even more delighted in his heart. If Shen'er could receive ancestors' protection, it would be his true fortune. After all, his own desolate domain bloodline had made almost no progress in his many years of cultivation, and one day, his lifespan would be exhausted. But since the ancestor was on equal footing with City Lord Feng Yuan and others, it meant that his lifespan was measured in tens of thousands of years. So if Shen'er could gain the ancestor's favor, he could also feel at ease. However, Jin Guangziyu didn't know that Liang Sheng was also a bit troubled at this moment. Previously, under the law of cause and effect, he had already seen the current situation. He even saw the development of the situation afterwards, which was also the reason why he was entangled in whether he should temporarily leave and avoid trouble. The trouble had a minimal impact on him, but the people involved made him have to consider whether to stay in Longevity Immortal City. In fact, these were just excuses he made for himself, because he had previously tried to explore Jin Guangziyu's thoughts indirectly. Jin Guangziyu no longer wanted to drift elsewhere. No matter how you put it, Longevity Immortal City was at least his second homeland. The Danding sect was originally the spy of Longevity Immortal City in the desolate regions. In addition, the two brothers, Xiang Chen, had already been buried here. Jin Guangziyu had accepted this as the place where he would eventually pass away. It was because of this that Liang Sheng hesitated whether to leave or not, otherwise, he would have left long ago without thinking so much. After all, the trouble that would ensue would not put him in life or death danger. Given his bottom line, he would naturally consider Jin Guangziyu's thoughts in such a situation. Moreover, under the premise of the Immortal Dynasty competition golden era, no matter where Liang Sheng was, there would be no absolute safety. At this moment, with Feng Yuan as the city lord of Longevity Immortal City, it was certain that he would have to repay the city's cause and effect, vigorously developing the city. This was actually a good thing for cultivators like Zhou Shen. If they were lucky, they could catch the fast development of the Immortal City, which would be doubly beneficial to their cultivation. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng sighed in his heart. If there were no other changes, then let it be for now. In the end, Liang Sheng decided to remain unchanged and respond to all changes. This decision, in the final analysis, was based on the confidence given by his own strength. After all, at this time, he was invincible under the refinement void triple level. Longevity Immortal City, City Lord Mansion. When Liang Sheng decided to remain unchanged and respond to all changes, Feng Yuan had already taken Kaiwen Child and directly entered the mountain stone Sumeru mustard seed that had previously connected the Immortal Dynasty spiritual vein branch vein. With Kaiwen Child's mastery of the mustard seed, it was naturally a breeze. However, when they saw the not so much remaining heaven and earth spine, they didn't show much confusion. Kaiwen Child looked directly at Feng Yuan. Fellow Daoist Feng Yuan, it seems that you will have to repay the cause and effect of the Immortal City. Feng Yuan nodded but did not immediately respond because he and Kaiwen Child thought the same thing, that the current situation was caused by him. Previously, he had relied on the Immortal City's destiny to cross the heavenly tribulation. In turn, it was because of him that the Immortal City lost its fortune. The manifestation of the loss of fortune was the severe damage to the heaven and earth spine of the Immortal Dynasty's spiritual vein branch vein. In order for his future cultivation to be perfect, he would have to repay the collective cause and effect of the immortal city and not leave any regrets. Fellow deist Kaiwan, I will have to bother you with the affairs of the immortal city from now on. In this matter, I hope we can advance and retreat together and share the fortune of the great path. Deist friend, rest assured, my master has already instructed me beforehand. This time, I will definitely assist you properly. Not only am I helping you, but I am also helping myself. Hearing this, Feng Yuan was also full of gratification. It couldn't be better that Kaiwan child had such thoughts. Alright, in that case, I'll leave it to you, fellow deist. Let's stick to the original plan. Deist friend, don't worry. I'll take care of the matters in the city. After that, Feng Yuan directly sat in the spiritual vein and began to operate his mana to replenish a portion of the spiritual energy density within the spiritual veins. The higher the spiritual energy density within the spiritual vein branch vein, the faster the rate of transformation of the heaven and earth spine. In just a short while, a few pieces of spirit stone debris were left beside Feng Yuan. This time, it was unknown how many spirit stones would be consumed. Kaiwan child didn't say anything and directly left the mountain stone Sumeru mustard seed space. When he returned to the backyard of the city lord mansion, he went straight to the main hall of the mansion, where Suwu was already waiting for him. Kaiwan child was also not polite and spoke indifferently, Suwu, how is the matter I entrusted to you going? Senior, I have already spread the news you ordered. As long as someone from the Seeking Truth lineage hears it, they will definitely come running. Very good. From now on, it's up to you. Don't miss any suspicious people appearing in the city. After the matter is done, I'll remember your merits and will not treat you unfairly. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Suwu did not address Kaiwan child as Deputy City Lord because he was also from Ling Xiaozi's lineage, but because they belonged to separate branches, addressing him as Senior was most appropriate. You should personally arrange the nascent soul cultivators I brought this time and let them each carry out their tasks. As for the other golden core cultivators, you can arrange for the cultivators in the city to take charge, but remember to have them head to the desolate regions under the immortal city as soon as possible. Don't waste any more time. Within 7 days, I need you to complete all the preparations. Senior, please be assured, there will be no mistakes in this operation, and I will surely accomplish the mission successfully. Upon hearing this, Kaiwan child nodded with satisfaction, looked at Suwu, thought for a moment, and gently patted his shoulder. Suwu, after this, Feng Yuan and I actually won't stay in Immortal City for too long, so you don't need to worry too much. This Immortal City is not important to both Feng Yuan and me. That being said, as long as you know it in your heart, you can use the plan this time to remove the forces of the Immortal City's family that you were previously reluctant to deal with. This is also the compensation Feng Yuan and I provide to make up for your loss, so make sure to give it your all. Suwu, thank you for your support, Senior. Hearing what Kaiwan child said, Suwu couldn't contain his excitement. Kaiwan child held a lofty position in his eyes, and being treated with such respect by him made Suwu feel grateful beyond words. Since Kaiwan child had already hinted at his promise, Suwu naturally wouldn't doubt it, and once Feng Yuan and him completed their plan, this longevity immortal city would ultimately belong to him. Thinking of that, Suwu felt relieved in his heart, being thankful for his previous cooperation, or else, how could he have such a perfect outcome? Zhou family. At this moment, Zhou Ning was deeply worried. This past month, Suwu hadn't caused any trouble for them, which gradually eased his mind. He thought that after Zhou Shen's death, Suwu no longer cared about their Zhou family. But with the sudden arrival of Feng Yuan and Kaiwan child in Immortal City, he immediately felt a sense of foreboding. However, when he asked guest elder Jin Guangxiu about what to do, he was told to let things take their course. After getting the answer, Zhou Ning became even more anxious, but he could only console himself that since the ancestor didn't take the matter too seriously, the problem shouldn't be too big. But what Zhou Ning didn't know was that what Jin Guangxiu was really concerned with was Zhou Shen alone. At this point, the Zhou family was no longer the same one that had come out of the desolate regions with Jin Guangxiu. Jin Guangxiu was never a saint, and he only cared about the people around him. If Zhou Shen hadn't appeared, he might have been more concerned about the Zhou family, after all, they had ties of gratitude and duty. But now, inside Liang Sheng's mansion, Jin Guangxiu couldn't help but glance at Zhou Shen and then shook his head, not thinking any further about it. Zhou Shen had already died during the arena challenge with the Zhou family, and the cause and effect between him and the Zhou family had been severed. Now, he was a disciple of the Danding sect. Now, whether it's for Zhou Shen's sake or to avoid involving senior sect members in the struggle between the Zhou family and the city lord mansion, his best course of action was to watch from the sidelines. Moreover, considering the nature of the Zhou clan people, as long as there isn't an annihilation crisis and it is just a bad omen, he would just let things be. On the other side, Zhou Ning, who had already accepted the reality, could only be grateful that he had learned from his previous lessons and had already secretly sent out most of the Zhou family's elite disciples. Of course, the ones who were sent out were disciples below the foundation establishment realm. As for the Golden Core experts, not a single one of them left. After all, they had already registered with Suwu, and they were the ones summoned by the city lord mansion. How could they leave? When Suwu saw the Zhou family's Golden Core experts gathered at the city lord mansion, he was quite satisfied. At the very least, the Zhou family didn't try any tricks and knew their place. As such, he would spare the Zhou family's lineage for now. Afterwards, he waved his hand. Destination: various desolate regions under the jurisdiction of the Longevity Immortal City. Chapter 205, full of vitality, nourishing items, the formation activates, catching turtles in a jar. Longevity Immortal City. Since Feng Yuan became the lord of the city, the cultivators of the Immortal City slowly adapted to his presence, as the city hadn't changed much since his arrival. Furthermore, Feng Yuan hadn't appeared in public for some time, people gradually paid him less mind. The title of City Lord was far too remote for them. The Immortal City cultivators were focused on their own path of cultivation. Ordinary people always strove for cultivation resources. Who had the leisure and mood to care about the aloof City Lord? Zhou Shen also got used to the life at Liang Sheng's mansion. He started practicing from dawn, reviewed his alchemy skills, and used his spare time to learn from Liang Sheng, enjoying life, and continued to meditate and cultivate until daybreak. As for the Zhou family's situation, he had heard something about it. It's not that he didn't want to help at the moment, but rather his current situation was too delicate. Adding to that, Jin Guangxiu kept a watchful eye on him. Naturally, he couldn't make any big movements. Therefore, he could only calm his mind and focus on cultivation. Only strength was fundamental. Speaking of which, the spiritual energy density in the Immortal City had greatly increased. Jin Guangxiu secretly asked Liang Sheng why, but Liang Sheng didn't answer, just smiled and kept him in suspense. In the future, the city will become even more suitable for cultivation. Afterwards, Liang Sheng paid no more mind to the master and disciple, Jin Guangxiu and Zhou Shen. He put more of his focus on the city lord mansion. He wanted to observe whether the Immortal City situation would develop as expected according to his discovered rule of cause and effect. Because it not only related to his stay or leave, but also related to how he should make a choice in the upcoming Immortal Dynasty competition. At this point, under the constraint of the Holy Land, experts above the three heavens of refining void of the Immortal Dynasty were not allowed to intervene. That is to say, as long as Liang Sheng played his cards right, the Immortal Dynasty competition could be the best opportunity to make major cultivation progress. For this reason, Liang Sheng acted more cautiously. According to the information found by Liang Sheng, every Immortal Dynasty competition lasted at least 1,000 years, so he still had time and must not rush. At this moment, Liang Sheng looked into outer space, wondering whether the Seeking Truth lineage would really come to snatch the opportunity in the Longevity Immortal City, according to Feng Yuan and Kaiwen Child's plan this time. If Liang Sheng was from the Seeking Truth lineage, he would definitely not walk into a trap. But whether they would come or not depended on how they would choose when faced with temptation. In regard to this, it was no doubt that Feng Yuan and Kaiwen Child were ruthless where they intended to use all desolate regions under the jurisdiction of the city as bait to lure the Seeking Truth lineage to come. Acting so decisively, they did have the ambition of a hero. In the Yaoxiang Pavilion, Liang Sheng turned his head and drank the wine handed over by the giving bodhisattva while in the sweet voice, yet, under his debauched manners, his divine sense was tightly monitoring the movement within the City Lord Mansion. City Lord Mansion. At this moment, Suwu was sitting in the main hall with his eyes closed. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and took out a messaging jade token. It's done. Seeing the content of the message, a flash of joy passed across his face, and then without any hesitation, he went directly to report to Kaiwen Child. As soon as Kaiwen Child saw Suwu's expression, he knew there was good news, and Suwu didn't disappoint him indeed. Senior, the wilderness is settled now, we're only waiting for your instructions. Kaiwen Child nodded, you did a good job. Afterward, Kaiwen Child handed a jade pendant to Suwu, and then stopped speaking. Suwu waited for a while but didn't hear any orders from Kaiwen Child, which made him somewhat perplexed, and he looked up. Seeing Suwu's reaction, Kaiwen Child couldn't help but laugh. Don't be anxious, the time isn't right yet. Saying this, Kaiwen Child once again looked towards the direction of the backyard of the city lord mansion. The plan could only be foolproof when Feng Yuan's news arrived. Although Suwu didn't understand why, he didn't ask. After all, what he was going to do next was to cooperate with Feng Yuan. Anyway, he got the result he wanted. The golden core deist of the Zhou family who went to the wilderness this time was left there forever. When the position of city lord was returned according to Feng Yuan's promise, he would never make the same mistake as he did previously. He would seize control of the city firmly, leaving no loopholes. At this moment, when Suwu secretly made up his mind, Kaiwen Child seemed to think of something and looked at Suwu with a somewhat meaningful expression. Suwu, before the plan starts, if you have nothing to do, you might as well temper your physical body. Ah! Unfortunately, Kaiwen Child didn't explain why he said this, so Suwu left in a state of confusion. Watching Suwu's departing figure, Kaiwen Child's eyes were deep. Once the plan for the wilderness was successfully initiated, the heavenly and earthly aura within the immortal city would change a bit. At that time, it would be interesting to see who would benefit from this unexpected joy. In fact, Kaiwen Child didn't care about this opportunity. After all, for cultivators beyond the soul emergence realm, their physical body and primordial spirit had already begun to merge, so even if the plan was smooth, it would not bring much change to him. But for cultivators below the soul emergence realm, even divinity transformation experts might gain great benefits from this. Even those with extraordinary talents might have a chance to break through the soul emergence bottleneck. However, whether they could get this opportunity, it all depended on their fate. What Kaiwen Child truly cared about were the cultivators of the Seeking Truth lineage who would be attracted after the success of the plan. The Zai Immortal dynasty could tolerate the existence of the Seeking Truth lineage, that was because the Zai Immortal dynasty was full of barbarians. But in the East Victory Immortal dynasty, it was better for the Seeking Truth lineage to be dead. At this moment, Suwu left, and only Kai Yuanzi was left in the hall. He closed his eyes again, quietly waiting for Feng Yuan's signal. Zhou family. At this time, Zhou Ning's face was grey, and he sat dejectedly alone in the ancestral hall. Where was the previous calm demeanor of the family's patriarch? Dead. All dead. The life tokens of the golden core cultivators of the Zhou family who were conscripted by Suwu a while ago had all shattered in the past few days, which meant that apart from Zhou Ning himself, there were no more golden core experts in the Zhou family. As for Zhou Shen's life token, it had been secretly shattered by Liang Sheng earlier, otherwise how could it have deceived the people of the Zhou family? That day, Suwu had merely sent a random person from the city lord mansion to inform him that the Zhou family golden core experts had fallen during their mission, and even falsely expressed his condolences. At the time, Zhou Ning's vision almost went dark when he heard the news, but he still composed himself, knowing that he absolutely must not show any dissatisfaction at this time. After all, if it were only Suwu, it would be fine, since he himself had a nascent soul master as his guest elder, and it was unknown who would come out on top in a fight. But now the city lord was Feng Yuan, a soul emergence great might who had survived the heavenly tribulation. In his presence, even Elder Jin was nothing but an ant. So on that day, the Zhou family resigned from all positions in the city lord mansion. Without their previous strength, holding on to those positions was not a blessing, but a disaster. When the news of the Zhou family's seclusion reached Suwu's ears, he couldn't help shaking his head. That Zhou family really knew how to adapt. If they had caused a ruckus, it would have been great, but now, under these circumstances, he could only let them go. Suwu could now vaguely guess some specific plans of Feng Yuan and Kaiwen Child, as the words of Kaiwen Child were not baseless. So he not only found some horizontal training methods but also had people find a lot of qi and blood pills. Even though he didn't know if they would come in handy, it was better to be prepared. After that, Longevity Immortal City unexpectedly calmed down, as if everything had returned to normal without any changes. Liang Sheng's mansion. Jin Guangzhou looked in the direction of the Zhou family and couldn't help sighing. but then turned to look at Zhou Shen, and his expression immediately became resolute again. For the sake of Shen Er's future, he could only apologize to his old friend. Besides, the Zhou family didn't suffer the catastrophe of extermination, so he might not have gone too far. When Shen Er has the ability, giving back to the Zhou family wouldn't be too late. They should also know his painstaking efforts with their bloodline ability. Before Zhou Ning closed his doors to guests, he had actually consulted Jin Guangxiu, who naturally agreed. The Zhou family staying out of trouble was a great blessing for Zhou Shen. However, Jin Guangxiu couldn't help but feel a bit jealous because of Liang Sheng's attitude towards Zhou Shen, perhaps because Shen Er was the only junior of the Danding sect. The ancestor had never been so generous with elixirs before. In fact, Jin Guangxiu misunderstood Liang Sheng. He had previously stored up a large amount of elixirs needed by the Golden Core Realm cultivators in the desolate domain, and almost no consumption after entering the Immortal City. Since Yang Chen and the others couldn't make any use of the elixirs due to their desolate domain bloodline, and other people were not worth Liang Sheng's care, why would Liang Sheng voluntarily help? But now, as the only descendant of the Danding sect, Zhou Shen provided an opportunity for Liang Sheng to clear out his inventory. Zhou Shen felt like he was dreaming. How could the ancestor have so many resources to let one person consume? Since he had spent so much time with Liang Sheng, his innocent child nature was no longer suppressed at this time. Ancestor, why are you treating me so well? Liang Sheng was lying on a recliner, basking in the sun without lifting his head. Don't think too much about it, it's just because your cultivation level is low and you need it. Zhou Shen didn't expect this answer. It turned out that he wasn't special, but just too useless, so the ancestor wanted him to quickly stop embarrassing the Danding sect. Of course, the latter sentence was his own imagination, but even if anyone heard Liang Sheng's answer, they would probably understand it this way. However, a few days ago, Liang Sheng had given Zhou Shen a new set of elixirs, all of which were qi and blood replenishing items. After taking these elixirs, every time Zhou Shen meditated and practiced, he would feel a bit awkward in the end because his lower body was too hard. If it were normal, Zhou Shen wouldn't lack a solution, but now it was impossible. Liang Sheng had told him that he needed to maintain his physical vitality at all times, achieving primordial unity. If he maintained this state, he might have great opportunities. Zhou Shen believed this wholeheartedly, as the ancestor would not aimlessly say such things. Moreover, his master obeyed the ancestor without question, so even if he wanted to rebel, how could his master let him do what he wanted? Under these circumstances, time slowly passed, and Zhou Shen felt like his cultivation was a small stream, steadily advancing. Even if it wasn't explosive growth, he could always feel the continuous progress. If this continued, he might not be far from another breakthrough. Of course, when exactly he would be able to break through would depend on his luck. While Zhou Shen was concentrating on his cultivation, on a certain day, Liang Sheng looked in the direction of the city lord mansion and felt a sudden movement in his heart. It seemed that today, Feng Yuan and the others would take action to change the nature of the Immortal City. If nothing unexpected happened under the law of cause and effect, people from the Seeking Truth lineage would soon be led into the trap. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Zhou Shen. The young man had been invigorated by the great tonic he had given him these days. Many drugs still remained in his body, and he needed some actual combat to fully digest them. Just as Liang Sheng was considering how to arrange Zhou Shen smoothly, a figure suddenly appeared in the back mountain of the city lord mansion. Who could it be if not fellow deist Feng Yuan? At this moment, Feng Yuan's face was pale, and there was not even a trace of the elegance of a soul emergence power. As he appeared, the entire Immortal City seemed to suddenly quiet down. The cultivators in the city were all taken aback, but when they finally reacted, the spiritual energy of the entire Immortal City erupted. At this time, the spiritual energy density had returned to what it was before the arena, and was even denser. Although they didn't know what was going on, the cultivators in the city couldn't help but cheer. Golden era, it's truly well deserved. Even if one is just an ordinary person and can't compete for the great age opportunity, to get a taste of this is incredibly fortunate. On the other side, Kaiwan Child also quickly appeared in the backyard. When he saw Feng Yuan, he couldn't help but grin. Deist Kaiwan, I've fulfilled my mission. You've worked hard, fellow Deist Feng Yuan. After they finished speaking, the two exchanged a knowing smile, as if they understood each other very well. Their cooperation was indeed in perfect harmony. But after a short while, they regained their composure. This time, it was Kaiwen Child who spoke first. Fellow Daoist Feng Yuan, do you want to recover for a while before we start our plan, or do you want to start now? Feng Yuan simply laughed. Daoist Kaiwen, don't assume that I've consumed a lot. In fact, it's just that the conversion of the spiritual vein was too fierce, which makes me look a little tired. Hearing this, Kaiwen Child no longer tried to persuade him, and the two went straight to the deepest prison of the city lord mansion. The person imprisoned here was Feng Yuan. The reason they imprisoned Feng Yuan here was not that they were afraid he had the strength to escape, but that he was so important that he could affect the success of their plan. At this point, Feng Yuan had been completely sealed off, having no consciousness at all. Without any hesitation, Feng Yuan waved his hand, and Feng Yuan instantly floated behind him. The three of them then disappeared from the prison and returned to the backyard of the city lord mansion. Soon after, Suwu hurried over. The corner of his eye caught a glimpse of Feng Yuan, who was still unconscious, and his heart was a little excited. He had known some details before, and the key figure was Feng Yuan. Suwu, wait on the side. When we call you, immediately break the jade pendant I gave you. Don't make any mistakes. Yes, senior, don't worry. I swear on my head that there will be no mistakes. With satisfied nods, the two looked at each other and no longer hesitated. Feng Yuan stomped his foot, and an array suddenly rose from the ground in the backyard. Feeling its mysterious and incomprehensible patterns, Suwu glanced at it and felt dizzy. He learned his lesson and dared not look again. As soon as the array appeared, Feng Yuan threw Feng Yuan into the center of the formation. Then he and Kaiwen flew into the air together. They each made hand seals and recited spells. In an instant, the entire city lord mansion was enveloped in a mysterious aura, and Suwu sat down on the ground. Is this the power of soul emergence experts? He was just affected by a part of the residual wave of the array, yet he couldn't withstand it. How frightening must the power of the entire array be? However, Feng Yuan in the middle of the formation seemed to be under no pressure at all, still sleeping soundly, unaware that disaster was imminent. As time went by, Feng Yuan and Kaiwen Child were sweating despite their cultivation. Suwu, who was watching them, became even more cautious. He watched the two attentively, fearing that a moment of negligence would ruin the great plan. His care didn't go unrewarded. Just as half of the array suddenly lit up, Kaiwen Child let out a sudden shout. Suwu, now is the time. Responding reflexively, Suwu immediately infused the jade pendant in his hand with his full mana and shattered it. Boom! The entire heaven and earth roared. At the next moment, the cultivators in the city witnessed a dazzling spectacle, as the sky above the immortal city was filled with brilliant lights. What was even more shocking was that the spiritual energy of the immortal city surged again. At the same time, Feng Yuan regained consciousness in the middle of the formation. But before he could gather his wits and understand what was happening, he saw Feng Yuan's sinister face, seeking the truth lineage. Let's see if you come or not. In the next moment, the array exploded, and Feng Yuan's entire body was completely shattered, his flesh and blood dissolving into the formation and being consumed in an instant. As Feng Yuan disappeared, Jin Guangzhou, who was at Liang Sheng's mansion, couldn't help but stand up. This aura, why does it have the scent of the desolate regions? What on earth is going on?